Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
She's but a girl. What's a she-hulk to accomplish?
Race to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge. Place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were made. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of discard. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took delight. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrances, bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see.
Welcome to Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021.
Right away, despite the terrain, but look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, but oh my god.
But oh my god, trying to cut corners, Mercenary eats that regular hit, LC, granting safe, and now just gonna go for the rescue. 7-2S being patient with the terror shot. Just in time, he was able to open up. He did. Wow. Just trying to kite his way around here, trying to push. Oh my, the Cypher is almost trying. Can Anchan survive this long? Excellent vault there. Oh, they popped the Cypher.
Have to keep in mind that teleportation effect.
GG's will be called. Excellent stuff, guys. Southeast Asia, congratulate GH because they are your champions, ladies and gentlemen.
Accept God's mercy. Rise beyond the constraints of life and death. This is an endless game of chance. Greed has tainted the sanctity of faith. Pawn your lips and tongue, never to speak of the past. Pledge your beating heart, break free from the Reaper's hold. Surrender your soul, submit to eternal desire. In this never-ending revelry, you must wager your immortality.
The new season of O-Lettuce, branded parent-child wear. Loose, comfortable trousers suited for different working scenarios. Tailored t-shirts fit for everyone. Fashion options for robots are also on sale. The final version is for parent and child? Manor-themed special photo sticker machine for couples. The video is not sponsored by Bloody Queen. If the product has quality problems, Bloody Queen won't be responsible for this.
Heard that there's an amazing mirror in Olita's Manor. It is not a funny mirror, but it will make you look slimmer. Of course, it can make you look bigger. Changes across species aren't impossible as well. That is not the mirror that we should use willy-nilly. News story still goes on. Look through the Olita's Manor mirror to see the other side of you.
Lettuce Bar's grand opening. We have a special barmaid who can make famous Dublin drink. The bar has a warm and welcoming vibe.
Hey, don't drink weird beverages in my bar.
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. For peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear, requiem for an exercise to extend extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. Cast their memories into the abyss again and again as they stand on the border of truth and vanity.
Is this place really haunted? Who's there? The Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Miss Keo, how was your childhood?
Well... At the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?"
And then?
Then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers.
Your brothers?
He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen.
Something happened, I suppose.
I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice.
It ain't over till the fat lady sings. That's all.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light, who forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our only her.
At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have
to. Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now!
remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a vast silhouette overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei
Hello guys and welcome back to our IVC playoffs of the top 8 best groups of our Southeast Asia, and here I am together with the amazing Toto. Hello Toto.
Hi
And this is-
everyone. Hi Soy. And yeah, today I think we have a lot of interesting matches today actually. Total of 8 teams, all the top 8 teams that will be coming in today. Today is the first day of the playoffs. So really excited to see what the teams are going to bring out today, because the ones that we will be commentating, so it's pretty interesting. The first match being MP and Sugar team, and afterwards it will be BL and Nor, very veteran teams.
Yes, both of them, all of those teams are really amazing, and we have seen them grow towards this event, and we've seen their strategies and the way they play. So we kind of learn a little bit more, and especially the teams that we're going to start today, which is Mad Penguins from Vietnam and Sugar Team, which is also from Vietnam. So very interesting, Toto. 2 teams that are from the same country. That's going to be only one of them is going to get most of the points today. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And just tonight, it feels this afternoon actually, because this time around we are starting our stream much earlier. So 8 teams in total. Just 4 teams, right? I mean, we've seen them in the competitive scene for a long time already. BL making it into COAs, COA stages. Nor being a team since 2021 last year. And Sugar and MP Mad Penguins, I mean, we've all known them already, but there have been like massive changes to the members in the teams itself. So we have MP with an inclusion of many new members like Ben and Ray. So I think that could be some people that we could anticipate a bit more, because they did come out already. We've seen their Acrobat, Mercenary, as well as Priestess, but I'm not too sure what they're gonna play tonight. This afternoon actually. I keep saying tonight. This afternoon. And for Sugar Team, they also have new members like Nana as well as Bank, if I remember correctly. So I'm quite interested to see how the teamwork's gonna happen, because I mean, having new members just really means that you really have to cooperate together, and whether it's good or not. Like individually you guys might be really good, but cooperation is another matter to see whether you guys can really support each other during the kite itself. So I think that's something that I hope to see for MP and Sugar Team later on.
Yes, but we're gonna first go to the promotional videos of the new hunter, the backstory, Alva. Who wants to get Alva in the essences? I really want to get him. I haven't even opened my essence yet, Toto. So we're gonna go to that video very fast. So let's go.
Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Prince, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
when the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. A fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusory flame, you'd realize you're nothing but a deceived moth.
And right now we're back, and we actually see the essence tree for this season actually. So, the purple skins being the prisoner as well as the priestess skin. Mainly of the blue team, as we can see, is more of like snow and like avalanche kind of theme. And then after that, we could actually see the hermit skin as well, the S skin.
Yeah, that skin is so beautiful. He looks so tall actually. He's really tall, and I think some people playing him already, and he has like a mini stun and kind of can stun the survivor as well. So it's kind of like if the survivor stuns him, he will stun back. He can place like a blue circle on top of the survivor and just do the electric shock, and that is actually quite cool. I think it's a new way to play this hunter, because it's gonna require a little bit more mind game from the survivor to counter him.
I mean, Hermit right now, as we're seeing its gameplay, it seems like it's a pretty strong character. I mean, it seems like it's a combination of Ant jumping over to survivors and stunning them, getting that hit. But and it's also a compilation of also like Prisoner, like stunning like usually we see Prisoners, the survivor character, stunning the hunter, but we see survivors getting stunned on the ciphers itself. So it's kind of strange. I'm still not too sure how Hermit is gonna be played against other survivors. And is there a way to counter Hermit still? I think it's still a debate right now, a discussion amongst all the survivors as well as hunters in Identity 5. So I think we could keep a lookout on this hunter once it comes out in quick matches as well as rank.
Yes, definitely. And now we're gonna see some little fun art that they have sent to IVC. This is art for IVC of a team fighting, and it is so cute. You see Patient, the Forward, Dream Witch, Fiona, Priestess, Entomologist, and Andrew. So adorable. It's like the team comp. One of the perfect team comps that we often see here. Support, there's Rescue, and looks so cute. The art, it just makes it look like it's like from a Polaroid picture.
And the next one we see is a MP fan art, Mad Penguins fan art. We see Enchant, Elsie, Ben, Ray, Sub, Sam, as well as Shiru, all the new members that's in the team right now. I mean, this kind of shows how much support Mad Penguins fans are giving to the team itself, and yeah, and I think this is an amazing fan art. I mean, it looks pretty cute actually, and I think I saw Moru if I saw it correctly. And also we see Pianisa, a very
so
yeah,
cute.
pretty famous Nor fan artist actually. She has been drawing many fan arts for including others also, many fan arts for Nor, and actually see this one is kind of popular. It's been on my IG story as well. Kokwa, DDD, Glass, CCC, Night Owl, Aurora, Oxygen, as well as DDD. All the players that is currently in Nor N.
Yes, I really love this art too. You can see everyone is wearing their mains, so it looks so adorable. So yes, we're gonna talk a little bit about the teams so far. I'm gonna give you a little bit introduction about Sugar Team, or like some people like to call it SG. It's also a team from Vietnam, same as Mad Penguins. And SG has two hunters. One is called Cerberus, like the Greek mythology three-headed dog, like like Fluffy. And he's a main breaking wheel. And actually, I was so surprised to see him playing last time. He was not afraid to bring his breaking wheel into Arms Factory, which is actually one of the worst maps for breaking wheel, but he went for it, and that was really impressive.
I mean, Cerberus must have been very confident of his Poland as well. I mean, it is a. I mean, at a point in time, he was very confident of his Poland, so bringing it out on Spectre was something that he really wanted to do. But if I remember correctly, and very unfortunately, he wasn't able to achieve as much of a good objectives for his team in the Arms Factory match. So really unfortunate.
Yes, now gonna talk a little bit here about the bracket. Is going to be today the first matches MP versus SG, followed by BL versus Noir, and then later on, Poch and Entity will be casting the matches for RYU, WP, ZT versus GH. So guys, there's a lot of action today, and it's going to be all in a row, starting from today until night. So guys, stay ready for all this IDV action coming to you.
I mean, just stay for the entire thing if you're rooting for. You're not too sure who to root. Maybe after this, you might know who to root for. You know, like see which teams are really like standing out. You know, being the strongest in the top amongst the 8 teams. And we actually see the timings also 2, 4, 6, 8 p.m. These timings are also GMT +7. So do take note if you're in other time zones.
Yes, definitely. And we're gonna see here a little bit of the stats for the hunters. Here we see CG Cerberus, Breaking Wheel, and MP Moru with his Galatia.
And Moru has been playing certain characters like Poland, Bonbon, as well as Geisha. Not so much of Sculptor, so I'm expecting to see if tonight he's gonna. It's in this afternoon. This afternoon he's gonna bring out his Sculptor. And for Cerberus wise, I think he has been playing hunters such as the Poland, X-Boy actually, X-Boy. His flame snipes are pretty accurate. Wax Artist, Sculptor, as well as Bonbon. But they do have another hunter, right? Sorry.
Yes, they definitely have another hunter called Sugar Pow Pow, and he's actually known to play Dream Witch. So maybe we'll see some Dream Witch matches. And then continuing with the lineup, we have SG Cine, known for being an Enchantress main and a main stunner of Sugar Team.
I mean, Seni has been known for his S badges, like for Enchantress, Perfumer, as well as Seer. So, I mean, we might be able to see a lot of strong kiting routes from Seni, so maybe we can all learn from him. And then for Shiru's side, has been a long member inside Mad Penguins. Psychologist, Entomologist Seer has been this common characters that he has been playing throughout, so more of those kiting characters for his team.
Yes, and then follow up with SG Nana. Nana is the main support of the team. He's also one of the main kiters. He usually plays Acrobat and Prospector, depending on the map and depending on his team lineup.
And then for MPLC, I mean, even before all this competitions today, we know that he has been a very support-heavy kind of OB character, caresser actually. So you might be able to see forward better tonight. And he has also shown to people that his acrobat kiting skills has been really, really good. Was it the Ever Sleeping Town that I remember that he also kited all the way from Shack all around the map and went back to Shack again to continue his kite and died there. So LC strong OB character person as well as kiting person as well.
Yes, they're definitely going to have a different type of playstyle because SG is known to actually have an embalmer. So they like to use the embalmer in their gameplay. In this one, we're going to see SG Belowing. He's one of the main rescuers, and he plays mercenary and any other rescue character.
And for MP, we have Anomaly. Anomaly, I believe he is Enchant. So Enchant actually Enchant has been playing Explorer as well as Priestess. So. And I mean, from his Priestess, we could tell actually he's a very experienced one in terms of support. He can really give it to his teammates as well. For Beloin, right? I've seen him or her play already, and I can just say that her kiting for when she plays Priestess is very stable. I really like the way she kites as well as put support for his teammates as well. So I'm excited to see what Beloin is gonna bring out this time for BO1.
Yes, I was saying SG has also known to have Embalmer in their lineup, and they have used Embalmer before just to achieve the tie, because you know the Embalmer is one of the favorite characters to be used when the team wants to aim for a sure tie, because he can place the coffin either at the dungeon or at the gate and that could help the team enormously to get the last survivor that they need just to get the tie. So that's something that Sugar team is known to do, so expect some Embalmer gameplay as well.
And right now we'll see MP Ray in the introductions. I mean, recently has been playing Acrobat as well as Mercenary, so not I think it's kind of expected already because their team it seems to be that they have very few people that's playing rescuers, or MP is not really picking rescuer characters like mercenary. So Ray has been have been taking up the role of the mercenary for his team and has been doing pretty good.
Yeah, and Yuepan in Sugar is actually the embalmer that I was talking about, and he also plays forward and mercenary. So he's very versatile with his survivor mains. And even though here you see mercenary, he has a very good forward and also an amazing embalmer gameplay.
I mean, I was quite surprised when I was really researching for Yuebang, because once I was looking through all the characters that he has picked before in his other maps, in other matches with the other teams, he has a whole like array of like things to pick, you know, like forward mercenary, rescue characters, embalmer, little girl, magician, as well as explorer. So he can play like pretty much everything: kiting, OB, decoding, and kiter role. Like he is like a 4-in-1 kind of survivor that people hasn't really been really appreciating. So just keep a lookout for Bang. I believe that Bang this time round, it might be hopefully he will be doing a kite that all of us might be able to remember.
Wow. Yes, actually, I totally agree with you, because if you want to main some characters like Embalmer, you have to have amazing kiting ability, because Embalmer as itself, it doesn't really have much kiting ability like other survivors such as Priestess or Little Girl that they can stun or they can just find a way out. As Embalmer, you need to learn to roll kite and just use the map and the areas to loop the hunter, and it is very difficult. So I think that's why very looking forward to Bang's kite today.
And right now we see the ban picks on the hunt for the teams. MP has banned the Chinatown, and Sugar team has picked the Secret Hospital, which is a zero-sided map. I think when Sugar team was picking this map, they probably has confidence in their own hunter. I believe Cerberus will be coming out first, so confidence in their hunter to really probably get a tie and above, probably hopefully this kind of situation, because sometimes it might be kind of difficult for hunters to get a tie, because we've seen ZT play in Secret Hospital. They have been almost consistently getting 4 escape in Secret Hospital. And it's making it really difficult for hunters to just find like the weak point in that team comp and just try to chase that thing, because one character, for example, that is really strong in Secret Hospital is actually Entomologist. Entomologist with its bees, the hunter can easily lose track of where Entomologist is in a hospital, and it's just GG from there, because hunter, you hit the Entomologist, and then suddenly the person that you're chasing goes disappear into thin air all of a sudden. So that could be really difficult for the hunter in this map, but I believe SG has already made their studies on this map and knowing what to do to really counter map penguins.
Yes, definitely. Secret Hospital, like you said, is one of the most. It could really work well for the survivors most of the time. But what happens if they ban entomologists then? Because as you say, entomologist is one of the strongest, if not the strongest, survivors for this map, and especially going against any hunter nowadays, Dream Witch or Breaking Wheel, or even whatever they just bring in this map. Then I think it would be very scary if the hunter doesn't ban entomologists.
I believe entomologists might not be the first few picks, ban picks on the hunter side, mainly because as much as entomologists might be very strong in this map, it might be banned maybe like the second ban or the third ban. But what's more important for the hunters to ban right now is definitely the 3 main characters: Seer, Priestess, and Forward, as much as possible, because these characters, not only can they OB, they can support. Seer can also decode very fast, and it's just crazy. I believe even hunters that usually ban Seer first, I've seen them ban the Priestess first before the Seer. That's how scary Priestess can be in this map as well. So if you're talking about which one is more scary or should be in the banned category, it's definitely Priestess for the Secret Hospital.
Yeah, I can agree more, because after seeing the combo that Priestess can make together with Psychologist, and also priestess barmaid, priestess psychologist. Those combos that we have seen, they work so well because one of them can just kite, the other one can make the portal, one make the long distance portal, while the other one is Wi-Fi healing everyone. So that is just so scary. So this is going to be the lineup versus SC versus MP today, guys. And again, like for the ones who just came to the stream, these are two teams from Vietnam, and today is the playoffs. And whoever gets the most points will take an advantage, and the team that gets the less points will go to the lower bracket. So that's why we need to keep in mind the points. And let's go right to the band phase. Yeah, we're talking about we have to give some shout outs, Chocho. Let's give some shout outs for the people in the crowd.
I mean, we see Evie, hi Evie, Venus, Venus the audience again. Elle, a very familiar person as well. You Goat, Vanilla Kin, Eli Clark, Maddox, Maney, hi Maney, Elia, and as well as Joe's DG. Yeah, and a bit shout out on the live chat itself. We see Chu Zibin has been here every time as well. MPLC Simp, yeah, and many others also. Thank you for coming for this live stream tonight, this afternoon. What six tonight? This afternoon, and we actually see right now going towards our van picks right now. Maru banning the priestess first.
Oh, just like Chocho predicted. Chocho, you are the seer of today because you also said the first survivor that must be banned is the priestess, and you said it right. And it totally makes sense because in this map, releasing priestess is going to be crazy. And look, the second one is going to be Ford. That is definitely a survivor that you must ban as a hunter. And Moru is doing everything as like a textbook.
And it seems like survivors kind of know what characters Moru's gonna pick. Either the Bonbon or the Sculptor, but I think it's Bonbon because they're not even attempting to try and pick out the Seer this time around. They just pick the Acrobat as well as Enchantress, which are pretty good counters against Sculptor as well as Bonbons because of the curse as well as the balls. We see the last band pick on Moru's side, which is a mechanic, a not as meta character as much as possible right now.
Yeah, they ban mechanic, I think because they know that Sugar can play a mechanic very well, and mechanic is one of the survivors that can rush the ciphers with the robot, and instead of playing against 4 survivors, it's like you're going against 5 because of the robot. Because he's either decoding or just giving you tinnitus or just being there healing. So it's just too strong, especially in this tournament play. They just want to get rid of that.
And we see that Magician might be picked this time. So SG is really going for a kiting kind of team comp this time around. Hopefully the kite lasts long. If it doesn't, they're probably just gonna sell. And because rescuing against a Bonbon or a Sculptor wise is gonna open second skill. Bonbon, there is a high chance you might even get a Terror Shock, a double down. So it's not really worth it. So the first kite has to make the kite count. If not, it really depends on how the second person is gonna kite. And actually quite an interesting band pick on Moru's side because the only person that I recall that played mechanic was actually Sugar Daddy, and Sugar Daddy this time around will not be coming out onto the main lineup this time around. So not too sure why the mechanic is banned here. So yeah, but I believe survivors also not really wanting to fall for the bait of picking the Seer. So
Ooh, yes. I totally agree with you because Moru, before we seen him play Breaking Wheel, but at the same time he also is known for playing Bonbon, and some people even call him Moru Kuma or like Moru Blink God because he's known for every time he blinks, he's very likely to get a Terror Shock on the survivor. His blinks are always on point of Moru here with his Bonbon. So that's why I believe that if he brings Bonbon into this map, do you think it's a good option, counting that there is now Flywheel available?
I think regardless, right, if it's a Sculptor or a Bonbon, I believe the team wouldn't be picking Flying Wheel because it's okay. Firstly, it's very hard to, not that it's hard to predict, but against a Bonbon, Flying Wheel is not as effective. That's one. Against a Sculptor, much less. So I believe survivors might be picking maybe most likely a 3-9 because there is a lot of windows to vault over in this map. So it might be a 3-9. And
yeah, totally agree with you. Yeah, definitely agree with you because nowadays we see actually we call it the double bullet persona, which means double dash. There is pallet dash and there is window dash. So I heard some pro players in IVL, they would call that type of build is double bullet because they can speed boost to the pallet or speed boost to the window. And that is a very common build that we see. And it's actually there's many builds that are very interesting. Like even in IVL, we saw Explorer that had no borrow time. So imagine like playing that risky. I mean it did work for them, but they had extreme coordination, and also it was like a big risk for a high reward. So yeah, those builds can definitely change the match.
And right now, actually, the teams will be restarting their BPs. I believe there was a bit an error, so let's just wait it out for now, and let's just talk a bit about. I think right now the SG might have changed their picks, or I'm not too sure, but let's just take a look. Let's just look back at what Moru can play as a hunter.
Yes, Moru can definitely play Bonbon or Sculpture, but like you said, since even though Flywheel is available, you said they might not pick Flywheel because there's so many other better options for going against Moru in the first match, because they already know how he plays. He knows he plays a Sculpture, chip damage hunters very well, and sometimes those chip damage hunters can actually counter Flywheel, because nowadays hunters know how to bait the Flywheel, and they will just trick the survivors to use it early, and then they will still get hit. So that is something to take into consideration.
Talking about tricking survivor's flying wheel, I think one very olden book kind of trick, right? What hunters are actually doing right now is to do the long attack, because the moment the hunter lifts up their arms, right, survivors will think that they're gonna get hit immediately, so they fly wheel. Turns out, if it's a long attack, the flying wheel would have ended by then, and then the long attack would then register onto the survivor's side, and then the survivors will get the hit. So we'll see whether this afternoon we're gonna see such gameplays. And I was looking at what Moru MP's matches, and there was this match in BO1, MP versus WP. There was a Sacred Hospital as well, and Moru was the hunter, and he actually picked Bon, and he got a 4 kill as well.
Yes.
Yeah, so it was quite interesting why Sugar would pick that kind of map, knowing that Moru, crazy excellent hunter, is able to play Bon, get a 4 kill at Secret Hospital. Like it's just kind of weird, because you know that hunter's one of their better maps at countering survivors.
Yes, I totally agree with you, because I believe if Moru is actually going to choose to play Bonbon, he's banning that mechanic, because Bonbon is one of the characters that, because he has the small legs, he cannot really walk as fast as other hunters, and he cannot have much cipher control. So he definitely will be against any decoder, such as Mechanic in this case, and either Prisoner or Explorer. But I believe that Mechanic is definitely the one that he's the most afraid of, because not only she can decode with the robot, she can also buy some time from him, and she can give a little bit of a decoding boost to the survivors as well. So I think those things are definitely a hint that Moro will actually bring in Bonbon.
I mean, let's just jog back a little bit back to memory lane. So just now, I believe I saw the 3 kiting characters were, yeah, you can see it right now, Enchantress, Acrobat, as well as Magician, I believe. So this kind of characters, right? If I were Moru, I would definitely pick I wouldn't say what I would pick, but definitely the skill would have to be Blink. Like, I feel like bringing a teleport might kind of be a very hard kind of chase kind of situation, because Enchantress, each time you get closer to her, she's gonna stun you once. Acrobat can pull distance with you with his balls, and then if you don't have Blink, you might have to, if he puts a white ball over the vaulting place, the hunter is gonna like go over that window really slowly. So it might not be too ideal for Moru to actually pick teleport, yeah, in this map.
Yes, we have seen that Bonbon works really well with peepers in this map. It's a little bit risky, but we have seen it before. It really just helps the hunter give the vision, and since a lot of survivors nowadays also choose as a last resource to use the hide and seek strategy, then definitely peepers will not only slow them down, it can also, if he plays it at a cipher, then it can also slow down the decoding of the cipher machine. So that's why I think that peepers is actually a very good option. The question here is, will he bring trump card?
Trump card, most likely because I don't think Moru's gonna bring. Wait, let me think. If this was if it's Bonbon, okay, I think he might bring a maybe a confined space. Yeah, definitely confined space.
Yes.
Confined space as well as a either detention or trump card. I think detention might be better. Yeah, the confined space because there's way like I've said just now way too many windows over here. If he doesn't bring blink, it's gonna be an endless rotation with a enchantress at the ruins area. So he definitely has to bring broken windows.
Yes, broken windows is a must for a hunter like Bonbon because he can be afraid of getting looped around the ruins area or the hospital area. So yeah, it's a must bringing. Also as a fast pallet breaking. And detention, nowadays, hunters with detention, either Breaking Wheel or Galatia or Bonbon, they all bring detention nowadays because they want to ensure they can get the kill. So that is very important to note that we kind of get an idea of Bonbon's persona is going to be for this first BO1 between Sugar Team and Mad Penguins. So guys, if you're rooting for Mad Penguins, let's give some penguins emoji for Mad Penguins. And if you're rooting for Sugar, you can send white hearts. Because Sugar is white and I think hearts is cute. So yeah, white hearts for Sugar and penguins for Mad Penguins. And yeah, let's support both of them because these teams are top 8 teams of Southeast Asia, guys. So top of the top. So let's go.
Right now we'll be heading into the match. This is Soy. This is Soy with me as well as Chocho commentating on BO1 first half of the match. So right now we see Moru spawning near the hospital entrance actually, and we're going straight towards the ruins area. Ruins area is Nana, which is the acrobat, right?
Yeah, seems to be the acrobat here going around this ruins area, using the wall to just break the line of sight from Moru.
And we see Nana will be taking the kite at ruins. Nobody's at ruins, so he's not interrupting any ciphers. I believe this actually ruins is one of the best kiting areas for accurate because of the ability to just rotate around with the palace as well as because Hunter doesn't have clear sight of you actually. So that
nice
is one of the
ball, but Moru just moved aside and now very close. That was such a risky vault, and we can see the wheel real quick here. Trump card and detention, Chocho.
Yeah, and I believe Nana will be rotating. Will she be able to rotate into the hospital because that's one of the best kiting areas around hospital? But jumping over the hunter with the red bomb, eliminating his bomb's activation. So acrobat getting the basic and entering hospital. Continue his kite.
Yes, going to the second floor here is a very good strategy, but here Moru knows that and putting peepers right there to have complete vision of it, and will manage to do the chain bomb on Nana.
Yeah, very accurate bombs on Moru's Bonbon side. Right now the cipher progress is about almost 3 ciphers already. Very fast decodings on the survivor side, and Moru is gonna chair at the near birdcage area, and not too sure whether Sugar Team will decide to come for the rescue. Cipher is not okay. It is a pretty good kite, really, considering it's almost a 3 cipher. But I believe Sugar Team, if Hunter doesn't give chance, they might not go for the rescue. But if Hunter, which is Moru, gonna give chance, then maybe a elbow pad to the chair immediate rescue. But Mercenary does have the wanted order, so that would be very difficult.
Yes, and we see actually the magician was the one crouching, just trying to give that tinnitus earmark to Moru, just to avoid him from moving from this area, because Moru doesn't have much cipher control ability, so he needs to camp this chair with his life. This is the most important part of Bonbon gameplay, to camp that chair and to avoid any rescue. But now the magician is still giving the earmark. There is no one coming close to that chair, so yes, they're definitely going to sell acrobat. And now Moru already feeling there is a magician here and immediately spotting him.
I mean, this kite just starting right after the acrobat has flown to the sky. Actually, this is not looking too good for the survivor side. Also, magician eating 2 bombs in a row, unable to really kite this out. But Moru is still giving chase to magician, not gonna give up on magician. Wants him down immediately so they can get his second. And we see the change in skill into blink. I think Moru is playing really aggressive this time around. We see the trump card, and I mean, quite surprising for him to bring Peepers actually, because knowing how well this survivors can kite, he still decides to bring Peepers, but he was being very brutal just now, changing immediately to Blink, not giving him the chance to kite this out.
Yes, the fact that he brought peepers, I think it did help him in the second floor when there was a lot of walls, and he just wants to be sure that he can get that downing very fast. So I think that's why he might have chose peepers over teleport.
I mean, this is a definite have to rescue already. We see the missed time bond on Moru's side. Will he be able to mind game this mercenary and not getting the double down, rescuing perfectly on mercenary side? Beloy might be continuing with this kite. He still has another two or one more magic wand. So he has to make this kite last right now. He is doing a pretty good kite, and no time bond at the moment. We see him getting the basic hit, and the next chair will be happening very soon.
Yeah, that was such a difficult rescue because Chocho, you know that rescuing against Magician is one of the most difficult characters to rescue because his rescue is always slow. And actually, the good thing is that it still leaves the Magician image on the chair after his rescue, which can definitely confuse the hunter for a nick of a second there. So that was a really nice rescue.
And Weibang has to be careful right now because his time bomb is gonna like prevent the ciphers from being continued. And cipher right now, nobody's decoding. It's just stagnant at 65%. Moru is trying to prevent Senny, the Enchantress, from coming for the rescue. This rescue Senny has to come if okay. The thing is that if they're trying to go for the tie, which I believe not so anymore, because Mercenary has gone to the basement of the shack area to open up more chests, probably wishing for a hoping to get a strange actually. So Enchantress continue with this kite. I think just actually it's just trying to play safe, trying to get for their dungeon maybe one escape or like the gate one escape as long as the cipher can pop. So we see the time bomb has already been used already because of the time, and Moru is trying to go back to see the ciphers whether it's going to be continued, because what Moru doesn't have anymore is trump card. He has changed his skill from people to blink, so he has no late game potential, but he has a very good chasing ability right now. Going back to ciphers, not knowing that nobody is there actually, but he has the tinnitus from the mercenary, I believe.
Yeah, he just finished healing, and because of the chip damage bomb, he cannot fully heal. But still, he finished quite a bit, so he can at least take 2 more bombs. That helps, and he's definitely going to try to finish the cipher machine while Enchantress is also running around. Or she should touch a cipher though before she gets Kraus. And now she's definitely going to this 5% machine, and nope. Moru denying that decoding from Enchantress and immediately deciding to just finish her around here.
I mean, this is looking pretty good for SG right now for their one escape, because oh no, getting the hit over the pallet, a bit of a mind game over there. I mean, what Enchantress could have done more safely was to stun the hunter to prevent any hits from happening. I mean, the max she would have gotten would have been a bomb hit. So I think on Enchantress' side, she was a bit too conservative with her monkeys. But we see the pop on the cipher right now. Moru bring trump card as well as detention, a persona that none of us was actually expecting in this hospital map. But him going straight to back gate where Mercenary is. Mercenary's gonna hide it out instead of opening.
He has to, because now he doesn't really feel confident with 2 elbow pads yet. He wants to give Tenetos continue doing the hide and seek game, and now this elbow pad was crucial, and now luckily didn't get hit. But now Moru is going to be on him while Enchantress is still healing 70%.
And Ben using the elbow pad towards the T wall. Not too. Okay, so he used the elbow towards T-wall where there is no pallets, very little kiting ability. Especially right now, he has absolutely nothing, and we see the blink hit on the mercenary, so mercenary down immediately. We can see Moru gonna chair the mercenary right now, and we'll be going to front gate to see if there's any tinnitus, to see Enchantress is opening the gate or not. But we actually see Enchantress will most likely try and attempt to go to the dungeon instead of opening gates.
Yes, at this point, still with a bomb with detention that can go to the gates back and forth is a little bit dangerous because, like you said, there's not much kiting area near the gates. Unless you are full health and you have all your items. But Enchantress only got 2 stuns left that are really small stuns. It's not even the 3 ape stun, and she just needs to play safe around this area.
and Moru's still unable to know where exactly Enchantress is. Will he be able to see it through the... No, he's unable to see the Enchantress. So, but he will... The tinnitus will be popped up right now. He can see the blood trace of the Enchantress. Enchantress right in front of Moru's face. Will Moru be able to get the hit? Because right now Dungeon is not here. So Enchantress, all she could do right now is hopefully kite towards Hospital and try to go. But the time... Moru does have a time bomb, so will he be able to use it? Oh! That basic hit on the Enchantress, and this is a definite 4 elimination on Moru MP side.
Wow, Moru coming in very strong. And also, he was not afraid really of going after the survivors, even though when he cannot see them, he's so confident about just feeling the ear mark, the tinnitus, and just going straight and then finding their hiding spots. Because Chocho, he went against a mercenary that had 2 elbow pads. That is huge because usually mercenaries will manage to kite away and just go away from MP, from Moru. But he still follow him and use the time bombs and kind of corner him in the T wall area. And that was just some amazing way that Moru is the type of hunter that can put so much pressure on the survivors towards the end game, especially towards the end game.
And I feel like Moru really capitalized on the survivors' mistakes, you know, because I feel like Mercenary, right, his last level pad, I'm not too sure why he decided to pad towards T-Wall. Because T-Wall, like we've just mentioned, is the weakest kiting area in the entire Sacred Hospital. There was no point in him elbow padding to the T-Wall and expecting to kite it out because, firstly, there's no way. And I feel like a possible situation that could have happened was for Mercenary, right? Instead of padding from Shack to the small gate dungeon area, he should have padded towards the probably coited around the ruins area, because if he downs there, Moru decides to chair Mercenary, and Enchantress has a chance to go to front gate and open that gate. But because of him, Mercenary going towards T-Wall, weakest kiting area, downing there, unable to allow Enchantress to open any of the gates, because technically T-Wall is easy to go to the front gate. It's also easy to go to back gate. And Enchantress being him, Enchantress dying not near any of the gates is... Enchantress can't make the time to run there and open the gate as well. Moru's not going to give him the chance to as well. So very good job on Moru's side to capitalize on survivors' mistakes and just bring that 4 elimination to his team.
Yeah, we see the stats real quick. Is 54 seconds from the Acrobat, the longest kiting time, together with 236 decoding from Enchantress and also 200 decoding from Mercenary. So from these stats, we can see that survivors, both Enchantress and Mercenary, were the ones decoding the most, and Acrobat and also Magician, everyone was also kiting, but Acrobat was the one who had to kite the longest here. And still, Moru put so much pressure on the survivors from the beginning of the match to the end that they definitely didn't got the chance to even get close to the gate, because like you said, Chocho, the positioning of the Mercenary at T-Wall was in between the 2 gates, in between back gate and front gate. So when the hunter knows that he can swiftly go from one gate to another, and then when he found Enchantress seemed to be almost like going to touch the gate, because I feel she was also afraid of getting crossed. So Moru saw that and immediately tunneled her. Because the thing is that, do you know where was the dungeon in the last match? Because I didn't really... Yes.
I believe it's at small gate area near Shack. Yeah.
Very far away from Enchantress.
Definitely. And I think that match itself, let's just go from the start of the match when Acrobat was getting his first chase, right? I mean, if the intentions of the entire team, which seems pretty obvious since from the start, was for the first kite to last long, and then they're probably gonna sell if the person gets chat, if the cipher's not enough, then I felt like Acrobat should have been more aggressive. I mean, not aggressive, but use his ball more effectively, because when the Acrobat died, he still has like 1 or 2 bombs left to use, so it's kind of a waste. At the same time, right, even after that, right, ciphers were looking pretty good actually on the server side, but then the Magician out of nowhere decided to just run out from the 2-1 window, not the strongest kiting area also, and then the kite just happened right before the Acrobat actually flew to the sky. So on and Sugar side, right, I'm not too sure what happened with the Magician when he suddenly started to run out, making Moru spot him out. But if Magician could have just continue hiding and not come out, that would have been better, because Moru would have to take time to find the person.
Totally agree with you. I'm gonna give a little bit of shout out to the people in the chat. Hello, Evie, Vanilla King, Ellie Clark, Matos, Yukot, Manny, Alia, MPLC Simp, Sadal Kill. Hello, guys, and we're gonna go to the BO1 second half of the match between Mad Penguins and Sugar. For the ones who just came to the stream, welcome to watch together with us Southeast Asia plays off day 1.
And right now we see Cerberus being the SG's hunter, and the band picks on his side Priestess as well as Entomologist, the one of the 2 best characters in Sacred Hospital being banned, and after that banning the Mercenary, which is one of the strongest rescuers among all. So we see the picks on MP side, MP Cerberus side. We see the Forward, Acrobat, Patient, very meta characters. So it seems like MP has decided to opt for a kiting. Oh, and we see the Explorer once again at Sacred Hospital. Quite an interesting pick.
I have a little bit of deja vu, like a little bit of like flashlight. We seen Explorer before. I believe it was like last week or like 2 weeks ago. We saw Explorer in this same map, and he got found really early on. And once he was rescued, the hunter, which was, I remember, Sculpture, managed to tunnel him, and he was unable to hide because, you know, like once the Explorer gets found, and unless he's finding a good spot, most of the time he has really no kiting ability. So the fact that they're choosing Explorer, I think is very, very shows the confidence that MP has on their Explorer gameplay.
And I'm not sure if you saw it, Soy, but Cerberus was teasing us with a Dream Wish just now, because this team comp against a Dream Wish, I would say that it would have been a good counter against Explorer, but throughout the entire competition, we haven't seen Cerberus actually play the Dream Wish. It's usually his co-hunter Pao Pao, so yeah, he teased us, but I think he will be picking the Sculptor this time. And looking back at his Sculptor, I think not too sure what was he actually played Sculptor in the Lakeside against Ryu, and he got a 4 elimination. So yeah, I remember what happened already. His statues are so accurate actually. So yeah, and he was able to down the Postman in 50 seconds into the match, and it was at the big board. So I was absolutely impressed. Okay, his first skill and second skill statues are very, very monstrous. I believe that this time around we might be able to see, if he's gonna pick Sculptor, it's most likely gonna be a crazy match between who will be able to dodge and who has more accurate statues.
Yes, because bring a chip damage hunter, it is nowadays, because there is flywheel in the meta. Sometimes it's used to also counter flywheel, because with status you can just stuff the survivors. And we also see Anomaly, or like you like to call Antan, Anomaly Antan. He's bringing Patient. Wow, Patient is such a hard to main survivor because of his hooks. Like to be able to manage the hook and to just dash away from the hunter, that's actually really difficult. So, but he's known to play Patient, so really looking forward to see how will he use his hooks against a possible Galatea coming in from Cerberus.
And I believe we can see L saying MP fighting, and the teams will be restarting their BPs, and it has been confirmed that Cerberus will be picking the Sculptor. So looking at this team comms and against this hunter, I'd like to ask the chat, what do you think? What do you think the result will be of this match?
Yeah, I would like to know too, because there's so many things here that can come out, especially with the Explorer in the match, because we've seen IVL when they use Explorer, sometimes the Explorer doesn't have borrow time, because they just choosing to take 3 survivors out. They are not going for the 4-man out. So it really depends how Mad Penguins is gonna play this one, because we just saw Moru got a 4 kill for their team. So looking at the survivor side, they might just being blessed with the pressure and just want to get 3 survivors out for sure. They're not aiming for a 4 escape. So maybe that could be it. That's why they would choose Explorer. That can be like a bit wild type of persona. Maybe it has no borrow time, or maybe has just even it could even bring a tie turner and go for the rescue. You know, so so many options here to play with such a versatile character as Explorer.
And like you've mentioned just now, I'm just add on a little bit because Moru, like you said, Moru actually got a 4 kill in the first match, which means a total of 5 points have been have gone to MP. And Sugar, what they have to do, Cerberus, he has to either return another 4 kill, which means it will be a 5-5 a tie match, or as much as possible, Cerberus need to hopefully get the points as close to like maybe like a 3 kill a tie or a 3 kill and above, because if the points are like extended too much, the gap is too big, it's very hard for SG to try to keep it up. And if they completely lose out BO1, they have and they must win BO2 and 3. But will MP give the chance? Most likely not, because MP will go for more stable team comps and more stable character picks. Because from what I remember, Moru actually picked Geisha at Ever Sleeping in BO3, I believe, against another team. And his playstyle when he was playing Geisha was very conservative. I know that Moru would have been able to go for a 3 kill, 4 kill, but he was playing really safely there on because he knew at that point in time his team just needed a tie the team needed one team to get a tie only, and then if possible above. So he was just playing very conservatively and wasn't able to get 3 kill, 4 kill technically, so he just got a tie. So but we can see Cerberus has been displaying a very outstanding performance during the entire IVC this time around. We see, I mean, let's just exclude Poland, because at that point in time, Poland there wasn't Flying Wheel yet, so let's just exclude that. But we actually saw his Wax Artist also. Wax Artist could have been possible. Actually, he got a 3 kill at Moonlit when he played Wax Artist. So, but not too sure what the other teams are gonna pick for BO2 and 3, because from what I recall, Sugar team picked this map. So if as a team you pick this map, you would want to get the advantage in this map. But I feel that at most SG this time, if Cerberus was to get a 4 kill, the maximum that SG could get, it would be a tie, which is kind of a win for MP because it's not their map. It's not the map that they picked. So I think it's kind of exciting to see what both sides are gonna bring in the second half of BO1.
Yes, because like you said, both of them, Mad Penguins have already had a little bit advantage because Moru brought an all kill in the BO1 first half. So I believe they're just going to play with less pressure compared to Sugar. Sugar, Cerberus bringing Sculpture, definitely aiming for a 3k at minimum. I mean, he should get 3k just to bring less pressure for the next BO2. And at this point, anything can happen because there's Explorer in the match, and the Explorer is the type of survivor that it could be very sneaky and pop the ciphers without the hunter even noticing, or either the spawn will just play him a bad game and he probably could have to kite first, which is actually not the ideal scenario. However, though, if the Sculpture if the culprit gets the full presence really fast, then that could be very scary and the survivors cannot do anything. But yeah, it's really scary. We're gonna see what is going to be today's game. Let's go right into the match. Mad Penguins versus Sugar.
And right in front of him is actually the Explorer that's hiding and able to know where Explorer is from, hiding exactly, getting that chip damage and the basic hit. This is gonna be a vertical kite on MP's Explorer side. If Explorer is gonna get this instant down, this rescue would most likely not be happening. Will Stitches be able to get the Explorer, and Cerberus actually made it so. So 30 seconds into the match, we see Explorer already downed and will be cheering at one of these teammate ciphers.
Wow, I cannot believe it. Explorer got so unlucky in the first seconds of the match, and now Patient is the one being cited. And the build here for Cerberus is going to be Trump card and Detention. Very similar build as the one Moru brought in the previous match.
I mean, this is not looking too good for the MP side. I would 100% think that it's gonna be a sell, because there is no point in rescuing Explorer this time around, because Explorer, firstly, he's brain tight this time around, so he doesn't have any second kite ability actually. So no point rescuing this one. Secondly is that Explorer did not dig out any pitch, so rescuing him mean nothing actually, and you'll only just be letting out your tide So one less tied in the entire team comp. And what we are seeing right now is that all four of them, all four of them only explore bot tied. So this means that this is the second kite has to count this time. The second kite must be at least a 3 to 4 ciphers kite.
Yes, they need to kite for at least 3 ciphers in able to make it count, because this sculpture only got the first present, hasn't got second presence yet, so they need to stop trying to avoid the full presence from Cerberus, but he's just swinging that in and forcing the acrobat to go to the hospital area, and he already got one ball to deal with. And we'll see here the statue stopping him from going to second floor. There's actually a very nice statue coming in for Cerberus, and the 2 chip damage at the same time. That is really scary Cerberus gameplay right here, putting on his second victim on a chair.
Oh my gosh, I'm not sure if you, but I saw it. I couldn't even see the statues clearly because of like all the animations that was going on with the acrobat, and suddenly the acrobat just down immediately. Like, the thing was that Cerberus predicted where the acrobat was gonna land, pushed him with the statues, and got him knocked down immediately. So excellent statue placements on Cerberus side. I was totally expecting this is looking extremely good for these survivors. Look at the ciphers. 2.5 still left, and we have 2 full bloods and 1 person that is already on the chair.
Yeah, this rescue is gonna be crucial. We're gonna see here the patient coming in, trying to take a rescue, but terror shot coming in from Cerberus. This is so aggressive gameplay right here. He completely denied the Floorball rescue and went right for a terror shock.
Yes, absolutely insane. Cerberus this time around in BO1 second half, he is really coming out really strong. 2 almost instant downs, 1 terror shot in the rescue, and Cypherus being absolutely not enough. This will definitely be a 4 elimination on SG side. I was not expecting this. Not that I was underestimating Cerberus, but this was something that I was not expecting at all. Like, I was thinking there was gonna be a bit of a fight here, and because what MP really needed was just a 1 escape.
Yes, this is so dire right now for the survivors of MP. They're really trying to stay away as fast as they can here, dashing towards the hospital with the football LC, and now following the blood trade, and now just trying to deny this hospital for him, because if he goes into the hospital, there could be a possibility for kiting, but now he's using all his football to go into this ruins area, and now Cerberus still has blink on that he hasn't even used yet, but he doesn't even need it. He just got another hit and he swiftly changed to teleport.
Changing to teleport. He's yeah, I mean, this round is just like like the downing of the survivors right now. Cerberus will most likely not have he is just will be playing normally right now. I mean, second skill is also opened. There really isn't much capability, but we see the accurate hook on Sirius patient side. That's one of the tricks for the patient. So it was pretty standard, and yeah, Cerberus will be going to chase the forward instead and just giving out patient that is in the hospital.
Yes, he probably knows he only has 1 hook left, so for him, he wants to just deny this decoding ciphers, and he feels very confident going into this ruins area as well, because that's the same area where he found the acrobat at first. And we'll see how a forward with only a quarter of football left, rugby ball left, then how's he gonna do this kite?
This is gonna be extremely difficult. This is almost 0% ball on LC side. Even though I know personally that LC is an amazing kiter. Even during this IVC, he has shown amazing kiting skills. But how is he supposed to kite this out? I mean, it's a second skill stop. That's one. He's half blood. He has no ball already, and ciphers are looking extremely difficult for the survivor side. So not expecting too much. But we see a very nice dodge on LC's forward. Will he be able to dodge another one? Yes, he did. And will be prolonging his kite further around Shaq actually.
Yes, forward being one of the fastest vaulters in the game, he kind of can buy a little bit time more Cerberus, but guys, we're talking about a full presence Galatia. There's really not much you can do, and now he taking this chip damage, 1 more chip damage away. He really going around this area trying to get a pallet stand there, doing the mind game, but Cerberus went back and forth and just hit him right at the pallet. That was so close. What an amazing kite LC gave us, guys. We have to give kudos for that kite.
Definitely. LC, yeah, like him it's like, okay, putting him in first kite, right, is always so stable. The survivors in the stats itself, it showed that his kite would be enough, would be sufficient for a tie and above kind of match. But this time around, unfortunately, he is the forward, and it wasn't the first person that Cerberus caught his sight onto. In fact, it was the explorer. So very unfortunate on the survivor side. Them trying to, LC especially, trying to bring back the match, allowing patient to decode entire cipher peacefully with no interruptions. Like, I mean, we can really see the servers just trying to fight this out. Will he be able to pick LC up? He manages to, and the kite will be prolonging even further this time.
He sacrificed himself to give the life to the forward. That is actually so amazing here, because I thought he couldn't make it, and now forward is up to take this kite once again without the patient help at all. He has no items as well, and going to this second story building area that is the strongest kiting area in the map. Let's see how can forward kite around against a full presence Cerberus, coming in very strong, trying to the mind game here, swinging a bit early, coming into the back to the pallet again. This is just the dance between Cerberus and LC. Ooh, taking the hit and also the stun. Wow, that was, wow, taking the hit and also the statue, and they just decided to surrender. That was so close, definitely. Cerberus, amazing Galatia gameplay from the beginning to the end. It kept us in our toes, trying to predict how it's gonna kill them, because he came in really aggressive in this match, Toto.
Cerberus this time around, he really, he is just crazy. I don't know how else to explain it. His sculptor is a mass ban. It seems to be a mass ban for the opponents actually this time. And LC also, we really have to give kudos to LC. His kite itself, I think we'll see the stats later, right? His kite is super good. Like, the details that he has when he's kiting a second skill sculptor is something that all of us should be learning actually. So we should, like, it's something that you should go back and like look through his replay and see how the heck he actually kited out with absolutely no ball, second skill statues. Like, it's just crazy also on LC side. And so, like, I mean, let's talk a bit about MP's what they actually did. So MP's goal at that point in time for the survivors was definitely a one escape, right, Soy?
Yes.
And taking Explorer in a secret hospital, Explorer is strong because he's able to hide. The grass in this secret hospital is actually kind of 3D. It's much better compared to, for example, Lakeside. Lakeside is kind of 2D, the grass. So secret hospital is amazing for Explorer actually.
Yeah.
But was it worth the risk? I think right now that's the question already, because and normally being spotted out right at the start of the match, I believe it was probably the blood trace, even though he became small already and was probably slow walking. I believe there was still a bit of blood trace that Cerberus actually caught sight of right at the start of the match. So Cerberus, amazing eyesight and also amazing statues. First and second skill, like I mentioned just now, able to down so quickly, so fast, and right now we see the stats.
Yeah, the stats here are going to be 124 second kite for LC, the forward. He did an amazing, brilliant kite. And then the decoding speed, the maximum was 0, 230. Patient coder, let's go. And also the forward decoded quite a bit. So I really think these two survivors did amazing. Like at the beginning of the match, it was just so unfortunate, like we were talking about the Explorer found. It was just the fact that Explorer works the best at grass areas. And let's talk quickly about the match result. 5-5. We are both tied, Chocho.
This is looking not too bad actually on both sides right now. I mean, even Sugar Team wanted to get the advantage. Their Hunter able to, you know, with that kind of pressure of needing to 4 kill, able to give a 4 kill back. Excellent work. Actually, this is not the first time we actually saw Explorer in this map. I believe that time it was ADM's Survivor as well. I think it was Maple Leaf playing the Explorer as well. Things just didn't go as planned also, because Explorer also got the first chase at that point in time and also got a down immediately with no pages. So this was kind of like a deja vu, even though it was at different places of the same map. So it seems to be that Explorer may not be the most ideal choice in Secret Hospital for IVC.
Yes, actually, I believe Cerberus have played against Explorer a lot, and he got a lot of practice against Explorer. So at the same time, the fact Explorer was hiding inside the hospital, which is an area where there's not many hiding spots. It's basically just walls and floor. There is no area for hiding, such as in the trees or in the bushes outside. So that was really unfortunate that he has to spot near the hospital, and he decides to go there, which is supposed to be one of the best hiding areas of the map. But then he got found in a very bad spot, because when he got found, he was not running, he was just hiding. So Cerberus Galatia saw him and immediately hid, and that was pretty much how he got into the early kite without even wanting to, because I believe he was just planning to hide first, because as explorer, that is usually the goal that you go. You first try to hide, and you only kite if you have to. You don't really want to kite so early in the game.
And right, I was thinking and looking at the big picture actually, and I realized I think I kind of understood why Anomaly might want to have picked the Explorer in his team. I think it was mainly because Explorer, right, when you're small in size, second skill statues can't hit you. Like, it can't detect you at all. So it's like an immediate cancellation. You will get 0 damage if it's a second skill statue that's informed. So that's one thing that I believe that MP has taken into consideration, knowing Cerberus' hunter character pool. So, but however, like, things just didn't go as planned.
Yes.
And very unfortunate on MP Cerberus side, but luckily also, I mean, looking on the, let's just look at the bright side. MP Moru also giving a 4 kill. So on MP side, even though it was a map picked by Sugar Team, they didn't give them the advantage. Were able to tie it out. So next map, it will be an MP favoritism map kind of thing. So they will be picking the map, and hopefully they will be able to get the advantage that they've always longed for. But let's just take a look at what possible maps MP might be picking, because we've seen them use the Moonlit River Park against an S1 clerk and getting a very good result, actually, a tie. So actually it seemed to be a potential 4 escape, 3 escape, but a bit of a because of the how strong the hunter is during late game when you're playing Clark, it nearly became a potential 3 kill or 4 kill, but successfully on MP side they got a tie. So yeah, it just seems to be that MP has amazing strategy using the roller coaster in the Moonlit River Park.
Yes, we'll remember the match against SKG's S1 clerk, and they managed to do so well with the roller coaster. They went back and forth, and with a clerk that was unable to use the teleport as much, then it was so difficult. So the strongest part was here that when they popped the cipher in Moonlit River Park, the clerk is still having to manage to kill anyone. So they were very confident for going for the gate. But then it was really amazing that this SKG clerk managed to get a tie before killing anyone. So that was just the strong part of playing cleric. If you know the strategy well, and the survivors, the only way to counter, like you said, definitely is using the roller coaster in the map. That is just such a strong strategy, especially if you practice with it with your team. Then you could get a really nice coordination with it. Like, even though we have seen some little mistakes happen before, like for example in Koa, when Katsuneko didn't manage to get into the roller coaster, then that was really like so sad. But sometimes it just happens that even though it's risky, it can bring a lot to the match, and even can help you escape from the hunter. But this is just going to be how strong will this clerk be, because Moonlit River Park is not really one of the best maps for using clerk.
That is true. I mean, at that point in time, MP, like the other casters have also mentioned, they really gave a blueprint on how exactly you should be kiting a S1 sculptor all the way from Japan. Okay, and this kind of just shows that survivors, they make their studies on the hunters very intricately. Like the details that, or like the way the hunter plays, they know exactly how it's gonna go, and it just worked favorably on the MP side, and we actually see the change of members. MP Band, sorry, MP Ray to MP Band. So MP Band will be coming out this time, and then for Sugar Team they also had a change of members. So from SG Beloint to SG Sugar Daddy, we'll be seeing Sugar Daddy and Band in their respective teams.
Yeah, MP Band, nice. Let's go. And also Sugar Daddy. Sugar Daddy is also one of the, a lot of people like Sugar Daddy because his name is quite easy to remember. So that's why a lot of people have a little bit more impression of Sugar Daddy. But he's actually a very good rescuer and support of his team. And on the other hand, you were saying about MP Ben, he's also one of the supporters, characters of Mad Penguins. But coming into this match, Chocho, actually both teams are kind of like at the same. They're 5-5. So it's going to be like back to square one, or do you think there is definitely more pressure?
Definitely more pressure on the MP side, I feel, because right now it seems to be the battle of the hunters. Battle of the survivors, because Hunter seems to be consistently giving 4 kills from BO. Okay, right now in BO1. If it continues to be the case where it's just 4 kill, 4 kill, 4 kill all the way, it really just comes to show whether which side survivors are gonna be able to stand out. You know, like make the kite like a tree for Cypher's kite, and then excellent rescue. There's no double downs. It's just there's a lot of factors to consider, and just both sides have chances to win, it seems to be, because right now if BO1 they tie, it means that it's a definite BO3 already. Definite BO3. There's no discussion. Definite BO3. And we see Sugar Team, they know exactly who they are facing. MP banning the Moonlit River Park, knowing that they're gonna make use of the roller coaster, and it's gonna be extremely painful internally for their hunter. So banning that, and sorry, what map was being picked?
It was picked Ever Sleeping Town.
Ever Sleeping Town. Okay, so
yeah, using the roller coaster. I want to finish the phrase that you said. Like, yeah, using the roller coaster against the hunter will be like giving emotional damage to the hunter because there's nothing they can do. Like, what can you do? You're a poor hunter, and then you don't have like teleport at the time because you bring blink. And then suddenly someone gets into the roller coaster all the way to the other stop. Then you're like, oh my god, like it must be really panicking. Especially if you're the type of hunter that you're so sure that you can get one survivor first with blink. Then you're forced to wait for your trump card, or it's just like so many things can go wrong in Moonlit River Park. So it's such a dangerous map, to be honest.
And I don't know, this is gonna be like a deja vu of MP versus WP. Do you know why? Because in VO1, right, when MP and WP versus each other, they pick Sacred Heart. The second one is Ever Sleeping Town. So it's like the exact same map happening all over again. So however though, the MP survivors at Ever Sleeping Town, they managed to get a 3 escape actually, and the server sign was actually the same as right now, which will be Siru, LC, Anomaly, as well as Ray. Sorry, Ray will be swapped out, so Ben will be coming in. So yeah, there will be a bit of slight change on the survivor side. At that point in time, LC actually used the acrobat and kited 3 ciphers and above. So yeah, and I think for this map itself, the Hunter's ban picks will be pretty much the same for the first 2. Either the Priestess forward or the Priestess here. Yeah.
Since if SC Hunter comes again, we could see that he actually will bring against a sculpture, because a sculpture works really well in Ever Sleeping Town. And if it's MP Moru, then we either can see a Breaking Wheel or his Bonbon once again, because both survivors he managed so well to play. And this map is one of the favorite maps for Breaking Wheel. So do you think Moru will? Do you think he will feel like using Breaking Wheel, or he would just stick to playing Bonbon?
As great of this map is for the Poland, I feel that it wouldn't be the most ideal choice, like the best choice at this moment, because it is the 20 server. There is the flying wheel. It's almost like you trying to commit. No. It's almost like you trying to commit like going to a bank and stealing money and trying to not get caught. You know. So
yeah,
it's
like
kinda
it's too risky.
It's just extremely risky. There has been a match in IVA. I'm not sure if you remember. I believe it was NM versus Winter team. Winter's Oxygen actually. So NM survivors actually brought all 4 flying wheels, including the rescuer. So it was extremely difficult for the hunter, and he became a 4 escape in the same Ever Sleeping match. So I don't think it's the best choice for Moru to pick that. Also for Cerberus, even though he is amazing, he's an amazing Poland. He's amazing. He himself also know that he's amazing. I've seen him before, but it's just not it to ban Poland at this current meta.
Yeah, definitely. Although Cerberus is known for even bringing Breaking Wheel in Arms Factory, So he's the type of breaking wheels that is really confident about his skill. So we really will see how confident is Cerberus feeling today, whether he decides to bring breaking wheel. Because in before, even though we saw him bring Arms Factory was picked, he still brought it out. So if Arms Factory didn't stop him, then why will Ever Sleeping stop him? Like, it definitely it all comes down to how the hunter is feeling today and how confident he feels about breaking wheel against the current meta, which is flywheel.
And I just realized something that Cerberus did that was extremely smart. Okay, so the thing is, okay, in perspective wise, LC has been kiting very, very well, not just to Cerberus but to every other hunter. He is one of the best kiters, I would say, and best kiters in his team right now. So him banning the Seer and Priestess, letting out the forward, is just forcing LC to pick forward, which is a OB Caressa character, and him will be able to chase someone else that to him might be an easier chasing character actually. So I'm not sure if you understand what I just said, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of smart on his side because he's just gonna let LC play the forward. He's not gonna, if possible, he's probably not gonna chase the forward also, chasing the other team members that may not have as strong kiting ability as well as LC. So yeah, I'm just extremely, I was looking at the big picture, and it just kind of like made me feel like, oh, that could have been possible also. So we see the ban on Little Girl and Mercenary also, which is a common strategy amongst not just in our competition also, but also in IVLs. Little Girl and Mercenary, this kind of strategy, we all should have already known, but him banning that already, there's no way it's gonna happen. But we see a very interesting pick on the server side, which is a female dancer, and Cerberus gonna pick the wax artist at Ever Sleeping.
Wow, Cerberus picking wax artist, that is definitely something I was not expecting at all, and I believe a lot of you guys were not expecting a wax artist. But we did talk about this before, that wax artist is also one of the hunters that counters flywheel. So I'm guessing that he's bringing wax artist because he wants to counter the flywheel effect, as well as wow, look at the dancer rare. Do you think dancer is one of the good characters for countering wax artists?
It really depends, because I mean Cerberus wouldn't be Cerberus wax artist wouldn't sorry my throat wouldn't be too it wouldn't be too difficult for him to get the wax on the dancer also. So I feel like it wouldn't be such a good also like direct counter, I would say. Then it's just kind of strange because in the current 20 servers patch, right, wax artists have already been is the debuffed one, so it's very difficult. And in the match between God J's wax artist against BL survivors last week, we've seen it already. The result, I believe it was a 3SK. So it's not an ideal map, I believe, for wax artists. And
yeah,
also
definitely. Yeah, definitely, because we seen a female dancer being brought before, but it was another map though. It was Sacred Heart, and she was forced to use her music boxes so fast in the first kite that towards the end, like, she had no resources, and then she was also down quite quickly. So I think we have to see how this Anchan anomaly decides to use these dancer boxes to the maximum extent. And I believe that it's preferable if he brings he chooses the slow music boxes to slow down the hunter, because you know, like, this is a time game, so the longer the hunter is entertained with this kite, then the more they can decode. So that's what's going to be a very good strategy, whether the dancer decides to use the fast music box or the slow music box to counter Cerberus wax artist. Because once again, Mad Penguins is 5 points and Sugar is also 5 points, so it's 5 versus 5s. And let's go right into the round 2 first half.
We see the hunter spawn at front gate, which means that at Geisha there's actually 2 persons being spawned there. LC, which is forward, as well as Ben, going straight towards center right now. He won't be going towards the anomaly, and we'll be seeing Ben straight away, which is the acrobat at shack area.
They're already putting the wax all the way there, putting the pallet down to just counter that wax, but he already got 80 wax count. And now look at the box there. Like we're talking about the slow books to slow him a little bit more. Well, he also got a fireball. That is so much coordination here from the survivors, trying to stop servers and slowing him down, and immediately changing to Anton. Anton is going to take the second kite.
And actually, we see the entomologist will most likely be coming with the bees. We see the bees being used right now, and we see the support on the entomologist side. And yeah, the chase will continue with the dancer. This place is actually pretty good. I mean, we are seeing the female dancer continuously rotating around here, and Cerberus is trying to bait him this time around. Not gonna follow him from behind, and actually managed to bait him now. Anomaly right now has absolutely nothing to kite. Not anything to kite. So let's see how it's gonna go.
Yeah, he immediately using that wax to just try not to get the pallets down, but now Blink will be forced, and then Anton going to the slow music box area and deciding to just dance away Cerberus. He's breaking these boxes because he knows this is going to definitely bite him back later if he doesn't do it. So doing some cleanup here, going to the second floor. I think he believes the dancer is around this area. He just wants to get the whole vision of where the survivor is. And now dancer coming in with the beast from entomologist helping out.
I mean, entomologist right now is almost close to 0 already, but we see very nice support. Because of this support, a female dancer can actually kite this out very well, and we see anomaly kiting away from this area already because there is the basement. It's not ideal to allow hunter to chariot basement because the camping of the chairs will be extremely difficult, rescuing wise as well. So right now we see anomaly continue his kite at 3 pallet, not interrupting any of the ciphers. So ciphers right now are progressing very fast. The 3 cipher kite.
Yes, amazing kite here from not only the dancer but also the support with entomologists, and the acrobat was helping also in the beginning. And now we see another helper here is the forward with the mini stun right there, getting the full wax and hit there. So wow, forcing the ball away and going all the way to the second floor. Now there is actually no survivor in the vicinity that is injured, so he's gonna have to go immediately for the acrobat.
Chasing the acrobat right now might not be the best choice, but honestly, right now Cerberus also had no other choice because it was so difficult to get the female dancer down, especially with forwards OB just now. We could see it. If he didn't didn't get the hit on forward, then it would have been like a continuous OB because Hunter already used his blink. But then if he goes hits the forward, then the female dancer is gonna run away. So the best he could do is to chase the acrobat, but it's at graveyard, yeah.
Wow, graveyard is such a hard spot for Cerberus because all these walls and all these graveyard. Oh, nice mind game there from Cerberus, and the ban is gonna come down here on this area, which is actually one of the best areas for him to be because everyone else is decoding all the way very far. And I think at this point, Acrobat came to this area on purpose to try to get away Cerberus from the ciphers.
And we see that the first chair has already happened. Ciphers are pretty much it. Once Ben gets rescued safely by LC, we see LC already rotating from the back. Cerberus knew that there is tinnitus and knew exactly that forward will be coming for the rescue. And we see a bit of a mind game here, field mind game actually.
Yes, we see now there is going to be a little body block right here from the forward. That was really well timed, and now Acrobat will need to go away while the forward waiting for the wax, and now making use of the ability just to hit him down. And this will be the first chair for the forward while Acrobat already ran away.
It seems to be the Acrobat will be the one that will be priming the gate, and Female Dancer will be priming the Cypher. Entomologist coming for the rescue, which is the safest option for sure. And then getting the rescue very safely and without tight though, but we see the down, and the Cypher will now be popped. 4-man detention period. Will Cerberus be able to get at least a 1 kill, or if not, a tie possible?
Yes, using the beast here to block the pallet and still waiting the blink right there. He didn't decide to blink yet because he knew there was the beast also. So now Entomologist going for this kite again. 50% wax, 100% wax, going for the hot wax, and now getting the hit with the tension while everyone is already at the gate, and it will be a 3-man escape for Mad Penguins.
Deja vu once again. I mean, got J against BL survivors. Also got a 3 escape at the same map. Also, Acrobat was kiting at Ever Sleeping's graveyard, and that Potato in BL actually also did the same. So it seems to be that graveyard, not just for wax artists, also other hunters, is a very strong kiting area. And it's not ideal for hunters to go there and chase, but at the point in time, Cerberus no longer has any other options. That was the only scenario that he deemed to feel that it's the easier chase at that point in time. And we see the very unfortunate tree escape and MP getting the a very clear advantage 3-1 at their own map selection.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that is extremely scary because these Mad Penguin survivors definitely managed to, from the beginning of the match, to help each other go into certain areas using either the acrobat or use his two bolts first, and then it was the dancer with the music box trying to help the acrobat. So that's when Cerberus changed target and went for the female dancer, and she kited for a little bit, and then the beast came in to help. And then while she was transitioning away to second floor, Cerberus got a little bit distracted breaking those music boxes, and then once again Dancer decided to kite around the two pallet area, then the forward came for the stun. So we just saw from one way to another, they literally just passed the hunter from one character to another and then just distract him so much and make him lose his rhythm and his pace. So that is one of the things about the MP survivors did in this match so well, the coordination. And let's look at the match stats real quick.
I mean, we can see that the acrobat with the 102 as well as the dancer with 102 seconds of kiting time. The only difference is 0.2 seconds actually, and it seems to be also that coming in BO1 we see an amazing cut on LC side, but right now in BO2 we see Ben and Anomaly redeeming themselves with the kites, with a very long kite, and this just shows that right now there's kind of like no loopholes already. Like it's from BO2 onwards. Like BO1 might have been a small mistake on MP's survivor side, but at BO2 they're all ready and geared up. They know exactly what they wanted already. They're just so motivated on MP survivor side, getting amazing kiting. Just now forward is 124 in 4 seconds kite on LC side in the first BO. Right now 100 over seconds also for Ben and Anomaly. And also it seems to be that Female Dancer is a pretty good counter against Wax Artist.
Yes, that was so scary, really. And look at the decoding from Melly, 200% decoding. Wow, she really was decoding a lot. And it was perfect because using her beast from long distance allowed her to stay at her cipher while she can harass the hunter and bring support for Dancer. And then when she went for that rescue, she avoid getting stuffed by going through the window and using the wall at the same time. And the little kite that she did while everyone else was opening the gate was actually very good because she wanted to bait the blink. And at the end, because there was no blink coming in, then Cerberus took even a little bit longer time trying to get her. So that was really also a very good kind coming in from Melly Entomologist. That was really, really good. Very well coordinated. And I really like the way that the survivors, like you said, managed to just confidently take the hunter around and also trying to bring his attention to them while everyone is decoding peacefully.
It seems to be that the support as well as kiting for MP server side is actually pretty stable from BO2. And I expect to see the same way for BO3 also. But right now, we'll be moving on to the second half of BO2, where Moru will be coming out, and as well as SG survivors with a little change of server lineup, which is from I believe belonging to Sugar Daddy. Yeah.
Yes. Sugar Daddy is coming in for the Sugar team, and then we'll be see MP Moru hunting. I think that in this map, Moru could easily bring again Bonbon or Breaking Wheel. Both of them work well, but since his team Survivor team just got a 3-man escape, we will see that Moru definitely will feel a little bit less pressure. So that will be actually very good for Mad Penguin's Hunter Moru.
Like right now, what Moru has to do, like if it becomes a situation where it's a 4-man detention period, he needs to find a way to get at least a 1 survivor down so that the points is still equal. There is no advantage to any side. But if it's possible, of course, you want to go for something that he's able to tie with, of course, something that's tieable. So in the last time, we actually saw the match against WP that I mentioned before. He picked a Geisha and got a tie. So it could be a possible pick on Moru's side. And on the survivor side, right, they have to ban his Bonbon. Not just because they got a 4 kill in the first BO1, but because Bonbon is such a tieable character. You don't, as survivors of the team, right, you don't want a tie. You don't want a tie. You need to win. okay, you need to win because your hunter just got a 1 kill and your server side need to three escape. So I think a bonbon, not just a respect ban, but also a necessary ban to prevent the tie from happening.
Yes, I'm gonna give a little bit shout out to the people in the chat. Hello, Jogi. Hello, Pipicha, Hardcore Stan, Sky, Kino, Polens, Chocopai, Rafa. Oh, guys, thank you so much for coming. And we are about to see the BO2 second half between Sugar Team and Mad Penguins.
Yeah, and right now we see the audiences as well. Hi. I think there's a bit of change, right? I mean, either their settings change. I think their settings. Oh, we see new people actually. Melly Plin actually. Yeah, and we see L, Vanilla Kin, you Go is still sitting at the front. Venus shifting a little bit to the back. You like Clark, Maddox, Maney, Ilya, as well as just DG in the audiences right now.
That is so nice. Yeah, it's so nice to have you guys here on the IVC. We can watch the top 8 teams go against each other, and whoever gets the most points will get advantage to the next bracket, and whoever gets less points will go to the lower bracket. So right now there's no elimination, so it's going to be just about which team can get the advantage. So that's why right now we're gonna see how does MP Moru can keep the pace with the survivors, and he needs to get 1 survivor minimum, but we believe that he's going to aim for a tie just to get a little bit that boost that they need and a little bit extra points. But yeah, we'll see what does he bring. And like Chocho mentioned, they're probably most likely to ban his Bonbon because Bonbon just got 4 kills on the VO1. So Sugar Team should respect that his hunter main there. But we might see a Geisha though.
A Geisha, and it could be a Geisha because we're seeing an Enchantress ban as well as Mechanic.
That tells quite a bit that he doesn't want to deal with anyone stunning him from the back or from the front, and doesn't want to see anyone cypher rushing. So we see the 2 bans right there, Enchantress and Mechanic, which actually make Eli free. Eli is free from jail, guys. So we might see an Eli coming into the match today for the first time in today's match. Eli might be coming out and trying to get those owls from the hunter.
And we see SG banning the pollen at Everslipping Town. I mean, it's kind of like a respect ban against Moru as well, because Moru's pollen extremely crazy. You'll never know what. I feel like the difference between Moru's pollen and other hunters' pollen, like Oxygen from Nor, I think the main difference is definitely of what Moru is thinking of at that point in time. Like he can, like sometimes right, he'll be chasing someone like very intensely, and then suddenly he just goes to another person and swiftly just instant down that person. So like the fact that it's so hard to predict what Moru is thinking when he plays a pollen is the scary part that really results in him getting the advantage for his team. So great ban also for SG side.
Yes, and we see that they also banned the mercenary, which actually leaves his voice. Wow, we talked before, Chocho, they're gonna bring out one of the characters that are very good for getting ties is going to be Embalmer. And actually we've seen the Sugar team likes to play with the Embalmer strategy, and they're very good with placing the coffin either at the dungeon or at the gate or at the 2nd floor, wherever it is very hard for the hunter to get, and they could aim for a tie. So I think the fact that they're using this Embalmer strategy, it is actually very good, and it's very Sugar team. It's something that characterizes Sugar gameplay. They always aim for this strategy, and I think it's really enjoyable to see Embalmer, such a character that is not often chose. It will become here to tournament again.
And Moru seems to know the character pool of Sugar Daddy, because Sugar Daddy has brought out Mercenary First Officer as well as the Mechanic in the BOs, and this time around he just banned absolutely all of Sugar Daddy's character pool, and this is very obvious that he is trying to target on Sugar Daddy's abilities, a limited character pool, I feel.
Yes, and again we might see a mirror match from the one we saw before, and it's going to be probably, we don't know if he's baiting us.
Oh my god.
But we just saw he's actually putting a Wu-Tang, and he's also putting a wax artist. So we don't know what is more doing with us. He's playing with our feelings right now. Pushing our buttons and teasing us, because he knows that he can do that. He can afford to do that.
Oh, but we see the Wax Artist being a confirmed pick on Moru's side. So this is just gonna be a battle of whose Wax Artist is gonna be more scary and able to get objectives done, you know? Because this is just ever slipping. Like we've seen it 3 times in a row. BL's got J, Cerberus SG's got Cerberus SG. Right now Moru from MP. Like what is going on? Because the Wix Artist is not a meta character right now, especially with the debuff. It's not the most ideal choice, and yet Hunter is still picking it during the IVC period.
Oh yes, oh yes. We're gonna see a lot of Wax Artist Chocho because actually we saw him a little bit also during last IVL. We see Wolf from Alex using him, YMM from Weibo also using him, and even Dongxuan from DX also using him. So I think that this is also a little bit of swift change in the meta because also of the flywheel, and they just want to be able to lock those cipher machines and also lock the windows because even though it's the same character, it could also be a different play style. And this is what characterizes this game, that even though we can all use the same characters, then you can play it in a totally different way, blink a different persona, and it's just going to change the outcome of the match because all these survivors and hunters, they all know the game so well, but it is all about who can outplay the other team, who can manage to mind game the other team and then trick them and then just win the match overall. So it's also about that, the strategy, the preparation, and all the things combined into one single match.
Honestly, this team comp is looking pretty good on SG side because Seer, you can kite the Wax Artist for sure. Acrobat with your balls, you can just jump over the windows. And then the thing about Wax Artist is that, right, you try not to vault also too much because once you vault, there is a period where you can't really do anything. Wax Artist can just immediately just shoot you with the wax. So that's not too ideal, but because of the balls being used, then that might not be the case. Also, the support from the Sears bird as well is gonna be a very a long kite, safe rescue, and everything possible. Also, Embalmer at Ever Sleeping Town, absolutely crazy. Also, Embalmer is amazing at Ever Sleeping, and right now we will be going into BO2 second out of the match with Soy and Chocho here.
Wow, we see already Moru coming in from the middle, and we bump first into Sugar Daddy. We'll see if he sees him or not, because Sugar Daddy might be hiding. And then, yeah, at the window, playing that window, yeah, just decided to vault immediately. Didn't play any mind game on Moru.
Getting the hit pretty early into the game. Also, 40 seconds inside. Cypher's decoding process is not too much right now. It has been slowed because of a hit on the Embalmer. And looking at Sugar Daddy's kiting rod, it seems to be that he's gonna be dying right now. And no, we see the support on the Seer side, but will he be able to kite it out? Because him running to this pallet has no kiting potential. Actually, he should have went to the pallet behind him instead. Put on that pallet and then continue kiting. Right now, him coming here is almost like a dead zone.
Yes, definitely. It's going to be very difficult getting full wax and also hit. There's a coffin in place, so that could be the saving grace here, Chocho. So nobody needs to come all the way here to rescue because everyone is busy on the ciphers. Non-cipher has been popped yet. Everyone is focused still, and we'll see what is going to be the strategy. And it is going to be to just revive himself.
Sugar Daddy, I believe he tried to die nearer, much inside the graveyard because he wanted to make the hunter chair longer and chair further from his coffin, but I believe that's not gonna happen. Also, Sugar Daddy has a small tide and unable to really kite it out. He's just gonna go back to the graveyard alley area. Really unfortunate because I feel like the time that him sitting on the chair would have been much longer compared to him embalming himself and Hunter walking there and just getting the down again.
Yes, we see there's still now going to be 3 ciphers remaining, and it's going to be the Embalmer's second chair. The first one, he got rescued himself, so nobody got any hit. However, the Moru has already full presence from all this, Chocho.
And right now, I believe nobody will be coming for the rescue right now, and the next person that will be nearest to Moru will be Yuebang.
Yuebang is here luring the hunter away a little bit early though, because Moru was deciding to camp Embalmer. And at the same time, we see the Seer also transitioning to another cipher, and we're gonna see how long can Yuebang kite with a full football. Moru hasn't really forced the ball yet, so he's just throwing hot wax at him, getting that hot wax damage, and now forward will be pushed to use almost half his ball.
And Yuebang really has to kite it out at least two ciphers at least. Make sure that 4 ciphers in total have been popped, because the thing about Wax Artist's second skill, what's so scary about it is the camping of the chair. It's so difficult to rescue it. Most of the time I've seen all those top tier teams, they, when it comes to second skill Wax Artist rescue, they will come with 2 other people. Yeah, so 2 person coming for rescue. Because the double down or like unable to rescue situation is very common against a second skill Wax Artist. If Moru is able to play it out perfectly, then it might be a potential 4 kill on Moru's side.
As we see, he already sees the cipher shaking and decides to wax the cipher, forcing the Seer to get away from there, afraid to give any damage, get any damage hit from this full presence Moru, and is going to be up for the Acrobat to make this rescue happen. He's actually a little bit far, so he's going to take his time, while Moru already knows the dungeon is going to be at the middle. There's still one whole cipher remaining, Chocho, so it's actually quite dangerous for the survivors here.
Yeah, and also I feel like Seer shouldn't even have stayed at the cipher anymore. The cipher is almost prime also. He should have went around to decode another cipher, because there is no point in Moru just keep. I mean, there is a point in Moru trying to lock that cipher continuously each time it is no longer locked, you know, and which only means that the entire time, almost the entire time went forward, is trying
terror
to
shock.
A terror shock. So this is exactly what we've been talking about. So like the second skill of a Wax Artist, not just Moru, just a Wax Artist, is crazy. The camping of the chair, this is the thing that will happen, and Moru able to perfectly execute it is a plus point for MP side.
Yes, and also the fact that he's blocking these windows is very high IQ here from Moru, coming in very aggressive. He's not giving them any chance to looking around, using all his wax, not saving wax at all. He's just using them all. And now the Seer without an owl is going to have a hard time cutting this hot wax area. He's still not getting normal hit. He just wants to wax him completely, getting the hot wax on, still juking that hit, and will get first damage. And then Moru is just going to farm him, going all the way, tunnel him, all the way to graveyard.
And we also see that Moru's only skill that he used and brought to this game is teleport, right? And this just also means that he has very strong confidence in his own in his own chasing ability. And in this match, it really did show. And yeah, it seems it will most likely be a potential for elimination for Sugar Team time round. So right now it will just be a slow game finding the acrobat and downing him, but I believe Moru has already seen the blood trace. Oh no, he's trying to mind game him thinking that he's gonna come to the 11 area, but he's not. He's going to a spade gate. So a nice mind game on Nana's side, and Moru unable to really spot out acrobats, the figure of acrobat actually going to the spade gate.
Yes, there's no even a chance for Dungeon at this point. Seer just utilized his self-heal, and now with no more self-heal, we have to see how long the Acrobat can take this kite. He's using the ball, really nice jump over there with the black ball, and now going to this window pallet area. The pallet is already down. He might be able to take a dash. He did that, and now Moru is going to go all the way for this looping area a little bit here. Nana taking the hot wax hit, and that was such an amazing stuffing coming in for a full presence Wax Artist Moru.
And Acrobat already used its self-heal already, so Moru just need to focus on Sani. As long as Sani is down, nobody has self-heal in the entire map itself, so it will be a definite for elimination. And yes, that seems to be so.
Yes, that puts definitely Moru all kill, completely aligned with the Mad Penguins 3 Survivor Escape, giving all the points for Mad Penguins at this point. But Chocho, we have to give it for the SG team. They definitely did their best, and they really tried to kite around this area. When Embalmer was down, he didn't even force the rescue. He just used his coffin first to try to buy more extra time for the decoding. But it was really all about, like you said, the utilization of wax, covering the windows and stopping the survivors from looping around. That really helped a lot for Moru to just end this game in a 4 kill.
And like to mention, actually NTT was watching the match as well, and what he commented was also that the detail that Moru did when Embalmer got embalmed on the middle second floor actually. So the first thing that Moru did when he was waiting for Embalmer to be embalmed, he waxed the window actually. So it prevented Embalmer from vaulting that window, possibly getting a run towards Graveyard and get the kite to be prolonged further. So I think the entity's perception of this clear detail of what Moru did was definitely something that needed to be mentioned. Moru just did an amazing job. Like there was nothing to point out that he did wrong, and also what I think about that match itself, I feel that like I said, when the cipher was continuously being locked on the shack area, Sears should have just rotated away the core new cipher, because at that point in time they needed a new cipher. If that cipher was the last cipher and you're trying to push for that, then sure, you can do that, but was Moru gonna give you the chance? No. And the thing is that if what a possible solution could have been was if Moru was so focused in waxing that cipher machine deep inside Shack, Agrabet should have just come and get the rescue. But what happens when Moru was doing the waxing of the machine? Acrobat just stayed there, gave tinnitus, and then failed rescue. So I feel like it's a bit of a coordination.
Yeah, do you think it was a little bit of like not enough confidence because he knows that Moru is camping and he just was delaying the rescue, or you think if he went out early, regardless whether Moru was camping or not, do you think he could have get the rescue done?
Yes, for sure. I mean, if Acrobat was there to give pressure to the Hunter, I felt that that rescue would have happened, because Hunter can't multitask in the same way as survivors probably can do. Hunters, you can either you cam the chair or you wax the machine. You can't like cam and wax at the same time. Like your body is not at the physical position all the same time. We see that Moru, when he was waxing the machine, he had to go closer to Shaq, wax it, and Acrobat could have taken a chance to get a free rescue instead of waiting it out.
Yes, totally agree with you. And actually, Entity also tell us something backstage. He thinks that actually the way that Moru plays his wax artist is a little bit also like a clerk gameplay, because he keeps locking the ciphers a lot. And that is just the play style that we see coming in from Moru, because I believe the Cerberus wax artist, he wasn't really focused much in the blocking the ciphers as much as Moru did. So I think that is one huge difference, that the same character can be played in totally different ways.
Definitely so. Also, I think that Cerberus unable to do that kind of stun as well is because MP has amazing cipher cipher/map control in a way that they wouldn't be decoding, or they have already decoded the cipher that's nearest to the hunter, that they are gonna nearest to the chair that hunter is gonna be at. So yeah, so MP, they just played the PO2 very flawlessly. There's nothing much I could really add on to it. This just pretty much good, and MP selecting Ever Sleeping really gave themselves the big advantage of an 8-1 kind of situation, a 7 points difference in point gap. So right now SG will have a ton of pressure, because on SG in BO3, what they have to do is either a 4 escape or 4 kill on their hunter side. And as long as MP that deny that kind of a possibility of that happening and just go for a very tribal team call, a tribal hunter, and MP might be taking this home.
Yes, it looks like MP is definitely taking the advantage in these two matches, especially looking after the MP survivors and MP hunter way of taking this map, and also using the band of taking the Ever Sleeping Town map to their advantage. That is something really strong here, and I think that this is the way that we are getting to know more about Mad Penguin's play style. You can see Moru play style is very different to the other hunter, and I think that is something to just highlight on top of that. But I want to give kudos still to the SG survivors and hunter, because I think they also have a good play style. It's just probably we will see whether they will take this as a little bit of a warm up and maybe could surprise us in the next PO3. because we know that diamonds are made under pressure, and SG right now is definitely feeling a little bit pressure right there from Mad Penguins.
And just recalling what happened in BO2 second half when the survivors came out from the SG side. Actually, I don't really play Embalmer as much, but I have played in teams where there's Embalmer. I feel like usually Embalmers wouldn't really... Okay, they would put their coffins in second floor, but usually it's the one at Shack, and I can't really remember where Sugar Daddy's Embalmer spawned at, but I believe his mindset was to just put it at second floor and just kite in Graveyard, because Graveyard is known to be the strongest kiting area in the entire Eversleeping map. So unfortunately that didn't really work out well, and yeah, and just an early down, an early coffin, as well as but luckily I think luckily one thing is that during the second chair, I think the Geisha Cipher was not popped yet, so Hunter had the chance to camp out the Geisha Cipher also. So yeah, and also the one where there was somebody at the chair at the middle street pallet, Moru also camped that cipher, the one that Senny this year was decoding.
Yes.
Yeah, like Moru, I felt like out of the 3 hunters that I've seen play Wax Artist, Moru is the only one that has the opportunity, like he created an opportunity also for himself to channel those cipher machines and then camping it out. So it became more of a draining of their blood on the chair and camping of the cipher, which resulted in a 0% cipher decoding, because one person is giving tinnitus, one person is decoding, and the decoded one, and the person decoding and the decoded cipher is being locked. So very unfortunate on SG side, and very good job on Moru's Wax Artist in this round.
Yes, amazing wax artist gameplay, definitely, and a lot of ways of playing this hunter. I think that the most effective one, like you said, is blocking those ciphers from long distance and using your wax to do that. Because when you block the windows, it's definitely when you are with the survivor and there's no ciphers there. But if you can reach for the cipher, even walk a little bit further while you are camping, that is like multitasking. So I think that's what Moru did very well here, camping the chair and also forcing the seer Cine away from his cipher. That was putting so much pressure, because the survivor that was coming for the rescue didn't manage to make it, and that is also something that just made the survivors like one thing after another lead them to the 4 kill.
Moru effectively using the skill of the Wax Artist up to its maximum. That was the winning point for Moru's side. Then just now I think we saw that SG, I believe, SG picked the map, and it was the Lakeside Village. So I mean, have we seen Sugar team in the Lakeside Village? I believe we did. It was a team against Ryu actually, and the survivors. The early game is pretty good. I was looking at the match yesterday, and the match was pretty good at the start, but towards the end game it wasn't too strong because of the team comp that they went with. So, but we're not too sure, because this time we see the SG survivors coming up first also, and Moru being the hunter with 5 bans in total. So he will be able to ban out quite a lot of the meta characters, or characters that he feels that will counter to his character that he wants to pick. So I think we can look forward to what interesting picks. Oh, but we see the mechanic forward as well as the Embalmer being banned, so letting out the Seer as well as Priestess.
Yeah, I think Moru, even though he already knows how to deal with Sugar Daddy's Embalmer, he decides to ban him just in case, because actually this is a different map, a completely different strategy, because it's bigger and there is more areas for kiting, such as big boat, middle boat, and it's actually a very big map. So that's why Embalmer could definitely have a huge advantage. Imagine if he puts the coffin all the way to the big boat, and there's so much kiting possibility, rebound kite possibility. So I think that's why Moru decides to ban the Embalmer. And on top of that, I see that Moru definitely really doesn't want to see a Tracy coming out. It's the 3rd time he bans Mechanic. And I think this is something that Moru is like, for sure, no matter what, I'm going to put my ban on Tracy. Doesn't want to see any decoding robots around the map, and that is something that you can see already from Moru ban phase. There is also going to be a a ban for Moru's wax artist and also breaking wheel. Wow, I really didn't expect they will ban his breaking wheel in this map because breaking wheel is, even though he's one of his mains, he hasn't really played Breaking Wheel today. He only played Bomb Bomb. So the fact that he has to, he will have to have the possibility to bring Bomb Bomb again, that could be actually really scary because we just saw his Bomb Bomb, Moru's Bomb Bomb got an all kill on the BO1. So that could be something that we don't know we're about to see again, another Bomb Bomb gameplay, but in a different map, Lakeside Village. I'm not quite sure if Bomb Bomb will work well in Lakeside Village, so that would be something interesting to see.
Definitely, and yeah, and we can kind of like, oh, we see the little gold band on the Moru side. So like the strategy again, there's many strategies that actually Moru is banning out. The forward OB, Embalmer's Coffin at the big boat, Little Girl as well as Mercenaries kind of strategies also. So that's totally possible, and Moru is just eliminating all possibilities that could possibly result in him losing the person that he was chasing at the point in time. So very good bans on Moru's MP side, and we see that the survivors have already logged in their characters, which will be the Enchantress, Prospector, First Officer, and Magician. And let's just take a note of like SG's team comp. See, we see the double OB characters, and this is not the first time that SG is bringing double harassers into the match. It's actually the second time. The first time was actually in a Leo's Memory match. It was against, I believe it was against one of the AX team actually. AX team, sorry. I think it was against the AX team, and they brought the exact same not exact same, but Enchantress as well as Prospector, which kind of shows their confidence not only to their kiting with those characters, the OBs, as well as because these characters they don't have decoding debuffs, right? So we can expect very fast decoding on SG's Survivor side, and Moru already confirmed his pick on the Sculptor.
Yes, definitely here going to see fast decoding speed because this team has very good decoders. The only thing that worries me that there is no going to be there is no Priestess. Chocho, I thought they would choose Priestess because Priestess was not banned, and we all know that Priestess is really strong in big maps such as Lakeside, Moonlit, but especially in this map, Priestess could have been really strong. So I am just a little bit wondering what's going to be their strategy, because usually Priestess is used to just make those spaces, long spaces, shorter and just aid in the transportation of the survivors from one place to another. So I'm just really surprised that I don't see Fiona here. So just thinking about that makes me like wonder what is going to be SG strategy.
I mean, Senyu is also a Priestess main as well, but I believe that they are more confident and wanted a more of an OB character for Senyu also. Because the thing about having Priestess also is that if you're gonna make support portals or long portals, it's gonna interrupt in your cipher decoding process. Priestess is not one of the fastest decoders as well, so they want to decode fast and get that 3 escape, 4 escape if possible. So I think that's the reason why they didn't pick Priestess. And totally agree with your point also. They're not picking meta characters like this year as well as Priestess, so very strange combination of characters we are seeing here. But if SG is gonna make this work out, then that's very good, because I believe this is a team comp that they have practiced with already.
Yes, they are confident with this team comp, as well as aiming for at least a 4-man escape is actually not an easy task, Chocho, because we're talking about Moru. And just to refresh everyone's mind, MP right now is on the lead with 13 points, and Sugar has 7 points only. So Sugar is definitely feeling the pressure. But let's get right into Lakeside Village with Moru and Sugar survivors.
We see Moru actually getting a spawn at the front gate area, and will be going towards the center area. However, there's nobody at the toilet area because Sunny, the person that was spawning at the lakeside area, he actually rotated towards straight away to the big boat area. So Hunter was unable to cut sight of Sunny, and will be giving chase to the Magician Yuebang, which will be taking the kite right now.
Yeah, the persona build is going to be Trump card and Detention, a very common persona that we see for the Hunters in today's matches. First, Illusion will be used here just to stop Moru from going as smooth as he should have done before, because he's forced to break that illusion, but he decided not to waste time here since he feels like he's getting looped. So now he's just going for Sugar's daddy First Officer.
I mean, Magician also didn't tell the teammates that the hunter was already not chasing anymore, so that kind of gave Sugar Daddy eating that. I mean, gave a chance for Moro to give the chip damage to Sugar Daddy. Sugar Daddy probably gonna kite this out with this first officer. I mean, first, like Sugar Daddy's first officer, he is an S-batch first officer, so I'm expecting a very good kite on his side. And after using the first watch, Moru has to find an opportunity to get the chip damage and the basic hit so that Sugar Daddy can't second kite, because once the next time watch is ready, it's gonna prolong the kite even further. Right now it's 1 minute 30 seconds into the match, and we see the blink on the Cyber side and sorry, a blink on Moru's side and immediate down on the first officer.
Ooh, now going to try to harass a little bit the magician, putting that statue, almost trying to scare him, but no. Moru going to focus on this first chair because time is very important in this match, and Moru is going against the time as well because there's already 2 minutes in the match, Toto.
And we see the wanted order on the prospector, and Sandy seems to be the one that will be coming for the rescue. Oh no, but we see Ria Bang sneaking behind, probably gonna get a free rescue.
They're going to try to steal the first officer here, and then two survivor rescue is going to be very effective here. Getting a free rescue, nice illusion there coming from the first officer. Magician also in the vicinity. I believe Moru is just going to deciding which target to go to. So this is actually not looking good right now for the hunter. So we're gonna see what was going on there. And in the meantime, let's talk about what we just saw so far. It definitely was a good save right there from the magician sneaking from the back.
Yeah, and that kite was actually pretty long already. We see that the Cypher, because the person that he was chasing at a point in time was the slowest decoder in the entire team comp. So the Cyphers was fast, that was expected already. And unfortunately, we can see that the Moru was lagging, and it might result in him losing his potential target at that point in time, which is the first officer. Next person will be the magician that's nearest to him. So this is not looking too good on MP side.
Yes, we saw that also the enchantress was coming in trying to get the attention, and that really worked really well because when there's two survivors against that rescue most likely will be done perfectly, and that was the magician did. The only thing here is that because both magician and enchantress are coming for the rescue, then they're not decoding, and that also kind of slows down their cipher rush. But at this point, Sugar team needed to get the rescue before half, because if they're aiming for a 4-man escape, they cannot afford to lose the first officer. So that's why I think that's why they decided just to come in with the support and also to try to harass Moro a little bit, which resulted in a perfect rescue. And if Moro can get back again in the same spot that he was left, then he probably will go to the earliest, to the closest survivor, which in this case was the magician. Because at this point, I believe first officer might have already dashed away and even tried to find enchantress to heal up, and that way she can have more stuns in the future.
Right now, servers really need to focus on Cypher Rush, and actually, there's not really a need to heal the first officer if you think about it, because he still has one watch. And the special skill about first officer is that when he comes to rescue, if he uses his watch effectively or correctly, he will be able to get the rescue, even though because there is a small tight turn-up period, and he is able to do so. And yeah, there's really no need to heal up first officer. Survivors right now just need to focus on decoding, get the fast decoding out. If it's a possible 4-man detention period, it might become a 3 escape.
Yes, if they don't want, because in this team you have to think about it. The only rescuer is the first officer, so it is understandable why did Moru decide to go for the only rescuer, the only one who can actually potentially rescue perfectly. So I think I wouldn't be surprised if Moru will go again for him, since he's been in chair again. And that would be like the ideal thing for Moru if he could find the first officer, and since he's probably not gonna be healed, then it might be easier target. But again, this is a big map, and at this point, time is very precious for Moru, so I don't think he can afford to just change targets and go all the way to the first officer, that could be a little bit difficult for him. So I think he might just go directly for something that is more easy, more feasible around his area, which would be the magician, because he still, even though he still has 2 wands, if he's left alone, then he can decode also. He can cipher rush Moru. So I think Moru doesn't want that. So he would just try to save time and just go for the easiest target around him.
And we can see that we'll be going back into the match. Moru definitely can't find the first officer anymore. The next person that's nearest to him is Ryuebang, but he's not giving line of sight to Moru at all. Moru is trying to, like we've mentioned before, this shouldn't be the case anymore. Moru can't go and find Sugar Daddy anymore, because the Sugar Daddy right now is all the way at the big boat area and he has no idea where he is exactly. This is a bet on Moru's side. Moru should have just gone for the next survivor already. There is really no point in him trying to find Sugar Daddy. It's gonna be so hurtful. I mean, not hurtful, but it's gonna hurt a lot for Moru survivors if Sugar Team actually gets a full escape.
Totally agree with you. And now there is going to be a second time kiting here for the magician, taking the first chisel and also the hit. That was an extremely fast down here and coming in from Moru, while Enchantress is trying to decode on the back of Moru right next to the chair. That is actually extremely risky right now. She should not be doing that, because if she gets too early found, then she will probably could be stuffed by the rescue. So very difficult situation here for Enchantress. She needs to buy some extra time, get closer to the chair, try to not get any damage, because this could be detrimental for her rescue. But now taking the hit dash and going half-blood rescue.
Getting the rescue most likely, and able to get the rescue. Will he get the rescue? Yes, he managed to get the rescue with the 3 stun monkey stuns and able to get the rescue. And magician right now unable to make the second kite last with the magic wands. So I feel that SG got a little bit too relaxed already, especially when Sugar Daddy couldn't be found. And we see the second steel statue hit on Enchantress, and Enchantress will be down at one of those last ciphers.
Yeah, that was an amazing second skill statue right there coming in from Moru. Camping this magician has resulted in a really good deal for Moru, because now he gets control of that cipher and that enchantress. So he's getting the control back, the kind of control that he has having before but lost for a little bit, and now he's coming back very strong. Toto, we see here a super second skill Moru coming in, going to try to stop this rescue definitely from the prospector.
And like, it's just quite a turn of events actually, because initially it was Moru's side. After that, losing the first officer, it would have been a rescue.
Wow, the enchantress stand up and he just hit her again, and so she used her self heal, and now is the prospector coming in for the harassing after rescuing the magician. This is definitely going to be a little bit hassle for Moru, getting away 3 magnets one after another on Moru. But now Moru has to focus on this kite, and it's going to be here the magician's turn. Only 1 chip damage away. Is going to be extremely difficult to kite around using the blink, and it was kind of like a little bit short there, and you're going to go to this hut area to continue the kite.
I'm really hoping that Ryuebang can make this kite count, you know. And unfortunately, getting that hit while he was using the magic wand, it will be a down for the survivor side. And picking up the enchantress also, I felt that the survivors, especially prospectors, should have just forced the cipher at 11, because the cipher was already at 70%. And if he actually forced it out, it could have potentially allowed the pop to happen. A 4-man detention.
Oh, they just popped it. That was so swiftly. 3 survivors up, and there is now Moru here. We pretty sure he got detention, so we're gonna see whether he can get anyone that is in the vicinity.
And right now Moru just need a 2 kill, so 1 more kill more to allow MP to win the entire match itself. So if Moru is able to keep 1 more stay here instead of getting a 3 escape, that would be great. But we see a detention on Moru's sculptor. Nana has 1 more magnet to use. Will she be able to make this work?
Yeah, the prospector coming in for the stun, getting that stun. Actually, that's playing with fire, playing with more with attention. It's like playing with fire. And Enchantress got the gate open, and the first officer using the watch is gonna be very scary here, because now that he utilized the watch, he still needs to manage to get closer to the gate in order to escape this detention. Moru, this is very dangerous, guys, very clutch. Prospector coming in from the back, also trying to aid. This is going to be a prospector Enchantress trying to harass Moru from picking up that first officer.
I'm not so sure whether I didn't catch the detail, but it was was Moru trying to that he had any intention to chase the first officer, because first officer already used his watch already, and during when the gate was being opened. So not too sure what really happened there, because if Sugar Daddy actually manages to use the first officer watch effectively, I'm not too sure whether during detention period it is already not effective, the Tide Turner period. But I have to go get more research on that. But if the Tide Turner is still possible while you're using the watch, then I feel that Sugar Daddy should have just went for the gate. That's one. Second thing is that if Sugar Daddy wasn't being chased at all, or in Moru's vision, why did he use the watch so early into the match? Because if he manages to bait Moru and then think that he is at this location when in fact he is not, then it could have been a potential 3 escape, because Prospector had one more magnet to use actually afterwards. So
yeah, and the winner of this match is going to be MP with the more points here than Sugar. So we're gonna do the analyze a little bit later, but so far congrats to Mad Penguins for getting this win on the first match of our day, Mad Penguins versus Sugar. Sugar, definitely a lot of shout out to them, because they definitely played so well in all these matches. But Mad Penguins definitely getting it the edge, and also with Moru on the hunting side, that was a very strong Galatea that was able to come back from the pressure that he had in the beginning of the match. And just like you said, this is the pressure that the hunter put on the survivors, because even though the survivors were not facing Moru, the first officer decided to take the watch, and I believe it could have been that he just got suddenly nervous, or he just felt that Moru was able to see him. And once they know that Moru had detention, they don't want to take any risk, and he believes that using the watch might also help the other survivors too to just go to the gate. But what didn't happen was that both Enchantress and Prospector tried to protect the first officers once he was down, and Moru said no way. So he just went directly for the Prospector, pushed him out, and then got the chance, and then also hit Enchantress with detention. So that was a total flip of things that Moru managed to do right at the very end, and I think that is the edge that Moru put on his gameplay. They're putting that pressure and even making very confident survivors just a little bit change their strategies and even use the items a little bit early, and this is just Moru play style.
Totally agree with your point, Soy. And I mean, NTT was watching also, and he said that yeah, it is possible for the Tide Turner watch to happen with the first officer during the detention period. Because why I asked that was because for Embalmer's side, right, during the match itself, if you were to be embalmed during the match itself before the detention period, you have a small Tide Turner. But during the late game where the last cipher has been popped, Embalmer's Tide Turner will no longer be effective at all. At all. It will be like completely eliminated. That's why I questioned that, and NTT has really given me an answer. Yes, it is possible for the first officer's watch. Do you have the Tide Turner still even during detention period? Yeah, so yeah, but
and let you go, guys, the match results: 16 points for Mad Penguins and 7 points for Sugar team. This is a really rough start for Sugar, but don't worry, guys, because they still have a chance when they go to the lower bracket. That is going to be a possibility for them as well. But for now, we're just enjoying the Mad Penguins win for the first matches between Mad Penguins and Sugar. So that was a really amazing match. And just like you say, Chocho, there's a lot of things to analyze and a lot of the details that the survivors did towards the end, because that is the peak of the match. That is something crucial there, because we see that there could have been many strategies utilized. Like you said, using just the Tide Turner or just going directly for the gate. But no, this is what Moru made them feel, and that's what they felt going to be the MVP of this match. Best deduction for MP Moru.
I mean, Moru getting 2 consecutive 4 kills, proceeded to get a 3 kill afterwards. So who else to give MVP other than Moru for this match? So congratulations to MP Mad Penguins once again, and they will be advancing to in the upper brackets where Sugar. But however, Sugar team, don't be disheartened. You will be progressing in the lower brackets, and if you manage to do your best and just able to just play it out and win the other matches, you will be able to reach into top 4. There is still a possibility, so don't be disheartened. Also, Yeah, good job to. I think the mentions. I mean, we've mentioned it today just now also. LC's kite in the first BO, Cerberus Copter in the first BO, very crazy. Followed by the dancer as well as the acrobat's kite in BO2 against the Cerberus Wax artist. I think all those people just really like you guys did an amazing job, and I am very impressed with all the stunts that have been out today. And yeah, we'll be seeing you guys most probably this Saturday or this Sunday.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. And also, Indity was telling us behind that he feels that the first officer wanted to distract Moru and to push Prospector out of the gate as well. But for some reason, also that didn't happen because Moru first down him, and then he went to down the Prospector, pushing him out. And also, for some reason, Enchantress also didn't aim for the gate. So that was like a little bit of a scramble from the survivors that Moru definitely was pushing them like that. He put a lot of pressure and making them kind of like break their rhythm at one point, which definitely got him that 3 kill.
And congratulations again once against MP. And right now we'll be moving on to a short break before the match between BL and versus Nor.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Xiao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me. I must defend defy our mantra. What?
She's but a girl. What does she hope to accomplish?
Race to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking Datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took delight.
Here, soy milk at your service with the cutest Toto. Hello, Toto.
Oh yeah, okay, so hi, thanks for the intro, Soy. So this match is gonna be really intense. It's gonna be between two veteran teams, BL versus Nor. I don't really know what to expect because I mean BL has been showing a really strong performance, you know, against the day against GH and Nor as well, when they were up against one of the top sculptors in Japan as well. So I'm really excited to see what they can do to counter each other this time around. But if I was looking at the team comms, there's gonna the team members that will be coming out in the main lineup, and really unfortunately, for BL we won't be seeing Rem, and for Nor we won't be seeing Night Owl. So to go in
Wow. So the most usual lineup for BL we're gonna be seeing today, but actually that's a good thing because that means they're giving a chance for the other survivors they have to also have some synergy and tournament experience. Because even though this is not going to be like something like as big as Koa, but still this IVC is a huge chance for survivors and hunters to get this tournament experience, and this is something that you cannot get anywhere else, and it is so important to have this type of skills and also playing the tournament. You feel the pressure, you also can see your fans cheering for you. So it is like overall it is like the best thing that you can do as a survivor, a team. Just display yourself in front of us and let us see your gameplays. That is something really amazing. So let's get right into the player versus.
And right now, this is the introduction for the team members. We have BL number 5. Many of you know him as Pip but it will be him, and he has already brought. He will be. I mean, we see the wax artist over here, but he has brought out other characters like Dream Witch, etc. He is so good with his hunter. Like he is getting for consecutive 4 elimination. I believe he's one of the more consistent hunters with consistent 4 kills for each match. So let's just look out for him, and then.
And no our side, we have a hunters is Oxygen or BBB. There are 2 hunters. Oxygen, also known as Oxy or Jianling. So he has like these 2 nicknames and he's very cute. Some people told me to just joke around that Oxygen is a girl. So Yumeko, shout out for you for saying that. But yeah, we have he has a Violeta main. So really looking forward to see maybe a Violeta Soul Weaver gameplay.
And next we'll be seeing Mini Blue. Why not Big Blue? So we see the acrobat over here. I mean, he is an experienced acrobat. We've seen him play many other characters such as the Gravekeeper as well. So I mean, hopefully we'll be seeing him play other characters because seriously, we've been seeing his acrobat way too often, almost every single match itself. So hopefully today we'll see something different and.
Yeah, we see here Noir. Ooh, Oxygen today playing as survivor, surprising us all because usually he's one of the hunters. So I guess we will see Noir BBB playing as a hunter side, and now Oxygen is going to play as a survivor side. That is actually something that Noir members. Aurora warned me about this. Actually, she's the one telling me that a lot of the survivors in his team are also hunter mains, and vice versa. So there is something that you guys should keep note if you guys want to know a little bit more about Noir, is that these team members, they can play dual faction quite a lot, and that they have known to main many types of characters in the game. So they are like a little bit everywhere around the place, but they're both really pro. So looking forward to know our gameplay as well.
And right now we'll be seeing BL's Potato, or some of you might know him as Rum. We see the Magician over here, but we haven't seen his Magician, I believe, in this competition. The mostly we've been seeing is the Priestess, Patient, Embalmer, Mercenary, as well as Gravekeeper. So this kind of shows that not only can he rescue, he can also do support with his portals as a Priestess, as well as kite well with Patient and Embalmer.
Yes, and Noir Kokua coming in. He's one of the main stunners of the team. He's a main survivor. He plays Prospector, also Enchantress, coordinator, and like I said before, he's the main harasser of the team. So he is has perfectly the art of harassing the hunter, especially towards when after rescuing or when the hunter is also about to pick up the survivor. He is there just to buy some extra time for his team. Kokua is an amazing harasser, so we're gonna see a lot of nice gameplays coming from him, and especially the Enchantress, Cord, or even Prospector.
Definitely, and just a little bit of Potato. I mean, Potato and Ram, right? When I was researching on them, Potato and Ram are pretty flexible with the character picks that they have. So they usually put Ram as the kiter character, but today we won't be seeing him, unfortunately. But we will be seeing BL Chepha in replacement of him, actually. So Chepha hasn't really come out as often. However, usually he comes out at BO3, BO2 or 3. But this time around we're seeing him in BO1. He has picked characters such as the Forward, Embalmer, as well as Patient, Postman as well. But however, that time he was unable to really show how effective that his Postman could be. So let's just expect quite a bit from Chapha this time.
Follow with Aurora making a comeback right now from she was taking a little bit of a break, and now she's back with being the main rescuer of the team. She usually plays Mercenary. Her elbow pads are godly, so something to look out for if you are playing as a rescuer and then you want to see some nice Mercenary gameplay. Aurora is gonna be here, and actually, even though she is a main rescuer, she's also a very good support, so that she can play also this faction of survivors. And we're gonna see also see whether the Noir team also going for the stun support strategy like we see recently, or he's going to go for just decode and just stun. But because we don't really see them using as much as decoders, so they're more into using harassers, stunners, and support. So really interested to see whether they will choose any decoder for these matches.
And we just got a bit of information from the back. So this time around, Oxygen will be playing Survivor, and Glass will be playing a new Hunter. Glass will be playing the Hunter faction for North side. But right now we will see BL Panda. Some of you might know him as Brendan. He was a member of he's an ex-member of Nora last time, and this time we'll be versus each other, which is kind of unfortunate seeing your own team members. But right now we see that Panda, we have an Acrobat with a 35.7 win rate. However, he also plays other characters such as the Forward, that one we also have known already, the Forward Mercenary, as well as the Psychologist. So, and for
Yeah. Yeah, that is really good. And Noir DDD coming in with a batter. Like I said, Noir definitely noticing themselves by playing more harassers this time. There is going to be batter. Batter is such a good character against any hunter that brings confined space. It can block that window and also can buy so much time. And it goes really well against Geisha. So if the other hunter decides to bring a Geisha, I think batter will work really well because sometimes they use it just to replace the Forward, because when Forward is banned and they need that harasser, then batter can come in. Cowboy, I'm not quite sure if Cowboy can be same as level as harasser as batter, but I definitely see batter a little bit more, use a little bit more than Cowboy.
And I feel that like right now, right, it's a very difficult period for this top 8 teams, mainly because all these top 8 teams, Southeast Asian teams, all the top hunters are pretty much here already. They're all competing, all of H1 of course. So it's really difficult for them to want to train with other hunters because technically you guys will be there's a high chance you guys will be competing against each other. So like I mean, training with your own hunter is great, but it's always good to have additional exposure with other hunters with different playstyles. So what Nor did was actually they went to find a hunter from another region to play with them. So even though it was pretty high paying, they actually did it pretty well. Yesterday they had a training also. So yeah, hopefully today they will be able to show some amazing plays tonight, this afternoon actually. So yeah, and for BL side, they have been pretty stable.
Yeah, BL has been definitely one of the most stable teams, being back from Koa 4. So they have been representing Southeast Asia before together with GH. So these teams are always at the top. So going against BL for Noir, it definitely going to be a little bit, I think a little bit could be a little bit hard task because this is a very big name team and they have known to have a lot of experience competitively speaking. And Noir is also a very strong team. However, they haven't really been to Koa yet. So that is, if today they can get this small victory towards BL, that can mean a lot because it could put them in the advantage. And imagine to just defeat BL, it just sounds like almost like a impossible task, you might ask me, because it's one of the strongest teams of Southeast Asia and has been holding the title for a long time.
And we've seen that Nor is banning the arms factory, probably preventing the pick on BL's hunter side, which could possibly be a dream wish because we've seen his dreams before and it's really scary. A 4-kill hunter, and the pick on the BL side is Ever Slipping Town, which is their map and also Nor's map as well. So it's just gonna be a fight of who will be able to get the advantage because BL picked the map, so BL will most likely want to get the advantage. And also it's kind of like contradicting feelings. Like, okay, because Panda is also an ex-member of Nora last time, so competing against your own ex team is kind of weird in a way that you don't know whether you'll be, yeah, in terms of like emotionally, you might not know whether you're okay. Because personally, I was also in Nor that time, and then after that, went to NM, and then when I was in NM, I met with Nor at that point in time during the competition. So, it was kind of confusing for me at that point in time. Yeah, like not that I wanted. It's not something that you could have control, right? Also, so yeah, and regardless of everything, I hope that both teams do extremely well. They do their best. Also for the hunters, survivors. So yeah, and right now it will be the lineup between BL versus Nor.
Yeah, actually, I have to admit, like listening to Cho about her experience, I think that is actually quite nice because we don't really get too much to speak to professional players. So it is an honor for me, Cho, to be casting together with you because you have so much competitive experience and you know so much about the small details that a normal player sometimes cannot tell. So your insight is extremely helpful for me and for everyone that is listening to get to know this game in another level and to play it better and also enjoy it more too. So thank you so much, Jojo, for giving that little insight about that. And
Yeah,
then let's
I'm
go
glad.
right into the band fights. Yes.
Yeah, I'm glad that like it was insightful also. Like it was kind of like difficult for me to actually commentate. I realized I had to commentate for this match for BL versus Nor because Nor being in the X team, BL we have my friends being in that team also. So it's just like who am I supposed to support? Like friends versus friends, and it's so difficult. And yeah, it was kind of something that was in the back of my mind for a while. But yeah, I will just do my best and just support whatever the outcome is.
Yes, like we have a saying in Spanish that is actually let the best one wins. And actually, that is something that really applies to here because only the best one will be able to win from this outcome. And we know that both teams are the best of the best. And it's not really about who is better because these teams are basically almost at the same level. So it's going to be basically who can outplay the other, having the same amount of skills and knowledge and experience. See who can outbeat the other. So this is going to be about the art of the game. But look at the ban phase so far. They ban Embalmer, Mercenary, and Priestess, Chocho.
And the picks for the survivor side is very common. Seer, Forward, Acrobat, as well as Patient. We see the Acrobat again. Most likely will be Mini Blue. Probably no surprise here. And a Wax Artist pick on Glass side at Ever Slipping Town. This is the 4th Wax Artist that I'm seeing for the past few matches actually.
Yeah, definitely. We see wax artists coming in very strong to our Southeast Asia IVC because we have seen him last time we saw him a lot was in IVL for Summer 2022 finals. We saw a lot of wax artists. And for the ones just joining in, hello in the chat, Vanilla King, Melipin, Hugo Gold, Ellie Clark, Beanie, Maddox, Maney, Pipi Chat, super strong fan. Hello everyone, thank you so much for coming. And we're about to see BL versus Noir, BO1 first half.
I mean, like since we have a little bit of time, like we see the artists of the artwork that we were like presenting right at the start. Pianisa is also in the live chat comments. Hi also to you. We see Sky, Wafaru, very common. Like we see quite a little time. Yume, Kino. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoy this time and also just give your support to your favorite teams. You know, maybe we could give like certain emojis for you on this side. Sorry.
Yeah, sure. I think for Noir we can have black hearts. And then for BL, how about yellow hearts?
Oh, okay. So cute. Okay, I love yellow hearts, so yeah, but anyways, yeah, I hope that both sides will be able to show their fullest potential. And right now we haven't seen we did see Boru get a 4 kill using his Wax Artist, and maybe, just maybe, Glass will be able to do the exact same, and maybe also he will be showing us something that a new stun or a strategy that he has been planning or doing this past few times.
Definitely. Also, we saw someone pancakes us saying, go BL, very nice. We can see the chat finally, Chocho is working. Yay. It's good to see.
Yeah, like, okay, so as expected, we see Mini Blue the Acrobat 100% all the time. Sear, Potato, Patient, Chop Heart, and Panda with the Forward. What do you think about this team com? Oh, but we'll be starting straight away right into the match. This is Chocho as well as Milk casting for B1 first of the match. Wax Artist spawning at the S palette.
Yes, going immediately for throwing wax already, not deciding to go straight, he just deciding to go to this side. Even though there were already blood trails, he just was going his way. He thinks this is one of the areas the survivors might be hiding, and he's immediately spotting more blood trails. Mini Blue is here already, ready to take the first guide, already jump away a little bit prematurely, but definitely bought a little bit extra distance that he really needs. No, our Glass coming in very strong with all that wax. There's no real priestess on the map, so that definitely going to shorten the distance. Nobody could help him shorten the distance here. So Acrobat has to go into this 2-story area and see whether Glass can also continue this early kite.
And we see Mini Blue will be taking the kite. Maybe the first hit soon? No, the field mind game on Glass side. Mini Blue able to kite away from this area. Will most likely be getting the hit now. And oh no, the flying wheel. but unable to stop the 100 wax from happening. But Mini Blue effectively using the red ball, dodging that hit, preventing, allowing his teammates to continue decoding with max potential.
That is such a godly flywheel utilization also of the ball. That was an amazing acrobat first guide already 1 minute and a half in the match, Chocho. This is looking really not bad at all for BL.
But it seems that Mini Blue might be ending his kite rather soon compared to what we're expecting. And we see the bird on the acrobat, but Hunter doesn't want to wait it out. He just wants to get the hit, get the max presence as possible because Hunter brought insolence into the match actually.
Yeah, that is actually a very not conventional persona here for a wax artist, but Glass is still having a little bit hard time with the acrobat. Mini Blue is one was being the window block right there and now forcing to go to this pallet area. There is no more potential for Kai here, but he's going to take the last hit and also first time in chair for Mini Blue while we still already 2 minutes in the match and 3 ciphers are about to be popped.
I mean, Mini Blue's kite is actually pretty good already. It's a full 3 ciphers. He tried to break line outside from the Hunter so that the spikes can't hit him. So that was a pretty smart move on Mini Blue's side. Right now, we'll be seeing Panda, the forward, coming for the rescue, balling straight away to the chair, not giving Hunter absolutely no chance to stop him from coming for the rescue.
Yeah, that was a very swift rescue here. No body block coming in. We'll see whether the forward might opt for a stun. Not quite sure yet.
Ayo!
Just...
Oh my god! The trap MVP!
Yeah, the tram coming in for blood again. Catching Mini Blue right after he bolts the pallet. Wow.
That was something Mini Blue totally did not expect. Getting that hit from the tramp and Hunter immediately getting that hit right after kite. So Mini Blue didn't have a chance to second kite, have a rebound kite against his Hunter. So right now the next person coming for the rescue will be Chapha. Right now 3 ciphers left. One of them gonna be popped soon. Chapha has to make this rescue as tight as possible if he's coming for the rescue, because if he's unable to make that happen, then ciphers will not be enough because it is time for Potato or Panda to run to the next cipher.
Yeah, there actually might be a chance they would just sell Mini Blue here because Patient definitely not going to make it on time. So Glass will be just looking around for the next survivor. We'll see whether he can hide long enough, but no, he was spotted almost immediately and it's going to be about for Chapha to take this second kite around.
We see the effective use of the hook. Will Hunter be able to stop him and get a hit? Yes, getting the hot wax hit. So right now Hunter's looking at the ciphers. Right now the last cipher is at 70% also. Nobody is decoding at the moment. So we see Glass also with the teleport trait, so there is no blink. Most likely will not be having a trump card and a down on Chapha's side. This might be a chair on... Oh no, Hunter teleporting immediately to Panda. Panda half blood. Panda can't die at the cipher because if he dies at this cipher, nobody, because right now there is no 6 cipher that's been decoded. Seer is probably gonna go heal up Patient. Yeah, we see that at the bottom left corner. That is happening right now. They're probably gonna heal until they're all full blood. But Panda most likely will not have any much ball left, so not sure how this kite will be prolonging further actually.
You see Panda already pulling the hunt, trying to pull the hunter away from the cipher that is 70%, 80%. So that is actually the strategy right here. Try to not let the hunter know which one is the cipher that is 80%. So we see all the 3 survivors spreading around the map, not touching any cipher yet because they don't want to bring attention to that particular cipher, because once again, it is a full presence Glass wax artist right here. Very scary, guys, and the survivors are trying to get the most points, so they cannot risk anything. They are playing actually very safely, Chocho.
And we can actually see a chain cipher on one whole side of the map. So if Glass, I mean the mindset right now, I think that Glass should be having right now would be to lock that Faggot cipher, and then his main body should be camping at these 2 ciphers to prevent anybody from decoding, because definitely the longer you drag this out is definitely better for the Hunter, because Hunter has teleport. And I mean what can you do as a survivor? I mean, Seer doesn't have bird, forward doesn't have ball, and we see Patient with half blood with 2 hooks left. 2 hooks left? Yes, 2 hooks left. So Hunter will be seeing the Seer over here.
Yes, definitely. Potato here taking this kite. There is no owl for this year, so he'll have to prolong this kite as long as possible. Everyone is away from the cipher, and now forward is going to start a new cipher while patient cipher is at 50%. So at this point, Glass kind of like forced the survivors to start a whole new cipher from scratch and luring them away from the cipher that was 80%. So at this moment, Glass got the upper hand of the match.
But he was already going away, so forward right now has to force that cipher at the shade area. We see that is absolutely happening right now. The cipher will be primed when patient comes to rescue, but if Wax Artist prevents this and denies this rescue, then it's another story. Because right now, Cherry nearer to the last cipher, if he's able to wax out the last cipher and get a hit and chair the next person, this might become a potential 4 kill. So
Yes, definitely. It's so scary here because Glass didn't decide, oh my god, he hasn't blocked the cipher, but will go directly for a turn shock and the pop of the machine, allowing that rescue for the Seer, while the Chapha and Panda are going away as far as possible.
This is not looking too good for BL Survivor side. Seer getting the immediate down. Chop Hair is at the center. Panda is rotating from the fat gate area, going to the front gate area, graveyard gate area. This is not looking too good. But if forward, if Glass can't make this teleport, because if he does make this teleport, then our patient's gonna steal. So what he can do right now is to wait until Seer's blood is almost done, teleport to the front gate cipher where Panda is, get that 3 kill, and that this match seems to be more of a 3 kill than a 4 kill. I don't see the 4 kill potential at the moment.
Ooh, Chapha already revealed the blood trails right here. We are facing a full presence, but no, going to teleport to the forward gate, and forward was already preparing for that. He was not right at the gate, which is actually very important here because he could have immediately go down with the Wax Artist with detention. So now that there is a dungeon in the middle and Chapha is already there, not willing to open the gate. Forward just to start opening the gate with 5%. This is extremely difficult right now for both survivors.
This could be a potential tie right now because forward is crazily open the gate at graveyard area right now. The dungeon is at center right now. If forward is able to get out and then patient goes to the dungeon, then this would be a tie match. Would it be a clutch tie? Yes, it is. It will be.
Yes, they made a clutch tie. Wow, this is so scary because it totally looked like it could have been a 3 kill at one point because the hunter was not willing just to go directly for the survivor. He was just in the middle harassing. But then at the last minute, he just dashed toward the dungeon, and that is just the coordination that BL had at this moment to put Glass, the hunter, with detention and full presence. They were not afraid of it, and they just went for it. That is something marvelous what they did, the gameplay.
I mean, it looked like a potential 3 kill because of the teleport. Seer flew already. But what's something that Panda did where was really smart, most likely from the commanding from Mini Blue, is that to hide it out when Seer was gonna die, because the hiding it out made the hunter either he has to take time to find, and then if he's unable to find it, then both Patience Gate will be open and forward will be able to go to the dungeon. But that didn't happen. He didn't even bother finding the forward, trying to go to the gate, and then great cooperation on the survivor side and communication. Chop Hair, the patient, just immediately stopped decoding the cipher at the front gate and just went to a slow vault and hide it out, and then effectively using his hooks to hook towards the dungeon and getting that very clear dungeon escape.
Yeah, we see the stats right here. 106 seconds from Mini Blue. That is an extremely long kite, and together followed with Chapha 80 seconds and very close Panda 60 seconds, while the main decoders were Chapha with 242 seconds and Potato with 200 seconds. What an amazing decoding team here. Both Seer and Patient decoding most of the time, and then Acrobat taking the kite from the beginning. That was so extremely exciting because those balls that he did to kite away so early in the match, that definitely buys so much distance, and then Glass had a little bit of hard time catching up to the Acrobat. That was so slippery for him to do. Every single ball was utilized in a perfect way. So that is something really to look up to the Acrobat first kite. So difficult, but yet he managed to do so well.
And this is actually the first time that we're seeing Glass from Noor coming out as a hunter actually. So I mean, him getting a tie against such a veteran BL Survivor team comp, I think he did an amazing job already getting a tie. Even though it could have been a potential 3 kill, 4 kill also. A tie is still not too bad, especially because Wax Artist, right? At this map, we've seen it not performing as well we see that Glass made a attempt to try to lock ciphers and did what a wax artist would do, like Moru did. But unfortunately, the results wasn't that good. Actually, maybe like a detail, like a thing that could have changed the game, I feel, would have been once he checked the seer at the shack area, if he could have used his wax bomb thing to lock the cipher next to him that was
Yes.
already prime. That could have been a potential three kill actually, because once you lock that cipher, the seer gets rescued, which will be a rescue because forward is already in front of the chair. It will be very easy to get the down, and if he gets the down before the cipher is being unlocked, then it will be the second chair on seer. It will be second chair on seer's side, and yeah, it could have been. I feel like that would have given him more chance of winning.
Yes, definitely, because once the survivors were able to pop the cipher after he get the terror shock, that was what made them fly away. And actually, it was fast-handed of him to just immediately get into the seer. But at the same time, both the survivors were so slippery because he was camping the seer with detention, and then the patient was just hiding around the vicinity, not showing himself. And then when he decided to go for the patient also went the other way. So the patient also did a great job containing Glass with attention and not giving in. And then Glass immediately teleported to the gate. But to his disadvantage, Forward was not touching the gate. He was all the way inside the pallet area. So Glass had absolutely no chance to detention hit. So I think this is the type of coordination that PL did. He like super being able to foresee what Glass was about to do and planning ahead for the teleport, and that was what changed the match. Because imagine if Glass teleports and Forward happens to be opening the gate, then he will be down immediately, and then there will be another man elimination. It will be a 3-man elimination.
And talking about the build on the Glass side, right? Glass actually brought the insolence. So usually hunters that bring insolence, it kind of means that you kind of want to have a very good early game. But it was almost a 3 cipher kite on Mini Blue's side. So actually, Mini Blue did an amazing job for the kite already, because um he wants an early game and Mini Blue didn't allow that. He kited with very well with his balls. It wasn't. I feel that, okay, you said it was a kind of like mature play on the balls that he used in the geisha. For me, I personally felt that it was a pretty. He just wanted to have distance to the hunter, yeah, and also the ball kind of slowed him down as well. So I felt that it was still of a good play. It didn't really affect too much of it, and that yeah, and it was very good rotation on the survivor side at the start of the match.
Yes, definitely. The kite from the acrobat helped the survivors decode those ciphers. And even though when he went down, actually, one of the ciphers was almost prime, which was 97%, but they decided not to pop it just yet. And I believe that is one of the strategies that we see in competitive play, that they decide not to pop the cipher that is prime just to make the hunter believe that there's still time for him. But actually, suddenly they just pop it, and then it kind of like makes the hunter suddenly also lose his tempo, because as a hunter, when you feel that ciphers are popping so fast, you kind of tend to lose a little bit of your pace, and you become a little bit stressed. So this is one of the things that a lot of survivor teams do. They will prime the cipher until it's 98%, and then keep it that way. And then when they have the chance, come back and just pop it just like that. So this is one of the strategies that they see the survivors use to mind game the hunter too.
And right now it will be a 2-2 between BL as well as Nor. So we're moving on to the second half, which will be between Nor survivors versus BL Hunter. So right now, survivors' objectives for Nora's side would definitely be at least a tie, hopefully. And if they're able to 3 escape or 4 escape, that will be even better.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, but definitely try to aim for the tie first.
Yes, if you go aim for a tie, you in general will have less pressure as a survivor team, because if they ask you to aim for a win, like you always have already feel the pressure of win, right? But when they tell you you better just aim for a tie, then it gives you a little bit of less pressure, because you just know that, okay, we only need to get 2 men out. That is the minimum requirement. So I think that is actually not too bad because BL started with a tie. So if Noir can also get a tie, can definitely put them at the same level of BL. And I think that could definitely help them out to not feel that much pressure, not give much pressure to the hunter, to keep it steady and just keep going on to see who can just take the advantage.
And just a note to everyone here, if any teams were to like lose for this match, it is fine because they will just be separated between the upper bracket as well as lower bracket. They will not be eliminated as of yet. So being in the lower bracket means that you have lost tonight's this afternoon as well as tonight's matches, and you will be competing with the teams that have already lost, and there's still a potential chance for you to go to offline stages, which is the top 4. So very excited to see who will be making to the top 4 for this IVC, and it will be revealed most likely by Sunday.
Yes, so these 3 days, these following 3 days, counting today, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we're gonna see IVC, the top 8 teams of Southeast Asia compete for the top 4 spots for our offline stage in Bangkok, Thailand. So it's actually a huge thing for them because if they do win the 4 teams the spot, then they will have to fly to Thailand and attend the offline stage. So they will just have a whole experience. Like imagine traveling as a team and meeting everyone, and then it's just going to be a really nice experience. So I think that's what is worth fighting for, this amazing opportunity of IVC here, and it's going to be very exciting, guys. So please show your support for the team that you support, and I think they're going to be very happy to see the fans supporting them and putting those emojis and everything for them to be shown that they're loved.
And always support your team in a live chat. Like just now, So as mentioned, if you're supporting Nor, black hearts. If you're supporting DL, yellow hearts. So just quick spamming them in the live chat section, and we will definitely see them and see who you guys are all supporting.
Yes, also Chocho, in the chat they were asking like, where are you from? Do you mind saying that?
Where am I from? Hi, fortunately I am from Singapore. Yeah. And where are you from, Soy?
Actually, I live in Hong Kong. So yeah. So actually the good thing is that Chocho and me, we have the same time zone. So that's a good thing. We can both coordinate and things. It's easy because we both have the same time zone. It's actually quite cool. Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of, because I'm not so confused with the time zone, mainly because when it was back in Nor, there was like people from Myanmar, from Vietnam, Thailand and stuff, so there was like many time zones. So when we plan training times, right, it's kind of like difficult. Yeah, we have like GMT 6.5, GMT plus 7, GMT plus 8. This is crazy.
Yeah, for Noir team, for the people who don't know, a lot of people is for Noir team, they are from Singapore and Malaysia. For BL, they're also a little bit mixed up. They're also some from Malaysia, some from Singapore. But as far as I know, they have been they're all from our Southeast Asia region. But of course, even though there have been a little bit changes on the survivor lineup of BL, what we have seen so far is the survivors that we already know. So I think for Noir's case, I'm really excited to see Aurora because I haven't seen her play in a while. So seeing her back for today's match and this IVC is exciting overall.
And right now, let's look into the ban picks right now. We see number 5 actually banning the Seer, and then the survivors picking the mercenary. They're picking the forward as well as priestess. Continue banning the mercenary and picking the barmaid.
And now we're going to see that there is a possibility, Chocho, if they bring psychologists, that they could be baiting a Liz Dreamwitch. Because Liz is known for playing Dreamwitch, and his Dreamwitch is actually quite scary as well. So if they do that, then that could be a huge possibility. Because we have seen that barmaid psychologist combo works really well. Oh, but look, they're choosing patient instead of psychologist. That is actually something I didn't expect it, because usually when we feel that there could be a Dreamwitch possibility, survivors will choose to bring psychologist, because psychologist is one of the survivors that definitely counters Dreamwitch quite a bit, and that is a possibility. But in the meantime, I'm gonna say hi to everyone in the chat. Hello, Pipicha Hardcore Stan, Sky, Pianisa, Yucat, Kino, Maddox, Beanies, Maney, Vanilla King, Pancakes. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. And ooh, look, we see a new change on the Noir lineup. DDD is choosing Forward instead of Patient. So that is actually, wow. I was not expecting that, but I think it's going to be real good. Oh, Patient is still there on the upper. But yeah. So far, so good. This lineup looks really exciting against Dreamwitch, especially because Dreamwitch in BO1 can be so strong. She can bring so many points for the first round. And since BL just got a tie, I believe that Liz doesn't feel so much pressure.
Most definitely. And right now, we see in the audience right now, we see Sky, Pianista, Yugot, Kino, Medox, Venus, Maney, Pancakes A, as well as Vanilla Kin. In the live chat itself, we see we see also Wafaru, Pipi Cha Hakot Stand, yes, Venus. I think just now we also saw Evie, which says BL Mini Blue Sim and Chantel Sims. Stick to one Evie and Charles Henry. So really excited to see you guys in the live chat. Yeah, I've been reading all of this, and then we see all the hearts as well. Black and yellow both available, and we see Kino also picking both, like supporting both teams. So yeah, it will be a difficult match, especially when you're supporting both teams at the same time. But hopefully both teams also show what they can really bring to the table this time around, and if possible promoting to BO3 to really show what they can bring.
Yeah, I was saying like because in before I was expecting a psychologist, but instead of psychologist they chose patient, so that was actually something I didn't expect. Do you think psychologist, the switch from patient to psychologist is good, or do you think psychologist is a more common pick?
I think patient might be a bit better during late game, especially against a detention Dreamwitch, because psychologist, right, even if you have your stress, right, you eat one detention hit, you're still gonna down. But if patient, if you have hooks, then you can kite it out. So I think that is patient might be a better choice early as well as late game. We see the number 5 spawning at the front gate area, going towards the fake gate, and we see the patient probably getting the first kite.
Yeah, going to bump into Oxygen really early on. Our Hunter main gets to play Survivor, and now he gets found by the Dreamwitch, already putting the lead here. Going to use that, going to try to see where he can use the hook and hook immediately to the wall, going to this double parrot area. He knows he cannot put this pallet down just yet. He needs to do a little bit mind game, which is exactly what he did. Not getting the hit yet, but was so close to be a third shock, but he just got the normal hit. And now Oxygen is going to go around this passage area.
I believe Oxygen wanted to make use of the 3 seconds that Hunter's unable to control the main leash to use pellet stun and go over, but was it worth the risk though? Because you getting that free hit over there is not too good for your Survivor side. The coding speed is going to be slower, and afterwards we see Aura with the Priestess support portals, which means that the Sapphire decoding process will be slower even further.
Yeah, so far Oxygen is doing a really good job getting a first patroller here, and also this area is very far away from other ciphers, so he's doing the best he can, but now will take a hit with the main leech, so gives a possibility here for Dreamwitch to go harass with his own leech, and then going to take the first share in this graveyard area.
Oxygen unable to eat his leech. It's kind of like easier for the, I mean, it's better for the hunter, of course, because if there is less leeching that's happening, there is less possibility for the leech removal being picked up, so it's harder for survivors to remove leeches. And we see the basic hit and rescue from the forward side, unable to get the chip shot over here, and number 5 focus on objectives, leeching the forward, and Oxygen is kiting away from the graveyard areas, feeling his hook, because the mother's leash actually went to block the direction that patient was looking at, so the hook did not happen, very unfortunately, dying inside graveyard once again.
Wow, that was extremely nice mind game there coming in from Liz, stuffing the hook, and wow, now it's gonna be a dungeon party, a basement party coming in. Oh, Oxygen going to the basement, so for the second time in chair. There is a long distance portal that she's cleaning up. Luckily, there was no image there to hit, which that could have been a little bit scary, but now Forward is taking this normal hit, and at the same time, the leech is going to see whether she can find another prey.
It's kind of like a bad trade-off over there if you didn't know this. Just now, Barmaid gave the forward a drink so that he could heal up, but forward wasn't being very conservative with his ball. I mean, was being too conservative with his ball, and afterwards getting Aurora trying to get a hit, but dying at the basement once again, unable to get the rescue, getting the double down. Oh my! This is such a ton of events. Sorry.
This is extremely scary Dream Witch gameplay we see right here. She took advantage of the survivors coming in for the basement, and she decided to not only take oxygen but also take the priestess. And at the same time, this puts a lot of pressure now on Noir because they were aiming for a tie, and at this point, it's looking really dire the situation, Toto.
It looks like a potential for elimination match. There is no way Barmaid is gonna go for the rescue. Barmaid does not have tie. There is no point in getting the rescue. Downstairs there will be another leech. There is absolutely no point. That's one. Secondly, is how are you supposed to do it? We see DDD coming down right now. DDD does not have tie as well. Feeling the blink. A forward will be jumping down to get the rescue most likely. And then afterwards, what happens? Because the both of them can't get out of the basement. That's the problem.
Ooh, going for a small stun right there, coming in very aggressively with a full blood rescue, getting the first hit, and going to try to see whether she can, unable to scale, just like you said, taking the normal hit because there's no more tie turner for the forward. So he's forced to just get away from here, at least putting another leech on forward, and now going to be, how long can the Barmaid Kai, but immediately hit connect here, dying right at the Cypher as well. There's still 4 Cypher remaining, Chocho.
And yeah, it's a definite for elimination match. There is no way, even if the forward kites are like 120 seconds to 200 seconds, the ciphers will never be enough because okay, they went for a one support which is from the priestess side. We see a hit on the elite hit on the forward, and yes, for elimination, number 5, allowing himself to have the 5 points and continuing with his winning streak in first half, in BO2, BO1, sorry.
Yeah, it's definitely a very scary Dream Wish coming in from BL. Very strong gameplay. At the same time, I believe that there was a little bit of mishaps from the Noir side because the dungeon time and also coming in to rescue with no tie turner definitely is a bit risky. And with the 2 leech, one at the bottom, one at the top, that makes the escape a little bit almost like impossible. So I believe that that was the match was definitely on VL's side since the moment the dungeon was the dungeon party, the basement party was popped. So it all went to Dreamwitch side, and she managed to take advantage of that opportunity and decided to lead to 4K. But we cannot deny that also on the other side, Noir team definitely gave the Dreamwitch a huge chance for playing this way all the way to the end.
Definitely. I feel like there was a lot of things that could have been done much better on Noir's survivor side. I think let's start from the start. Patient with the kite. Not too sure why he wanted to. I mean, he wanted to get the pellet boost and then take the chance that Hunter wasn't controlling the leech to get the speed boost towards center and rotate towards graveyard. The mindset is correct, but was it a good trade-off? Because you potentially might get a terror shot as one. Second thing is that you got a free hit because of that. And
yes,
and
definitely.
the thing about kiting a dream, which is that it is possible you eat your leech first, but Oxygen unable to eat his leech at all, and it kind of make the whole match kind of comfortable and more of the hunter's rhythm during the entire match. So that's the first point. Second thing was that Aurora with different basement rescue. I mean, if the rescue was done correctly, then yeah, I mean, Patient does have potential to second Kai because he still has hooks, but did he still have hooks? Not, I can't really remember very clearly, but yes, if Patient still has hook, it was a basement Dream Witch, and even though you're a priestess with Tide, it might not have been the best choice to go for the rescue. That's one, and we see that the field rescue really it hurt them because that field rescue just immediately determined that that match was gonna be a 4 elimination.
Yeah, we see the match result so far is BL with 7 points and Noir with 2 points. So BL definitely coming in very strong in this first BO1, but we'll see how the things go for BO2 because there's still a chance for a comeback. We have seen it happen in tournament before. Some teams are able to just feel the pressure and then assimilate it and just come back very strong. So we don't know whether this is going to happen or not, but it will be very exciting to see what Glass could bring to the table. Maybe another strategy, but a little bit more aggressive. Maybe spice up that persona, add something more strong. So that could be a huge game changer as well. So there's still a huge chance here for a flip of the table or a rebound chance here for Noir as well. So looking forward to that.
And just from Posh Pies actually, so credits to him. He said that I think the patient no longer has the hooks in the base when he was really being shared basement. So the question I want to put out there to no survivors is that why did you go for the rescue? Because there is no potential for a second kite. That's one, and it might even result in a double down. Would it have been worth it? Like there was no like you didn't have to drag it out also because as long as you give the tinnitus and just threaten the hunter right at the graveyard area, hunter wouldn't be coming out, and then barmaid can heal up forward, drink the beer, everything. I think there's still chance for a possible second kite to be and then a rebound kite to happen. Ciphers could be decoded. So yeah, it's just yeah, and also Nor very. It seems to be that during the middle part they just started. Not none of them was just decoding anymore. Yeah, and that is absolutely unless it's like one cipher left and then hunter is trying to map control, you guys are not decoding, that's fine. But when you have four ciphers left, four ciphers left and four survivors in the match itself, that the decoding should be ongoing and progressing further. Yeah, so
Yeah, the
yeah,
moment that we saw there was like second chair for patient and there's still four ciphers remaining, that was the moment that as a hunter you also feel like the match is on your hand. So that is like a huge mark there that the survivors definitely were giving a huge chance, a huge opening for Dreamwitch to stuff and take advantage of that dungeon because once the priestess came in, then she managed to just stay there for a little longer, and then Dreamwitch immediately went for the hit. She didn't doubt it. Dreamwitch went for that hit, and that is something that the team at the moment couldn't afford because, like you said, everyone has to be decoding. And then forcing another basement rescue that was also unable to be done. That was just one thing on top of the other. And like in Chinese, we have a saying like it's like 水上加霜, that is like when something goes bad, then something even worse. Then it is like like too many things on top of the other. So something like that happened today, and definitely kudos for BL's Greenwich N05 or Liz. She did such a great job from the beginning of the match.
I think the main problem right now with North Survivors is that this time around, Night Owl won't be coming out. So, I mean, Night Owl is the commander of the North Survivors team, and it's very important. This is why commanders in a team is so important. You make the decisions. You know how much the ciphers, where the ciphers are, how you guys want the ciphers to be decoded. Commanders makes all these kind of decisions. But when the commander is not there anymore, things might just go downhill. And we are seeing exactly that from North Survivor side. So, yeah, not too sure how this is gonna pan out because it's definitely not looking too good for North side. Yeah, not too sure if Night Owl is also gonna be coming up for the BO2 or 3 if there is any for BO3. So yeah, it's just very difficult to watch this time around. It's yeah.
Actually, I want to put a little bit emphasis on what you just said because a lot of people that is new to competitive gameplay don't know about this. But exactly what Chocho was saying about command and point, in Chinese we call it 指挥, which actually also means that one who is coordinating all the moves. And like some people also say like the one who calls the shots. So his position, his role is to know how many, which ones are the ciphers to be decoded, what should be the strategy to follow, who should be doing this and that at certain time. And a lot of the times when the teams are very familiar with the other, the hunters will know which one is the commander of that team and will target him or her. So this is, I think, some strategy that is coming into Southeast Asia as well. The survivors will study the team, and just by watching the gameplay or listening at the VC, you will know, and even being familiar with them in rank, you will know who is the one who is calling the shots and doing all the commander work. So I think this is something that very important to know for all of you that are interested in tournament competitive play. It is something that we see more and more often.
Definitely, and also add on to your point also, like commander is important, but when commanders are getting chased, there is something called the assistant commander basically. So in Chinese, 副队长. So 副队长 副指挥. So the thing is like it's like if the commander is getting chased, the assistant commander is gonna be the one that gives the calls the shots instead. So definitely if you see like in one team, if they are like, okay, we see the BL banning the Lakeside Village and Nor picking Chinatown. Alright, so what was I saying? Oh yeah,
you were saying about Foods Away, yeah.
Okay, so like if usually in a team, if you see like 2 person are like never ever like being swapped out, right? Like yeah, 1 or 2 person is like never ever swapped out from a team main lineup. They're most likely the commander as well as sub commander. So you can just you just take notice of that. That's the thing about going to competitive. It's not just about 4 individuals playing the game. It's about how to cooperate, who calls the shot, who can lead the team. So it also doesn't mean that if you're a commander then you're the leader of the team. It's just that for leader is like people who can do administrative stuff for the team, are very organized, and then commander are for the people that's in the game. So yeah, it's
actually also just like you said, actually I want to add a little bit more to what you said. It's also known that the commander of the team seems to be the one who is the most valued player as well, because when teams decide to shuffle around, like for example we saw in IVL, they GR, in the case of GR, they decided to get AKs because AK was FPXQ's commander. So when GR got AK, then they went for that route to get the most valuable player, because not because of his skill only, but also because he's able to command the team around and plan the gameplay as well. So that's why commander team position is extremely valuable in competitive play.
So skills, communication, as well as leading, these three components are very important for a team to really succeed in the survivor side. So right now we're moving into the BO2 BO2 first half at Chinatown map. We see BL Hunter coming out first, followed by Norse survivors.
Yes, this is a map that Chinatown is a map that we haven't seen yet today, guys, but it's a map that we've seen often picked because it's very good for survivors. And we see here, it would be perfect, Toto, if they could bring Priestess again, because this map is just perfect for Priestess. She can kite so long and use the very big structures to use portal through them. So that could really help them out if they need some support or just mobility. So if they can bring a Priestess here, it would be great. I definitely expect a Dream Wish ban, because we just saw how scary can BLN055555 Dream Wish be. So I'm definitely looking forward to see that Dream Wish being banned for sure. Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, let's just talk about their team picks right now. So Mercenary as well as Priestess being picked at the same time. I feel like number 5 has done his research, or the team survivors itself that's helping him with the BPs have done the research, because Night Owl that's not being here right now, he is a top Priestess player. Not only can he support very well with his portals, but he can kite it well as well. So I feel like right now none of the survivors in No has the same ability and familiarity with the Priestess compared to Night Owl. So number 5 seems to be taking advantage of that and just letting Priestess be out into the field, hoping to get a chance to down Night Owl, because yeah, Night Owl has amazing kiting ability with the Priestess as well, and I'm excited to see what will it be Aurora bring out the Priestess once again into the match.
Yeah, the fact that BL and Hunter didn't ban, I mean, yes, Priestess is amazing, because look, he banned the patient, Oxygen's patience, because I think he feels that he can have a huge kiting possibility in this map, and the moment he loses him, they probably cannot find him again, because this map can be very difficult for a Hunter to deal with. So I believe that's why he decided to ban that patient, together with the Enchantress as well. Both very strong survivors that can buy a lot of time from the Hunter. And at the same time, wow, Toto, we see a Cowboy and Embalmer coming into our Noir lineup. That is what I was not expecting at all. I was expecting maybe an Embalmer, yes, but a Cowboy was definitely not in my cards.
Yeah, I mean, Oxygen, a bit of background. Oxygen is actually an ex-Batch, a cowboy. But he hasn't been playing cowboy too often, so might be slightly rusty, but either ways, he knows his basics. It should be fine. We see number 5 picking the Poland at the Chinatown map, and knowing the current meta right now, Poland may not be the best choice because of the flying wheel. But if number 5 can really show us that regardless of the current meta, I can still play Poland, then all the best to number 5, because number 5, we've seen his pawn before, very crazy. He knows exactly what to do to make the survivors in a very difficult situation where they can't decode, they can't do anything but to really just have to remove their spikes first and then come for the rescue. So yeah, we'll see how it pans out in this first half of the match.
Yes, so far we have definitely seen an BL NO5 Hunter playing as a breaking wheel, and he's extremely good with his blink prediction. So I think that this is definitely something worth watching, the breaking wheel, because recently we haven't really seen breaking wheel nowadays because of the flywheel effect coming in. But we'll see how this BL Hunter list will match this new meta with flywheel with using his breaking wheel.
Because right now, I think I wasn't looking at the comments, like someone asked, isn't like right now I was not here, the commander is not here, so is there any like sub commander that could really that could take over him? I've heard them practice before. I think the sub commander is not too prominent. I think really the thing that really hold Norse survivors in a match itself is most likely Night Owl. And it seems to be that the commanding will be mostly all over the place. Yeah, because the commander is just not there. There is no sub-commander as well. So they are probably just making decisions based off what they feel is the most right at that point in time. So let's just look into the match right now. We see number 5 spawning at the Lantern Gate, and we'll be going straight towards... Sorry, I believe he spawned at Tofu, and we'll be going to the Lion Cage, getting the easy first spike on the... Who is it? Kokwa, which is the mercenary.
Yeah, Kokua is playing mercenary. That was actually not something I was expecting because he usually plays support, but now going for a rescue character, that is very good. Forcing elbow pad early on from Kokua and deciding to move away. He's not going to waste time against such a strong survivor as mercenary. So now going away to look for the next spray. Everyone is definitely already rotating. The cowboy is here. Is Oxygen's cowboy going in for a second guy. He cannot really lasso on the hunter, but he would just wait for it, wait for him to get out of his car, and now test his driving skills once he get back into wheel form. But now, for the meantime, there is some support here, but no, we'll take the first hit from Oxygen.
A bit of a failed mind game over there on the Cowboys side, but it seems to be that the Cowboy seems to be a very good counter towards Poland, because each time you hook, I mean, he puts the trap, you can hook over it, so you'll never ever get the trap hit. But just now it was enduring CD right now, and then we might see the down on the Cowboy, especially the easy spike on Oxygen. So chairing at the Princess Cypher right now, the long portal will also be destroyed, the support portal as well right there. So and right now Princess has 0 portals, so I feel like there's too much support portals in that same area, because right now, because of the support portals that has been made, Princess Cypher is pretty slow. I think it's the slowest one at 32%, so this is not looking too good for North survivors right now.
Yeah, and I was coming in Princess for a rescue before half. That was a very good rescue. Taking only 1 spike, that is not bad. Going for that body block there. Aurora did a great job body blocking for the cowboy, going into portal and then going back into that wheel form.
This seems that the support has been pretty good. If Oxygen can make this rebound kite last, then it will be great. Because if he can make if he can kite until the 4 ciphers are done, the first 4 ciphers, so there will be 1 cipher left, then there is a potential for a tie and above kind of match.
Yes, now coming in with that trap that almost, that was so close there for the cowboy, and now going in back, Mr.
Oh my god! Amazing play on Oxygen's side, able to hook to the pellet, and then Hunter missing his blink. Hunter was able to predict earlier that the hook is gonna happen, so a field blink. But however, Oxygen will still be down this time, but it's okay. We see the flying wheel still able to be used for Oxygen side, and Mercenary might be coming for the next rescue.
The only thing here, Chocho, that like you mentioned before, Priestess hasn't been able to pop her Cypher yet, so that definitely is a little bit of a delay for the Cypher Rush that we usually see on the Survivor side. So now Mercenary is the one taking one spike first. We'll see whether someone else might be sneaking for the rescue, but no, it seems to be Kokua alone coming in. Oh, decide to just not go for it, and now is going to take this kite right straight away, while Oxygen decides to be sold out just like that.
And immediate down on the Mercenary side. I mean, if like the only way the Mercenary could have rescued Dan, right, was if when Hunter becomes into human form, not nearing the chair, because him using the elbow pad when the Hunter is not in human form, you're gonna get a first spike and then the second skill spike, so you'll be a total of 3 spikes. You'll be unable to rescue as a Mercenary, that's one. And then not Mercenary had no choice but to be downed with absolutely no items. For progress even slower right now. DDD has to go and heal Kokwa, the Mercenary, and Hunter is just going straight to hotel, probably predicting that they're already there, and DDD getting the next chase.
Yeah, already taking a spike there with the long spike, and now I think he's going to try to stop this rescue because they definitely need to get this rescue down. Mercenary coming in from behind the chair, going to try to sneak rescue while Balmer is also getting the attention. Mater almost about to get the rescue, but low Aurora already hitting middle, but making the rescue happen before middle, that's actually quite good for the survivor. However, though, it will immediately go for the last effort.
Very unfortunate double down on the Survivor side as well. Also excellent prediction. Also predict where the two survivors are and just standing in between, getting that two sniping thing to happen for the double down as well. Very detailed. We can see from number 5 here, and it seems to be that he will be continuing his winning streak of 4 elimination throughout IVC.
Yeah, now we see a BLN05 Hunter will change to Peepers as well. So when Hunters do this, guys, is because he feels very confident about getting a 4K. So that's why he changed to Peeper, so he can a little bit more control, a little bit more vision than more than when he has already. Flywheel coming into effect to avoid the burst, but now will be eating this trap. Wait for it. He's going to try to buy some extra time for him to not make this rescue. And now DDD unable to make that rescue, and now is going to be back all the way for N05 breaking wheel going to into the wheel form.
Very nice detail on number 5 side, like you've mentioned. And even also another down on Mercenary side. Mercenary also didn't have any items anymore, so it was expected from Mercenary. Right now, we see DDD forcing one of those ciphers that has already been decoded. But Hunter seems to know. Number 5 seems to know exactly where the survivors are every time. You know, it's like Hunter instinct or something. This just show how veteran his Hunter is compared to many other growing hunters that has growing potential actually.
Yeah, his Hunter reminds me a lot of Gigi Xon Hunter as well as Wolf's Alex breaking wheel, because that's the game sense that they have, because they play so often and they know the survivors very well, and they just go directly to where the hiding spots. And look at that, how it's just like following it, being very confident. Look at that maneuver, look at that small wheel, big wheel maneuver. That is actually so difficult to do, getting that spike on the embalmer. He's 2 spikes alone and will just splash just like that. And even though he got a coffin there, the Mercenary cannot do much at this point, and it's definitely looking like a very dire situation for Noir.
Mercenary has self-heal, used it just now, and right now we'll be waiting for the Hunter to come and see if he's able to kite this out, but most likely not. And like you said just now, amazing drifting as well as control on the Polun. Just shows how familiar he is with hunters such as the Polun. Like, he has placed many characters in BO1. You know, sometimes certain hunters, when they pick a hunter for BO1, right, it's always very standard. Dreamish. But then for number 5, right, I researched on him, right, there is no specific hunter that he's always going for BO1. He just sees the team comp and pick a hunter that he feels is gonna counter the comp, because he is so versatile with his characters.
So you mean that he's also a very unpredictable type of hunter, right?
Definitely. So if if a team, survivor team decides to counter only one of his, or one of his character, hunter character, then he's just gonna pick something that is gonna counter their survivors characters. So right now we see
Wow.
the surrender
Oh
on the
my
survivor
god,
side.
you guys see right now BLNO5 all kill in Chinatown using breaking wheel in this current meta of flywheel. You guys, this has been like this is like extremely surprising because we were really not expecting a breaking wheel, but now we know that this hunter is well known for being unpredictable and also having a lot of hunters under his sleeve, so he can just surprise the survivor team because usually like you said, Chocho, survivors will study the other team hunter, and this time this hunter made it a BLNO5 being so good at his hunter mains that he just becomes so unpredictable because he can play breaking wheel, dream witch, naiad, wax artist. Like he has like so many hunters under his sleeve, which makes it extremely competitive for the survivors to try to counter him.
Definitely. Number 5, continuing his 4 kill streak. Very happy for him also. Also, yeah, number 5, amazing hunter. I'm not too sure whether other hunters have a 4 kill streak, but this hunter has been having a crazy session with the survivors. He is countering the current meta. I mean, we see that the survivors actually bought 3 flying, whale mercenary being the only exception. However, he still manages to do him. Like he is countering the flywheel meta with his pollen at a Chinatown map. So very good job on number 5 side. We see the stats, right? We see 252% decoding on DDD and Bomber side, and Kokwa with the highest decoding containment time which is 105.6 seconds.
Yeah, you see that because of the way that Priestess was supporting so much the cowboy, then that definitely slowed down her decoding speed. That is one of the things that we Chocho noticed too. And you see that with the ciphers, they're mainly coming in from the embalmer, which happens to be almost the most main decoder there. And it's so important there for a team when you have to face a hunter that is so demanding like NO5 that you have to make your priorities, and sometimes even though support is your priority, decoding should also be a priority as well. So that is one of the things I think that the team could have done better, is prioritizing not only the support but also try to prioritize the decoding as well. That could have helped a little bit because NO5 was not really putting pressure on the ciphers, as you noted. He was just mainly focusing on the survivors and the camping. So there was no much chance for them to stay away from the ciphers, but at the same time, Chinatown is such a big map. So that's one of the things that might have been the problem, that the ciphers are a little bit spread out. So it makes more difficult for the survivors to just do the cipher rush as usual.
Totally agree with you. I think one of the biggest mistake that the survivors did was most likely the rescue from mercenary side. If mercenary has decided to, give up on the rescue for the cowboy, that could have been a potential draw instead, because him unable to rescue one. Second thing, downing immediately with absolutely no items. Not only is it gonna slow down cipher progress, I gave a very good pace for the hunter to go for it for elimination. I feel like that was the turning point because yeah, I mean, actually there was no need for rescue already. Cowboy already almost done with his hooks, that's one. Second thing, even though he has flying wheel, Cowboy still has flying wheel, cutting potential against a second skill Poland is not too much already. Especially against such a veteran hunter number 5, Poland. Maybe the survivors could have made their own decision of saying that they are unable to rescue anymore, or that they shouldn't rescue already. Like that is like sometimes, right, even though you have commanders in the team, right, you need to know what is possible and what's impossible, because clearly that was an impossible rescue already, but Kokwa still went for it. So this really comes down to whether you're able to make your own decisions during the match itself. Like yeah, like I like to tell the Nora members also, like you have 2 decisions. Either you listen to your commander and then you do either you listen to your commander and your commander commands leads you to do something wrong, then that's the commander's fault. But if you do your own thing and you do it wrongly, then that is your fault. But in this case, commander is not here. That's one. Second thing is that the situation itself, you can't make that rescue. So it really comes down to the question to whether this individual survivors in Noor has the ability to make judgments themselves during the match.
Yes, definitely. I think like as a team more experience that has a lot of experience like Noir, making these clutch decisions is definitely still is gonna be hard. So we cannot just judge by seeing a few matches. I think like we definitely need to wait, hope that this is just like something that they will overcome. And even though if they go to the lower bracket, they could still manage to fight back and also bring put themselves together and also bring out their best game for the next matches as well. So there's still hope and then there is still a chance, but we have to see the ban phase for Noir Glass. There's gonna be hunting this time.
And Glass right now, his only option is to get a 4 kill to proceed into BO3. Because in BO1, BL won BO1 with a big score of 7-2 against Noor. Right now, BL having a 5-point advantage due to number 5, their Hunter, getting the 4 elimination. So very little pressure on the BL survivor side. They just need a 1 escape to just bring this match and end this entire match and bring home the win and entering the upper bracket, of course. But we see a very interesting ban on the BL side. It seems to be that they have already researched on the Hunter, knowing that he's a ex-boy main. Banning that and Glass banning the Mercenary as well as Priestess. BL survivors picking Patient and Forward.
Yes, that is a very respect band there for Glass S-Batch Axe-Boy, because even though it's Chinatown, that is not one of the ideal maps for Axe-Boy, such as Ever Sleeping Town. I believe they know that he can achieve amazing things with Axe-Boy, so they decide to ban that, and giving a lot of chance for Glass here to bring out another of his mains. And since he needs to get at least a tie and above, then there's definitely a lot of pressure for him to come into this match and very aggressive. I'm not sure whether he would choose the same persona as before, which is Insolence, but we'll see. I mean, Insolence definitely will give you the advantage at the beginning of the match, but towards the end game, which is actually the peak of the match, you definitely need to utilize your Hunter traits and your Hunter skill to get the other survivors that you need. So that's definitely going to be something that we need to see whether Glass can achieve that with Sculpture.
We see the total picks on the survivor side. We see Mini Blue with the Acrobat as usual, 100% of the time. Potato with Patient, Chap Hao with the Postman, and Panda with the Forward. So this is the same exit team comp that BL picked against GH God J when he picked the Wax Artist at the same map as well, Chinatown. The result of the match was a tie, but it could have been a bit more aggressive. When I was casting the lie, we felt that he could have been a bit more aggressive. It could have been a 3 escape, ending that with a 2-0, but they did not do that. And Panda on the other side, playing the Forward, was too conservative with his items. If it's something that's the problem with Panda this time around. Mini Blue, oh, sorry, I remember exactly what I was gonna say already. Postman is an extremely scary character in terms of fast decoding, because look at this team comp and we just know that it's just gonna be crazily fast. I remember at that time it was 3 minutes into the match and the ciphers were already 4.5 done up already, because in the same BL match. So BL itself, they have very fast decoding, and then adding to that Postman into the team comp is just gonna be crazy acceleration of decoding before the accelerated decoding even occurs. So very excited to see what Glass can do to counter BL, or just get the first chase and maybe potentially get a 4 kill if the second skill can open fast enough.
Yes, definitely with the Postman right there will give boost to everyone, and definitely I think the kiting skill that Postman has, it can also be huge because he has the doggo, and we have seen actually Postman take the first guy sometimes and he'll be able to put the doggo on the Hunter, and since he faced the Hunter with no skills yet, no skills unlocked, that, I mean, no presence, that could be a quite a long kite as well. So I would be surprising if Chaha Postman can kite this no presence sculpture at first. That would be quite amazing to see. But we need to remember, everyone who has just come to IVC, that we're watching BL versus Noir. BL at this point, they only need to have one out to win. So that is actually puts a lot of pressure on Noir Hunter's side. So everyone else, I want to say hi in the chat to everyone, and we're gonna head right into Chinatown.
We see the hunter spawning at Tofu. Feels like the exact same spawn as the first half. And going straight towards the connected double story area, we see Mini Blue possibly getting the first chase, but Hunter thinks that Mini Blue doesn't know. Hunter doesn't see anybody, so he's going down knowing that Mini Blue is over at this area. Mini Blue will be getting the second kite in BO2 again. So the hunter has opted for insolence, so this just means that he wants an very good early game. But will Acrobat be giving the chance to Hunter? That's the question here.
Yes, BL Mini Blue taking the first kite once again, but in a different map, Chinatown, and also Glass is trying to focus here. Getting the first hit, that is actually very spot on, and now making him go to the second floor. That is also buying so much distance for the hunter. There's no one decoding here, which actually was good. Everyone is decoding all the way in the other side of the map, using this fire bomb right here, but Sculpture deciding not to take it and just going around it, while Mini Blue is still kiting in the second floor, which actually gives him some advantage because Glass needs to have him on breaking the eye of sight for Glass.
And let's just take a look at the persona the survivors have brought. They didn't bring a single Tide Turner, 339 and 13912. So the plan on BL side is very clear. They just want the one escape. They're not even gonna bother rescuing if the Cypher's not enough. So we see Mini Blue just prolonging the kite further. The blink has already been out for the first hit, so this just means that Mini Blue's kiting ability is so strong but he finally eats the first statue, and the second statue will be occurring this time around. A slow vault, which is very unfortunate for the BL side. However, we see the postman, I believe, nearby in the vicinity.
Yes, it's going to be the next. I think the forward just popped his machine, which is very good, and Chapha is the one coming in, but he actually just got spot on because of the persona of the hunter. So he's going to try not to get any chips on, while Panda is crouching here, maybe coming for a rescue. But like you said, it's not necessary at all. So he might just be giving tinnitus.
There is no second kite ability for Acrobat right now because he has used up all his balls. You see the red ball? That's the only ball that he could have gotten during the kite, which means there is a 60-second and above kite, but that did not happen. Well, I'm not too sure there's a 16-second kite or not because I wasn't paying attention to the balls that he was using. But right now he has not a single ball, so rescuing him has zero potential of there's almost none, close to none, rebounding a kite. But we see Panda appearing in front of the hunter right now.
Panda coming in. He has Tide Turner, so maybe that's why he feels like he just wants to go for it. And also there's also communication. Mini Blue told him that he feels confident about this kite. Also trying to get the Glass away from the Cipher of the Embalmer. That's also one of the strategies. And using a ball now. Maybe he knows the ball is about to come in, and now Panda coming in from behind, trying to harass Glass.
Exactly, and second skill is not popped yet. Oh, but we see the second skill popped already. Acrobat downing right at this moment. But will Hunter be able to stop Panda from the terrace?
And then coming in all the way around this pallet, trying to deny this stun, and now forward using the ball to just stay away, and now unable to get that harassment possibility that he wanted. But now the last machine is also going to be 60%, which actually is already on the survivor side.
And right now, Hunter will be giving chase to the patient that will be trying to kite away from the last cipher. Teleport was used. Chop hair right now also in the vicinity area. Hunter just want to camp out the cipher, and also probably trying to drag out his teleport that was just used just a while ago. We see Chop hair also rotating away from the last cipher. Everybody is just taking their own time right now because what they need is just a one escape. But if that's what they need, maybe decoding a new cipher might be the most optimal choice.
Yes, definitely. They just want to stay away from the main cipher, and like you said, yes, he knows now where cipher is, and now we'll take that statue on forward, and he'll be going to his first chair. And there is something the survivor still can afford, Chocho, because look, now that the survivor forward bought so much time with that kite, then they're able to go back to that cipher, which actually very far away from the hunter. So it's going to be all up to how this postman can manage to get this rescue done, while the the Cypher is already prime.
We see the flying wheel to dodge the second skill statues. Very well done on Chopier's side. This will be a very safe rescue because Hunter no longer has any statues to use. So Cypher is prime right now, getting the basic hit. Cyphers will pop. This seems to be a tie situation for Glass as well as BL survivors. Panda just continuing the kite. We see the dog on the Hunter's side. So slowing down the Hunter right now. The distance between Panda right now is extremely large. Panda has already reached into second floor. Patient also running towards the hotel gate, and the gates will be opening. Patient probably a postman also running towards the gate. So Panda is just pulling the kite here. Probably a possible tie situation since the dungeon is not in the vicinity as well.
Yeah, Panda has a good chance for dungeon because he hasn't really used his bow much, so he has a huge chance to just dash away from the hunter, and that is exactly what he's doing. Dungeon is all the way straight there, and we'll see Panda needs to get to this dungeon. Let's see whether Glass can use the status to stop this dungeon escape. But no, Panda is taking the dungeon, and it's going to be a win for BL, and the winner is going to be BL for today's matchup.
Congratulations to BL. Amazing match, number 5 with the 4-kill win streak since the start of IVC. Very well done on BL side. BL side was also standing up. They're getting a tie in the first half as well as BO2 with the 3 escape. So very well done on BL side as well. And looking forward to see how they're gonna progress because it seems to be that BL is having a very good condition in their team itself.
Yes, just like you said, I also believe so. BL has having a very steady strategy. It's the second time they get the dungeon in today's match, so I think they always aim for a 3-man escape, and the way they do it is 2 at the gates and 1 for the dungeon, which is actually a very similar strategy that Do-Fi survivors also have. So it makes me believe that they also study this very well, and they also see other regions' strategies and try to adjust it. And I think that is something that they have on their advantage, that they have this experience and coordination, and they just showcase to us how the BL survivors work and how do they coordinate with each other.
And also, BL totally deserved this win. Nor didn't deserve to lose. That's what I mean. But BL really deserved to win because I've seen how they have been training. You know, they have crazy training schedules, by the way. So they have like afternoon training, nighttime training. They have 1v1s, and they train with one of the top hunters in SEA as well. They have trained with Kuga also. They have trained with Hershen, which is one of the top hunters also. But I was unable to participate in IVC due to age restrictions. So maybe we might see him next year. But just really kudos to BL. They have been training so hard, 12 a.m., 1 a.m. And it's difficult, especially when you're in such a competitive team. You want to win. The will to win is definitely there. We can definitely see that. Because at the start, when BL was competing at the start of IVC, we could see that the coordination and everything was just all over the place. But this time, we could actually see that their hunter had carried with 4 kills, and survivors also slowly getting the pace of keeping up with the pace of their hunters as well, getting tied in a ball kind of situation. So it just kind of was a great job done on the server side of BL. MVC, as expected also, today's MVPs are all for hunters because of all the 4 kills. VL number 5 or no 5 with the Dream Witch as the MVP.
Yeah, today BL NO55555. You want to say his name correctly as he says. Actually, I know that 55555 in Thai means like laughing, like ha 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 ha. And in Chinese, it means like crying. So I don't know which one it went for, but it sounds like really funny in either language. So yeah, name to remember, guys, BLA NO5555, or also known as Liz, is the hunter for BL that has achieved the maximum points. And I think we'll be seeing a lot of these very strong hunters getting the best player, because they always showcase that they not only have the hunter skills, they also have the gaming sense and the strategy to just make the survivors out of their comfort zone, and also always trying to get the pressure to them, and always having the upper hand on these matches.
And yeah, congratulations to BL also for MP in the first match that we had this early afternoon. So yeah, MP and BL will be progressing towards the upper bracket, and For the lower bracket, we will have Sugar Team as well as Nor, and we will probably see the scoreboard soon. Not too sure, but right now we will be going into a short break before the next two matches. So this is Soy and I'm Chocho. Please wait because next up we will be having NTT as well as Porsche Spice casting for you guys. Bye bye.
Bye bye. See you soon.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
She's but a girl. What does she hope to accomplish?
Race to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were made. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking Datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the
Notes, avoid the notes. Antonio's died with the sick beat. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to IVC, the Identity 5 Championship, Southeast Asia 2022. Pot Spice and NTT, your commentators for the second half of the day one of the playoffs. And NTT, so far, so good. I mean, all these teams have definitely brought their A games. Was there any moments that stood out to you before we head into the next match?
Yeah. To be honest, I'm quite surprised that the breaking wheel is a character in the game.
What? Right?
What?
Apparently, this patch has the breaking wheel. What is happening? No longer wax artists, no longer sculptors, but yeah, breaking wheel can still have that 4K potential. I think it's just a good case of those hunters out there. Number 1555, he was just able to show that there are changes. There is the flywheel, but the breaking wheel is still very viable hunter.
Yeah, exactly. And also, all throughout the tournament, Moru is the only hunter that makes a wax artist work with a 4K. So yeah, I'm seeing the potential for wax artists as of now, but I think we're still far away from that. He's still meta, but
I have to agree with you there because we do look at IVL. Yes, that is the gold standard, but it hasn't been working out. And there's a lot of the hunters as of today, and even a little bit from Sunday, that are kind of forcing wax artists, even though map pressure isn't there. 4K potential is not so there. Again, Moru, he's the gold standard. He's the exception. But as of late, wax artist has been a little underwhelming. Yes, it does counter flywheel, but I mean, you still got the sculptor. You still got a lot of those hunters like Dream Witch and all that. But let's move on to our next match. It's going to be Ryu versus WP. Why don't I throw it to you, NTT, to start things off with the head-to-head with the hunters?
yeah, we have Sneaky over on the RIU side with the Galatea, and we know that Sneaky is a seasoned hunter with the Bloody Queen, with the Dream Witch, with the Clerk, like Geisha also, like a lot of hunters that she could play, competing against the side of WP hunter Potter.
Yeah, I'm going to introduce Potters over here. We did say, and Eli also agreed, that one of the strongest things about WP is their hunter. Potters being such a foundational point bringer to the team. So I'm excited to see Potters. Not sure if he's going to bring out the breaking wheel, but as of last week, the game that we just saw before they qualified to the playoffs, He has a sculptor. He brought a really crazy axe boy. I feel like he plays shooting games if he's not playing
Yeah.
Identity 5 with that axe boy flame snipes. And not to mention his bonbon is also pretty crazy. So it could be a potential battle of the hunters. If I would ask you, NTT, who would you give the edge to when it comes to this head-to-head?
It's very tough to say, to be honest, but I'm still gonna put the edge to Sneaky. Let's move ahead to the survivor side with I believe this is the first of the many prospectors that we have over on the side of RYU.
I mean, first of the prospectors in general, right? Prospectors has always been a big role, a vital role. Well, I mean, in this head-to-head, right? Lemon doing pretty well, but let me introduce Hermione. Hermione, yes, mercenary, but brought out the psychologist, brought out the priestess, even brought out a cowboy. So I'm really excited to see the variety that Hermione brings to the table. And I know also, NTT, that you said you didn't really watch Harry Potter, so I got the WP for you.
Let's go. Let's go.
Tell us about Lemon.
Before
hold that thought.
Yeah, let's hold on. Let's move on to Tofu and Cedric. I mean, we just say this in the break time. Cedric is like the link to the entire team. Like he's the captain of the ship.
Yes, he's the one. If the kite goes his way at the start, he's such a pivotal point in the game. But if he doesn't get early kite, it could turn the other way. So Cedric, one of the foundations of WP. So can't wait to see more of him. But let's move on over to Tofu. Tofu does have a priestess, brought out a mechanic, brought out a dancer. So I'm not really sure. There's no data here, but in the previous matches, Tofu uses a lot more than just mercenary. So that's what I'm really excited about. Who knows? Maybe you have a prospector.
Yeah, and also Tofu used to be in BL, so I think Tofu has some experience in tournament lineup. He might be very seasoned when it comes to this.
You're talking about seasoning, you're talking about tofu. I'm getting hungry just talking about this lineup. And there's Cake. What? Oh my gosh. So we got Cake and Scamander here. Cake coming into the lineup later on. So it seems like Ryu brought out Cake in BO3 when they seemed like they were propped up and ready. Cake bring out a toy merchant in the previous match. So I wonder if Cake will be bringing out that toy merchant to start things off, or we're going to get more data on Cake.
Yeah. A lot of food in our RYU lineup, to be honest. And move on to Scamander. Seems like the favorite character is forward with a win rate of 34.7. So it's rather high considering that the Hunter has been making scene in IVC.
Not to mention Scamander also has a postman, brought in a psychologist. And it seems like Scamander really likes those kiting and support characters. Who knows? I mean, forward kind of got relegated to move to a support character instead of a rescuer. So I can't wait to see more of Scamander's lineup, because if you look at the decoding progress, it's triple digits. Kiting is it's above 60 seconds. So stats are looking pretty good all throughout. So head-to-head between Cake and Scamander is looking pretty solid so far. But if we're going to have to put it toe-to-toe when it comes to the Survivor team, like you said, Tofu being part of BL, that I think that gives a pretty good advantage on Tofu's side.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm judging here. WP has a very great hunter, but the Survivor team is still maybe needs something to work out. And let's move on to RYU and Harry P, the main character of Harry Potter series.
Harry Potter, the boy who lived, came to die. I just had to do that. It was a TikTok thing. But anyway, yes, I would agree. WP being one of the new kids on the block, because I mean, RYU, not only Tofu but also Wolfie and Numb, known names in the competitive scene in Southeast Asia. They really pose a big threat, so I would have to say the Survivor team have lots to prove, and who knows, they could pull off an upset here, because if we know Harry P, yes, we see he does have this acrobat, but Harry P actually is the main rescuer of WP. He's brought out the mercenary, he's brought out the gravekeeper, and he's also had an amazing amazing support, because he was able to drop the elbow pads to have the explorer have an amazing kite, Cedric have an amazing kite out of his explorer. So support is definitely on Harry P's side.
Yep. Yeah, to be honest, teamwork is needed for every team. So it's nice to see that the Southeast Asia region is is starting to adapt to the playstyle of more teamwork and still able to fulfill the Cypher progress.
Yes. I just think that, Southeast Asia is one of those regions that, up and coming, and we're definitely going to hopefully shock the world come Call of the Abyss 6. And, I just have to give kudos to Identity 5, NetEase, IVC, because they keep raising the bar each and every year. And I think that's why teams now are definitely leveling up to just rise above the occasion. And speaking of support, seeing a lot of support in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Shout outs to everyone. People are saying hi to us. What's going on? Some quick shout outs. We got Vanilla Kinda, you got Nana, you also got Papa Norton, you got Melly, you got Dim 44. Lots of shout outs to give out. Anything that you want to shout out, NTT?
Shout out to all the people in the chat, also all the people in the back. Let's start this game with the ban pick of the map that we're seeing here. Chinatown has been banned by the side of WP, and Ryu's gonna pick Ever Sleeping Town, your favorite.
Hey, shout outs to your hometown, NTT. We're gonna head on over to the town where there's no crossing guards and the tram just goes wherever he pleases. And that was quite unfortunate. The tram hit on, I forgot who the player was, but that was so dire in the previous match. That was quite unfortunate. So I know the chat was kind of popping off for the tram. We'll see if there is any more tram moments as we go to Ever Sleeping Town. And note that in the stats, I would have to point out that Ever Sleeping Town is the most picked map, yet the least banned map. It's right there next to Lakeside Village. It's 16-1 as of last week. I know there's more. The numbers have changed as of today, but yeah, 16-1. People be loving their Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah, I think Ever Sleeping Town is a great map, apart from the tram having a mindset, seems like both sides benefit from Ever Sleeping, to be honest.
True, and if you think about tournament, advantage when it comes to Ever Sleeping Town, a lot of characters shine. A lot of hunters shined. I mean, we saw the Breaking Wheel come out, and he definitely shined there. In those big maps. But, Priestess, you also have Psychologist coming in because of how wide the map is. Acrobat's got a lot of good jump spots. So, it definitely highlights a lot. Unlike, we always put Hospital up as an example that's very survivor-sided. You saw a lot of examples like this today and last week, where once a Priestess or once a mercenary goes inside the hospital, it's just... they're unchaseable. It's so hard. They're lost. It's like a maze in there.
Yeah. I mean, when they decide to pick Hospital, that's when they are reliant on their survivor lineup to do well. To be honest, in Ever Sleeping, apart from all the characters that you have said on the survivor side, there is also Embalmer, Toy Merchant, Patient, a lot of non-meta character that has been making scene, as well as the Hunter side. Even the Soul Weaver had made an appearance in Ever Sleeping Town and has to do well. Also Nightmare, actually.
That's true. Yeah. I would have to say, NTT, you're selling me a lot on Ever Sleeping Town. I don't know if there's some properties open there. I mean, property value of Ever Sleeping Town has definitely been going up.
Yeah, not like I have some plot there.
Yeah, I think everyone agrees. I don't think it's as polarizing. I'm looking also in the chat when we mentioned like Lakeside Village or Leo's Memory, where I was like, oh, I don't like Lakeside, I don't like this. Ever Sleeping Town, we're just memeing around about it because it's been picked so many times. Like, you don't know any other map besides Ever Sleeping Town in competitive. Because as NTT mentioned, it benefits a lot. And hopefully here it'll benefit the right people because once again, we're at the playoffs. It's double elimination. So like the previous, like Noir, Sugar Team, they are not out of it yet. They're in the lower bracket. So kudos to them, give your love and support to them because they need it now more than ever. But congratulations to the Mad Penguins and BL because they advance.
Yeah, and to be honest, when you are down in the loser bracket, it's still not gonna be detrimental for you because you see in the previous IVC with GH, they move in from the loser bracket into the champion. So, I mean, it's possible for a loser bracket team to, move on and defeat all the other team. So maybe it's just some misstep here and there, and they grow up over time. So let's just see how they gonna perform.
As I like to say, when you go to the losers bracket or lower bracket, you take the scenic route. You take the longer route, and you definitely build up that momentum to get even further in the tournament. So they're definitely not down. they're down, but definitely not out. So do give your love and support to the teams that have gone to the lower bracket because they for sure need it more than ever. But as of now, NTT, let's get a discussion going with how this. Let's get back to like the wax artist talk. Right? It hasn't popped off just yet. What would be the solution for that? Should we just stick to the same hunters that we know and love, like the sculptor, Dream Witch, instead of trying to force a breaking wheel or a wax artist?
Yeah, the thing about the wax artist is that when you bring him out, the survivor are just gonna immediately not gonna bring flywheel effect, even though some hunter bring it to counter flywheel effect. So, usually when you are the wax artist, you want to down that person immediately and try to chain near the cipher machine, like what you see Moru doing there, in order to camp the cipher, because you know wax artist has that ability to lock the cipher from the survivor by shooting wax into the cipher machine. So it's kind of like a second clerk. Yeah,
a second clerk with no Wi-Fi. It's just 2G signal or something. It's not even that far.
Yeah, it's like
a
LAN,
radius.
LAN connections. The LAN connection version of clerk.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's dial-up internet. It's not the best when it comes to the radius, but you have to admit, like, Chase is pretty good. It's just he's heavily gimped or heavily weakened when it comes to map pressure, and you see when we make cases for Sculptor, we make cases for Dream Witch when we talk about Pollen, like the map pressure is definitely there. Wax Artist, it's only in a certain vicinity and air radius. So, that's why he's known for just solidly tying a lot of these matches, because a lot of survivors know how to deal with it. Just once something is too dangerous, all right, let's just move on over. Let's create that distance. Let's establish a lead here and just put the Wax Artist on a back foot. So, I don't know. In this lineup, there's no... Wait, let me try to look at my notes here. Yeah, you know what? None of them have brought out Wax Artists, so I'd be really surprised if we see a Wax Artist either from Potters or Sneaky.
Yeah, to be honest, I think either side are going to bring out Wax Artists because they have a lot of hunter. They have a lot of hunter to use. Like Potter has Breaking Wheel, has that Bonbon, Galatea. Like, there's so many potential for them to use those characters instead of Wax Artists. And also Sneaky, we know that Sneaky can deal well in a BO5 situation even. Like, a lot of hunter can be used.
Can we talk about Sneaky for a bit? Because I know you and Nell were commentating her matches, and man, once one cipher is left, that's when she starts to come online. She's so scary when one cipher remains. So her calmness in the midst of the storm, or the midst of the pacing of the survivors, is so scary. Just I think the last day number 5 of the group stage is something you guys have to check out. If you guys haven't, please check the YouTube channel and subscribe as well for Identity 5. Yeah, that was an insane showing of hers. The way she was able to camp out the cipher, still managed to win that round. So I'm really excited to see how that's going to play out as we head towards our first matchup, WP versus RYU or Ryu. If Sneaky's gonna be the hunter first, I'm sure that once one cipher remains, these survivors have to still be careful. They're definitely not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, so it's going to be Eva Sleeping Town first. So yeah, Sneaky have nothing to worry about since there's no hunter ban. So Dream Witch can be utilized, Geisha can be utilized, even Galatea and Clerk. So it's just down to the first band to see, to try to guess what Sneaky is having in her mind.
Yeah, in the previous match when it was Lakeside, it was a big map. She still brought out her Dream, which still got a 4K. We started things off with a Seer forward ban, and then ended up banning out the Psychologist. So let's see if Sneaky will go through that same pattern.
Yeah, banning the Seer, since now the main body can go through portal, so you have nothing to worry about. And it seems like the Survivor side aren't going to pick that Priestess also. It's going to be Psychologist and Mercenary to deal with that Dream Witch.
Okay, now. Banning out the forward seems like the same pattern. Looks like he's gearing up towards that Dream Witch, depending on what the next pick is. Let's see if it's gonna deter. Oh, little girl. I would have to say I'm excited to see this, but I'm also a little worried because we haven't seen a game-breaking little girl just yet. Like like a potential momentum shift page yet. We did see a little bit with Mercenary and Little Girl combo, but I forgot which hunter was able to kite that one out.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The ban on the priestess though.
Whoa.
Whoa. So
Explorer.
the thing is that when Sneaky banned that priestess, the survivor side is immediately gonna think that, is she going to play the Privilege? Or is it a clerk? So they pick the Explorer to counter the clerk, but Sneaky's still gonna stick to her gun and move on to the Privilege. And you know, the point that you brought up earlier where when the game gets to one cipher is when the motor in Sneaky decides to run.
Yeah, that's when she starts playing the game. I feel like she's just warming up until one cipher remains. Oh, okay, time for me to play the games. Crack knuckles. What's that? Fix your eyeglasses. Then that's when she starts. So if we go with that train of thought, NTT, yeah, it seems like Sneaky kind of baited this from happening because Explorer coming in, we saw how it didn't work out just yet. I mean, it's a big map, not much grass, not much areas to hide in. I mean, it's a huge map. But if you duck down or you become like that tiny form in the middle of Ever Sleeping Town, yeah, you're gonna stick out.
Yeah, picking the Explorer in this map is kind of hard to hide away from the hunter. Unless you find a very
graveyard, right?
A corner, like a very corner in the middle of the map. The problem is that the Privilege can find out where you are with the leech ability.
Yeah, it's gonna prompt up, right? Yeah. So she's just, all right, cool. I'll just leech whatever is here. It seems like there's no one, but I seem to have found the Explorer. So yeah, it's a tough call on WP's side. I would have to give it, since you are playing into Sneaky's strengths. I would based on picks and bans alone on paper, it looks like Sneaky is gearing up towards a win here with. Just because we've seen how well she performs with the Dream Witch in a map like this. And she was able to ban actually an international lineup here. So it's going to be hard for these guys to actually traverse. It's only the Little Girl that's going to have that mobility. But good luck trying to run across Ever Sleeping Town as an Explorer. I mean, you can, but it's just going to be real. You're going to have to hug the walls. You're going to have to be out of line of sight. So it's, and with Sneaky's rotations, she's definitely going to run into at least one juicy target, either the Explorer or that Little Girl.
And you know, knowing Sneaky is, I'm actually wondering if Sneaky is going to be bringing Blink first up, because the Patroller has been going so well with her, even though with all the flywheel effect. So yeah, let's head into the match and find that out.
All right, just shifting away towards Graveyard, right to Corner House where Scamander is going to be at. We do know that Hermione is also here. So Psychologist, we do see that the Explorer is actually in a small form. And speaking of small form, the Little Girl is here just stunning the follower, but she's already leeched at Corner House. So she's gonna have to make this one last, but we do see that Sneaky has her sight set on Hermione as well, so the support's going to be there. And pretty standard build on Sneaky's side. Whoa, everyone's here.
Wow, already the support coming from the Survivor side. Little Girl will leech onto the Mercenary and will let the Mercenary do the kiting. But we'll take the hit here! Mercenary was too conservative with the arrow pad, and that will be an early hit onto the Mercenary.
And the thing is...
Wow!
Yeah, NTT, he still has that leech on, so it's free presence, it's a free hit, and we do know that Sneaky would gladly take that. But Little Girl's still doing the work here. We haven't seen it yet, but the Psychologist is here.
I'm not sure why. The problem is that, wait, has she found out where the Explorer is?
Explorer is right there.
I think she had. So here's the problem. Sneaky has that leech downstairs to catch onto that Little Girl, but she didn't switch onto that, and instead immediately transition. But she got blocked by the follower.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, and now we see that the Psychologist is healing up the Mercenary, but he's found the Explorer, and he's gonna follow this Explorer with the main body, so the main leech will be following. So Cedric has to be very careful, and he's gonna leech him right away. So Sneaky doing a great job being very proactive, keeping the survivors busy, dropping the Patroller, getting the bite, and this Explorer will be falling down as soon as the hit lands.
Yeah, I was about to say that there has been no Patroller buy, and there will be the flywheel effect to avoid the Patroller buy for the second time. Another doggo skip that will be down, because two follower was chasing him, so it's very tough to go away from that situation. First down, and look at the cyber progress.
It's not moving too
Yeah.
fast, and we have to say that the little girl here
Ooh, the
was
timing.
able to remove the leech in time, so that was actually a good call on their side. So the decision is now WP's. What will they be doing? Because this Explorer doesn't have the best rebound kite potential. You're gonna have to give him some resources, and we do note that the Mercenary already expended an elbow pad. Psychologist is working on a Cypher, and the Mercenary is already here for the first rescue.
It's Chariot, but the Explorer hasn't got any password pages, and now will be down, so I'm not sure why the rescue.
Okay, and now the Mercenary spends another elbow pad, grabs an anti-curse, and now just being focused on by Sneaky here. Explorer will be falling down and has the leech so that the pickup can happen, and now Harry P has to be very careful. Is he going to spend his last elbow pad to transition away? Nice drop on the pallet just to create that space between him and the leech.
So yeah, I was kind of blind there. There was a paper falling in the Explorer chair, so there is a password page for the survivor side, so it's gonna help with the decoding progress, but still, 5 cipher remaining. Looking very dire for the survivor side, and now the patroller is going to be dropped. Little Gun will not be able to go for a rescue now.
Yeah, it's gonna be way too risky. Psychologist also in the second floor here. Main body hit. Leech is still intact for the little girl. We do see that he is Sneaky's just cleaning up shop here in the basement. Now focusing her attention here. Nice page being popped up by Scamander. Let's see if how long this kite will last, because that little girl dropping another page, establishing enough distance for her to possibly even take that tram.
2 ciphers be decoded. Psychologist is now going to be leached by Sneaky. Now, with 3 cipher remaining, and I believe they are still short of a whole new cipher, half a cipher. And oh my god, what the?
Yeah, that was an excellent placement of that leech. Forcing the vault to happen just so that leech would hit once the psychologist drops down. So Sneaky's doing the work, constantly injuring the survivors here and there. Mercenary just has that 20% left. Mercenary is actually the main decoder of this team. Scamander now back on the kite. Has almost a page to use, but 2 excellently placed pages. Blink! Oh, unable to get it, but Scamander out in the open here. That hit will still connect. Still, I mean, able to bait out the blink, that's a victory. That's a moral victory, but now you have 1 survivor down, an injured psychologist, and a mercenary with 1 elbow pad. So resources are slowly dwindling on the survivor side.
Yeah, also that analysis as we did earlier. Sneaky, really great at controlling the cipher. Like,
One cipher left.
Yeah,
Oh,
no, keep pushing the survivor out the cipher. So here's the thing: they have 1 whole new cipher, and with a max present, during which it's going to be hard because she can just move around. Psychologist won't be able to decode in peace, to be honest.
Mercenary is the only viable person to actually go for this rescue. Harry P already making the rotations to graveyard just to rescue this little girl before the halfway mark hits. Harry P charged up hit, and nice activation of that elbow pad to get the little girl out of that rocket chair. So we'll see. This is a bare bones mercenary. He's going to try to go for another hit. Unable to get the swing onto the mercenary. So this is actually a great job. Clean rescue. Little girl still has that leech on her, but at least able to get out of that rocket chair.
You see the placement of the main body by Sneaky. So Sneaky is just gonna place the main body near the cipher at the S pallet and the fake gate. And as for the cipher at the geisha area, it's going to be another leech that will be dealing with that. So a whole map control as it seemed to be.
And I'm just looking at the time because Sneaky's matches usually go the 10-minute mark, and right, and she's gonna slowly dwindle them. Now it's a divide and conquer strategy, but Sneaky, yeah, like you said, I love the main body placement and the patience. Right, they have to open up 2 new ciphers just to add that pressure, but pressure is really on them because 1 hit and they're falling down. Little girl and psychologist don't have a leech on them yet. Mercenary is the one that's being chased now, while we see the psychologist healing up that little girl.
Exactly, they might be able to heal up. And you said Sneaky, usually the game will be exceeding above 10 minutes. But the game that we witnessed with Nell in the previous round is like 20 minutes already, so it could potentially be another one of that. With the control that Sneaky is having here, it seems like the Survivor are not touching the Cypher. Like they don't dare to do that.
Yeah, I think it's the respect. You have to note that they've done their homework. They know this is Sneaky's comfort zone, and they know that she likes slowly dwindling the survivors. Trying to bait out a blink here. Still no bite there. Goes for the blink. Psychologist falls down. We'll see the rocket chair for the first time. So 3 ciphers are being worked on already.
Yeah. Now the psychologist will be chair, while the mercenary is actually decoding.
Ooh, little girl's here.
Sneaking right in for this rescue, and will be a perfect rescue. No health loss, but seems like Sneaky will be transitioning to the shaking cipher in order to keep the cipher progress at bay. You know, the strategy is always prolonging the endgame situation before the cipher pop. For Sneaky over here.
Yeah, and I think Sneaky just wants to just not even try to chase the Tide Turner. Wants to rely on the leech of that psychologist. Main body is moving to the center of this map. Still anyone's game. 1 cipher left. 2 ciphers are past the 50% mark. Tried to go for the blink, but it ended up empty, and psychologist will buy even more time. Sneaky now must be shaking in her boots because the survivors are definitely bouncing back.
Yeah. After that failed blink, we usually say that golden footstep. Seems like the Cypher progress is back in line. Like 76%, 56%. She now have 2 ciphers to worry about.
Yeah, and not to mention also psychologist already primed her leech. The psychologist already removed it. Little girl now has 2 hits in her, so this is going to be a tough chase, and now we see that the Cypher progress, yep, like you mentioned, at 76%. No more blink on this this leech will be used already, and the main body at the center will have to go and leech another survivor, which is Scamander. So they really have to prepare for this endgame. And now she's teleporting.
She be able to teleport in time? She will. Now, it's very hard for the for the Hunter side now, since Mercenary and Little Gun will be healing up each other. Psychologist still have 1 time on the chest, so if Sneaky didn't interfere with the healing progress, it's going to be an easy rescue for the survivor side.
Now, little girl all healed up. Mercenary, note that he did get a syringe. So yeah, the discipline of them not just touching ciphers, just being ready, just rotating around constantly, just communicating with each other where the main body is, who's gonna get leashed next. Little girl can definitely take this kite. She has some pages to work with just to extend this kite while the mercenary works on that last cipher. Hermione also just trying to harass, trying to just say, hey, I'm present here. You're gonna have to guard this cipher away from my friend that is the mercenary.
It seems like WP Survivor are now improving from the last time that we saw them. They seem to be more in line with their teamwork, and now Psychologist will be down, but Cypher has been popped. It's looking like a draw game.
Yeah, it looks just like that, but Sneaky, this is the first time we've actually seen her in this playoffs just put on the back foot. So let's see if she can get more than just a tie. We do note that she is already leeching up the mercenary. So Little Girl and Mercenary have a leech. Little Girl has to be careful crossing the train tracks in time, but no, tried to go away.
What
look
is
at that.
this?
Through the pallet, and Scamander able to use another page to move towards the next pallet. My goodness, they are kiting this out.
Yeah, then the Mercenary is trying to let the Little Girl leech onto him to go out the gate. 3 followers are trying to block her way.
Yeah, Mercenary only has a leech. Yeah, so that's only 2 versus 1. And now it goes for the blink, but no, ends up empty once again. Commander, potential MVP play there. Just prolong the kite just a little bit. Will he have enough time to leech to the... Can she bind to the Mercenary? Can she do it? She did it!
It could be a 3-man
Oh my god.
It will be a 3-man escape.
NTT. WP are already at the exit gate. Sneaky trying to make a foot race right there, but WP's gonna do it.
Oh my god.
Getting a victory over...
so well.
getting a victory over Sneaky's Dream Witch is no easy feat, ladies and gentlemen. We said that, you know what, coming into the picks and bans, Dream Witch on Sneaky's side would definitely put the favor into Ryu's corner. But you know what? WP coming in prepared, understanding the assignment, and they get the win.
The teamwork is just incredible, to be honest. Wow. You see, they didn't make the same mistake as the other team. Like the three last cipher are very far away from each other. One of the fake gate, one of the geisha, and one of the S palace. So they are very far from each other, and it makes Sneaky hard to control all of them. The survivor just keep on rotating and healing each other up. So yeah, tough game, but kudos to the survivor side for making this work. Like it was looking at a potential draw, but a 3-man escape is no jokes.
Yeah, and now let's look into the micro plays there. Man, Scamander is... There was not one wasted page. All the pages worked in his favor, not just to create the distance, baiting out the blink hits. And also, that weird interaction with the pallet. Like, she spawned right into the pallet and tried to go for the swing. It was 180, so what's going on? I definitely want to see that clip, ladies and gentlemen. So give a shout out to the person that's going to clip that. Looking at the match stats here, Cedric, unfortunately, was the first one that was sent out of the game. But you know what? The action was really nonstop. That he actually had 50% page, so that did help out the mercenary to get 200% in decoding. Hermione though with 236% and able to get one heal with that Wi-Fi heal. But you got, I'm gonna give MVP to Scamander. That was an insane play on his side. That's the little girl play I was looking for.
Yeah,
we need to clip that.
Yeah, we just say before getting into the match that we haven't seen any influential little girl play. And this is the one that we have been looking for. This is the gold standard that we might be looking.
I would say if I would see this match, I would be like, yeah, little girl, insta ban right away. Come on, you're gonna allow her that menace, as people would say, the little menace. I don't want to, coming into this lineup, man, Scamander really used her to her full potential, and the binds were so on point.
Yeah, the leech of the bind. The paper and then the teleport at the end game. That's just too much for Sneaky to handle. And yeah, inherit a win for the side of WP, which is what an improvement from the previous round.
Yeah, and coming into this, we were saying it's the Hunter Potters that usually gets the points, but you know what? The survivors coming in hot now, giving Potters that extra boost of confidence because he will be going up against Ryu's survivors, which again we've noted that there are some players there that we've noted in previous tournaments that are no slouch. So at least coming into this, he just needs to at least just get a tie and they win this round.
So yeah, Potter, I think the survivor side did a very great job for him. Now he just needs to get a draw to win the game, to win the first round for the side of WP. And even if he lets 3 survivors out of the game, it's still a neck and neck situation. So yeah, it's more onto WP side as of now.
Yeah, and if we look at Potters as Hunters, Sculptor, yeah, that could definitely that could be a draw. That's a draw hunt. Well, it can go 4K, but it can just go for the draw. Bonbon also can go for the draw too. Just get that one. They have to go for the rescue because they can't afford to draw this one. That could definitely play into Potters' hand. Axe Boy, with the way he's been flame sniping, that's definitely a 4K hunting on his side. Definitely. So it's looking kind of dire on Ryu's side. And I would definitely have to change our predictions. I'm glad no one asked us for our predictions on this match.
Yeah, not to mention Potter is also a breaking wheel player, so we might see the breaking wheel. Yeah, we could see that. But if he's playing it safe, we might just see a Galatia in the first round, to be honest. Still, kudos to the side of Survivor here. And also to Sneaky for bringing such a menace about Dream, which I think it's just a bit of a lucky situation where Survivor able to find the weakness and drag the game out of the Dream Witch comfort zone.
Yeah. I'm trying to recall the first chase because it was little girl at corner house, and then he transitioned, saw the psychologist, but spotted out the explorer, right? Actually, I think that was the great call by Sneaky, because if she chased the
Yeah.
little girl at the start, I mean, we saw how well Scamander was. So if you allow Scamander to take first chase, could have been a different story. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to think of the hinge point. I think it was probably the empty blinks on this on the
Yeah.
psychologist hit.
Yeah,
that
at the
was
corner house. Yeah.
the golden footsteps, as like you like to call it.
Yeah. The thing is, yeah, failing that blink ensure that psychologist has time to move on, and the survivor side has time to heal each other up and decode the cipher. Yeah, I think from those blink, it's kind of turned the game towards the survivor side. And yeah, let's move on to the game between the survivor side of Ryu and the hunter of WP, Potter.
So Potters, he brought out the sculptor early on. He did want to ban out forward seer and entomologist. So since it was a different map, it was on hospital. So I think you definitely want to ban out the priestess to start things off. Let's see, locking in the seer. Wow, a character that we don't see that often. I'm glad we're seeing it now.
Seer exists? What? Yeah. Oh, banning the entomologist. Yeah, that's interesting. We usually see the second ban onto, the acrobat or the mercenary or any other decoding survivor like the postman. But now the entomologist, which is a supporting character. I think on the side of Ryu, there's a menace of an entomologist player and toy merchant. Wow.
Cake, like we said, Cake coming in BO3, bring out the toy merchant, and there are certain jump spots here that I want to see highlighted. Hopefully, Cake can give us those highlights. Now, the last ban on Potter's aside, are we gonna cancel out Mechanic and Balmer, any of the tie? Oh wait, yeah, he wants to get a tie, so yeah, gladly use that. So is he gonna ban out Mercenary? Gonna ban out Acrobat? Because we've seen a lot of great Acrobat silences.
But banning the patient. That's interesting. Yeah. Could be. Yeah, could be the Bonbon because patient isn't that scared of the Bonbon when it comes to rescuing. But if he bring Bonbon, it's a counter to the Seer. But it's not a counter to Cypher Rush. So that's the postman in the lineup before for the Cypher Rush. Oh my god.
Oh, okay. It all makes sense now. The Axe Boy, and I saw NTT sit up straight. I hope everyone in chat is sitting up straight. We see you, Kino. We see you, Meow Wing. We see you, Chu. We see Chantel. Big shout out to Chantel, our bestie. We got the Axe Boy NTT. How do you feel about this?
Axe Boy, round one. Not expected at all, to be honest. Comes to a game like this, you want to establish that point deficit. So it could be Potter trying to get as much point as possible because all the Harbor Hunter has been pretty stable in terms of getting a draw.
Right.
As for the exploit, used to say that it's a 4K potential hunter.
with the flames, right?
Yeah.
We did say also that Sneaky was very stable too, so we can't count out the survivor side on any of the teams. So Ryu would definitely want to be able to bring up the confidence of Sneaky. So I'm sure with their lineup, they might be able to pull something off here. But I mean, if you guys saw how scary Potter's is, those far flame snipes were just so insane. Like max distance. It's crazy for him to do that.
Yeah, I think I met him in a CSGO match and I lost to him.
I'm sure. Oh, dude.
An interesting lineup to be honest.
I was thinking of another game, but revive me, Potters. But let's see how this one's gonna shake out because you have to admit also, like the distance is gonna play a factor, and also there's flywheel, just to try and if they're able to kind of predict when the flames are gonna come out easily, they'll just flywheel away from it and just relegate him to a single hit hunter.
And not to mention there's Seer to be able to block out a potential either flame hit or normal hit, so you can prolong the game, and also the catapult from the toy merchant. So they have to have great coordination to make this work because considering all the other lineup that we have been seeing for the survivor side, this team comp is I would say rather weak, to be honest.
Mm. Yeah, maybe we're not just used to it. I would say that the toy merchant kind of well, let's see, because just like the little girl, we haven't seen any game-changing toy merchant plays yet with the catapult. So
Yeah.
we're gonna head straight into the second half of the first round, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, NTT and Hot Spice here. Let's see the routes Potters will be taking. Same route, actually.
Yeah. Even spawning in the same spot at the graveyard area. Will be actually not transitioning.
Changing it up, yeah.
Not transitioning into the corner now, and instead moving on to the middle of the map, where
Oh my god,
Tofu is,
Potters.
which is oh my god!
Oh my god! Did you see the far flame snipe? He just called it. He just dragged that flame straight to Tofu. He couldn't even react in time.
Yeah, he's definitely a snipe user. A side step from the doggo. Nice
No
prediction.
scope. No scope flame.
Could
Here it comes.
be another flame if this flywheel is not yet. Flywheel will be ejected. This was a charge attack.
Oh, what a call there by Potters. He knew the flywheel was going to come out. Let me charge up hit. Goes for the chair immediately. And that was not even a 60-second kite. That was actually a really quick down on the side of Potters. He was able to, Tofu was able to make a round. But, I mean, look at the Cypher progress, NTT. This is actually great pressure. And knowing the win condition on Potters' side, he needs to just get a tie.
Yeah, and now, camping the chair and also the Cypher that's Heck has been decoding alongside breaking that catapult. We'll be seeing a now given to the forward here. We'll have to make that rescue anyways. So, that will happen. And the hit onto the forward. Nice body block. Not going for the stun though, knowing that Tofu still has that doggo to extend his kiting time. But yeah, it seems very tough.
Oh! But wait,
wow.
Able to go to the second floor! Oh my god, great catapult placement.
Yeah, that's the first time I see of that.
That was beautiful, but now, oh no, Nung falling down. He's gonna fall straight into the trap here, but at least it's not Tofu. It seems like he's gonna use the elbow pad, the football just to move right along. And Potter seems to be changing targets.
Nice teamwork from the side of RYU. Is able to trick the hunter into thinking that the postman has already transitioned away. Another scope, another no scope. Wow.
No scope, full 180, bang. I was gonna say sculpt statue. Oh, going for the teleport. What an aggressive play!
Because
Tofu in the process.
Yeah, wanted order was on the postman. So now it seems a little bit tough for Tofu to get away because the flame will be moving around and not even aiming for the flame. We'll just use the flame as a speed buff. Postman will be down, and this is the second time on the chair.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thoughts, NTT. I mean, this is jaw-dropping action. We're not even at the 4-minute mark or 5-minute mark of the game, and Potters has put in so much work already, making these survivors hustle and sweat, rotating around, constantly like shifting targets. And man, what odds were that? Like, wanted order on the postman, teleports right away. Now they're forced to just get rid of these pines, go heal up, and this is a trade-off for them. You know what? The survivors, Seer sitting on post Tofu sitting on that rocket chair definitely trades off some healing and some ciphers, and for them to get rid of the pines. But for ciphers, dungeon is still hidden. This is really tough for the survivors.
Yeah, they still short up a lot of cipher here, and max present already unlocked for Portal. So when you move out of the tree, the diameter you will be slow. Nice side step coming from the forward, but looking like there's not much football left for here. We'll be able to transition into the pallet area though, and yeah, dropping that pallet. Trying to prolong the kite, but it seems very dire. Teleport is available though.
Yeah, and that, as you say it, he already pops it. Now Toy Merchant will have to take this kite in Graveyard, which some trees have been placed. He drops a restful roll. Can he get the hit? The double die! Another no-scope. Well, it wasn't a no-scope, but man, you see how he was tracking her the entire time. It's like, no, I'm going to block you off from this window. You're going to eat this flame and this basic hit. Potters, you are insane.
Yeah, he treated that line of flame as a laser.
Avada Kedavra. And he's
he's doing magic there.
There you go, yeah. Voldemort has to. I feel like someone has to be Voldemort to this Potters because Potters is so insane. Nung now just feeding that tinnitus, still hiding from line of sight. 2 ciphers still remain. Basement rescue. It's looking pretty tough here.
Yeah, in the situation where the cipher that they have been decoding is the one right there, right outside of the graveyard area. So either they have to go for the rescue and then try to transition outside of that cipher area, or they sell the
toy merchant.
And then try to bait the hunter into going in another place in order to pop that cipher.
It seems like they're going to do just that. And note that the forward, I feel like, opened up a chest here because he does have half a football. We do see that he's going to clean up shop here, just destroying the catapult. Seer is going to pop a cipher. Toy Merchant will be expiring, and Lemon has to take this kite here over at the fake gate area, out in the open. Flame. Oh, wait, no, he's going to drop a tree down just for the flames to come on here. And at full presence, oh my god, able to just summon the flame right away. Oh my god.
Understand the game so well. So here's the trick: when you place the tree, there is definitely going to be a flame appearing right in front of you. So Porter used that trick to the T in order to get a hit on the Seer and immediately go for the charge attack and bait out that flywheel effect. So there's a lot of mind game that is going into the
execution. Another flame just to speed him up, but now he's gonna use the dash to move on away. But there's so much cursed areas here, it's gonna slow him down. Seer pops on up. 1 cipher remains. NTT, it's at 76 and 66. Can the Seer make it in time? Seems like the forward will actually try and provide enough time here, but teleport is ready on Potter's side.
Ooh. And we'll be transitioning back to the Seer. We'll be taking the hit. Now the Seer already lost his self-heal.
Yeah, that was actually, I mean, masterfully played by Potter's side. Just now dwindling the resources. He just has the forward to worry about.
90%. Will forward be able to do that? He has to dodge a flame.
Yeah, he's being chased out. 91% is still kind of far, even though he eats a regular hit. He's now being chased away from that cipher. Restful Road placed down. Now we're going to clean up a little bit of these pallets. On Potter's side, another flame snipe. Is he going to go for it? It passes. Potter's already. Oh! Wow. Holy smokes. Oh, dear. Oh, back to us. Back to us, NTT. Pick up our jaws from the floor. Potters, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't think I have a jaw anymore.
Wow.
Wow.
That was insane. Okay, let's try to recall what happened, right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna get into the game and see what is the placement for Porter in the leaderboard of Axe-Boy. Just a moment.
I feel like he wrote the rule book on how to use Axe-Boy. We've seen a lot of Axe-Boys in the past, but he really lived up to the hype that we were saying. Like, yeah, he's got good snipes, he's got this and that. But dang, just as we said that the previous match was a showcase of Little Girl, this, ladies and gentlemen, is what you show people if you want them to play Robbie. This is what you show them if you want to play Axe-Boy. Potters, ladies and gentlemen, one of the goats in Southeast Asia with this character. And I'm not gonna knock on him for picking Axe-Boy round 1. This was a masterclass of how to use Axe-Boy. You okay, NTT?
Yeah, I'm not okay. I think I need to update my software.
I'll restart real quick. You go restart NTT while I read out the match stats here. Nung having the most containment time. Lemon having the most decoding time, but for what? Because, you know what, kudos goes to Potters. Just the hits. You know what, 6 pals destroyed, 11 survivor hit, 1 terror shock. I wish there was an accuracy on the flame snipes, because it was, if he's not getting a flame snipe, he's still getting that speed boost, and he's baiting out your flywheel. So GG's, like checkmate already once he sees you.
Yeah, to be honest, Porter understands XY so well that is beyond our comprehension. The requirement for Porter is to get a draw, and 4K potential hunter appear and immediately get that 4K that we have been long for, to be honest. We did predict that happening, and yeah, 8-1 will be the result of round 1. Such a distance that they have established.
WP, ladies and gentlemen, 8-1. The distance is 7, ladies and gentlemen. 1 round, 7 points. RYU is going to have to pull this out of the fire for them to be able to stay at the upper bracket. Well, WP could just keep tying things out, and they could definitely seal the deal there for them to stay, to move on still in the upper bracket of this competition. But man, sleeper, I would say sleeper team, WP, do not sleep on this. Yes, we're talking about the BLs, the GHs, the ZTs, but WP's Potters, I feel like he gained so much fans just through this match alone.
Woo! It's getting hot in here.
It's because of the flames, dude. Are you sure there's no flames surrounding you? It's getting closer and closer.
Yeah, let me check in.
Dude, I think people in the back, you know what? Shout outs to Crit, shout out to Thea. They're thinking, what, Little Girl MVP or Axe Boy MVP? I honestly, I don't know. Maybe Axe Boy, I don't know.
Yeah.
But Little Girl was so good too. You gotta admit, those are some good pages, and also the binds to the mercenary.
Yeah.
I would say Axe Boy because Little Girl, that's what we've seen, right? But I have never seen an Axe Boy like this.
I had though. I have witnessed that in the previous round that I cast. That I cast with now.
Yeah, the one in Chinatown. Who was that?
It actually was in Sacred Heart Hospital.
A hospital.
So
was it him?
It was Potter.
Yeah, there we go. See, it was still Potter. I thought it was a different Axe Boy.
Yeah, I mean, this is to be expected, but he still make me gasp.
Yeah, that's why. It's just the pace, the tempo that he played this game in, the confidence in, you know what, calling, all right, long hit, or like charged up hit, or, oh, you're going to be going this way, so I'm going to just pull the flame right to you. It's just, he was just not just one step ahead, but 2 steps ahead. Teleports also on point. Like, I think the game was just on his side this round.
I'm watching the chat now, the boy who ate.
The boy. Potter. Actually, I kind of got a Harry Potter thing going on. If you guys didn't see, like, there's a thunderbolt scar with my bangs. That's why I got to put it down. So.
Okay. Yeah, and they know that Potter will do well in Sacred Hospital, so that's why Ryu has banned Sacred Hospital.
Ooh,
and Arms Factory will be chosen for the side of WP.
All right, so you have to for sure ban the Axe Boy. That's not a question. You're opening up Sculptor. You're opening up Bon Bon. Oh my god. Counter it with lineup.
I think it's more for Sneaky to control the Cypher as of the map, because those maps that they are picking is rather small. And I'm still quite astounded that we haven't seen any Moonlit River Park in today's playoffs.
Yeah, no love for the Moonlit River Park, man. That's one of my favorites. But I mean, I don't know. It's a controversial map. If it's not Ever Sleeping Town, people will be like, "Wow, you like this map? It's got to be Ever Sleeping Town." What? That's what. I mean, the stats don't lie. The players love their Ever Sleeping Towns. And wait, I'm gonna pull up the stats for Moonlit. Dude, oh, that's so sad. Pick rate for Moonlit River Park as of last week, group stage day 6, is 3. And bans 8. So it's like, it's so far. Nobody likes to go to the carnival, man.
I think Leo's got picked more than the Moonlit now.
Could go that way. It's actually 2 to 3.
So, yeah. It's close. Like, they are loving Leo's memory more. So.
Why?
Yeah, why? Now Arms Factory though. A shadow ban on the Breaking Wheel, shadow ban onto the Priestess. Yeah, they're definitely gonna ban that X-Boy and opening up the potential of a Galatea game or a Bon Bon game for Porter.
Can I just give a shout out real quick and before we get into that?
Okay.
Sada says their gasps were so loud the mics peaked and I didn't fully pick up. Our gasps were too loud, NTT. Potter is just making us lose our breath with how well he's been playing.
What?
But
Potter is got a flame and NTT is got a
I mean, it's just that's
My God.
NTT. Let's go.
Nah.
Slade. Show loves to Potters, ladies and gentlemen, because definitely one of the MVPs of this game. But I want to see some RYU supporters, some Ryu supporters. They need it now more than ever because WP has a 7-point lead, a 1-round lead. So in Arms Factory, like you said, yeah, shadow banning the breaking wheel. But you know what? It kind of plays also, yeah, like you said, to Sneaky's hand and also Potter's hand. Sneaky has the Sculptor, she has the Geisha, she has the Dream Witch, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna respect ban that Dream Witch since she's really known for that, especially in a map like this.
Yeah.
But Potter's is coming up first, so we'll put a pin on that conversation. Oh my god, that's so scary if Potter's is coming in after that hot streak.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah. Let's head into the match between the Survivor side of RYU and WP Hunters, with now 2 ban first for Sawyer Porter and 1 Hunter's ban. I'm gonna be surprised if that block on the Hunter side isn't going to be an XY, and that is
okay. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Thank God.
Porter still banning the entomologist first, so yeah, really
does not like. Yeah. It seems like, well, Potter's in the second round bans Seer and a priest. Yeah, he always bans the entomologist, so I feel like that's more of a preference thing. And well, with that Axe Boy, so I wonder if it's gonna bring a Bonbon or a Sculptor coming out. We're locking in a Mercenary and an Acrobat, 2 of the most picked survivors, for great reason. Dancer.
What?
Dancer ban? Only SKG bans Dancer. Only you bans Dancer. What is going on here? What is he thinking?
Yeah, no Seer yet, by the way. Are they thinking? Yeah, chip damage Hunter is a counter to the Seer, so I'm thinking they are gonna let the Seer out. Is that white?
Barmaid.
That's Barmaid. Okay. Barmaid has been. No. Barmaid has been considered to be a great card after that addition of a flywheel effect. Yeah. So it could be the case here for the Kaider. They still shot up one rescuer. One decoder, sorry. And that Seer will now be banned.
Mechanic. Yeah, as you said, decoder, and now they're thinking about gaining a mechanic in the mix here, which is going to be a little risky because mechanic. Oh my god, Potters is gonna. He's doing the. Really? In Arms Factory with flywheel? That's insane. For real?
Wait.
Wait. I think, yeah, maybe. If he does, this is going to be insane. Because not only is he playing a bad map for Breaking Wheel, this is a bad meta for Breaking Wheel.
Yeah.
Like, I know we've joked around like he's not a character here, but this is going to be really insane if he brings out Breaking Wheel in Arms with a lineup like this.
Yeah, if he play Breaking Wheel here, he has to go for Confined immediately.
He has to.
Because it's Arm Factory. And, you know, we have been seeing Breaking Wheel with 3-9. He might have to go with 9-12 wheel. I'm not sure about this. If this is a Breaking Wheel, I don't have a great feeling, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just still trying to process this. This might actually happen. They're not changing. It's still a shadow. I mean, he's got Bonbon. He's got Sculptor. Those are safer picks than picking a Breaking Wheel in Arms.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, we were talking about the type of build, yes, but it's still so scary because you still have the flywheel. You got some open spots. You have the silence of the Acrobat plus the Cypher Rush of that mechanic. So it's we'll see. I'm getting stressed out just looking at this.
Yeah, talking about the Acrobat countering that Breaking Wheel. Yeah. Why would you pick the Breaking Wheel in this map? It's just too much risk that Potter is trying to overcome here.
We'll just have to wait and see because we don't want to jump into any conclusions because once he locks that in, then we can start talking. I will start talking to the chat though because Hanako gives us a shout out. He says that you're Professor Snape from Harry Potter while I'm Harry Potter. So I think he's got the hair of Professor Snape, ladies and gentlemen. It's actually a good one. They're still reminding us of the NTT hair flip, by the way. No feaster yet, so you can't see it. We did make a deal with you, chat, that if he sees a Haster, if he sees a feaster, you're gonna get that hair flip on stream. So yeah, we're just waiting for now, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting word from backstage that we are gonna do the picks and bans once again. So I mean, we almost lost it, right? We almost lost our marbles when we saw this this breaking wheel. So I'm pretty sure he's not gonna bring it out. Like, he's been hiding this breaking wheel this entire time. He's not really known for a breaking wheel. Well, I mean, ever since the flywheel changes, at least.
Oh.
There we go.
Okay, so that's understandable.
Go for it.
I think you should go for it.
Oh, okay. Well, we just heard from backstage that yes, it is not a breaking wheel. It is a sculptor. Yo, what's up? It's a feaster. I'm just kidding. The hair flip is happening, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm preparing my hair.
Oh wow. Okay, so we got people at the back. They trolling us. The ones and twos. Oh, they got us. They got us good, ladies and gentlemen. Shout outs to them once again. Shout outs to Crit. Shout outs to Thea. Shout outs to everyone that is backstage also. Because I mean, to put up a tournament like this, there's a lot of people that are just, you know, organizing and also, you know, preparing the graphics and whatnot. So you got to give them their respect too.
Yeah, Galatia is more reasonable here.
There we go.
Yes, still, yeah. With a small map like this, the ability to keep a hold aside from provide with a CCTV skill, and also the sculpture when you get to max present. With this lineup, still Potter still have to look out for that mechanic first on.
Yeah, with the instincts like Potter's and his predictability, I don't know if the skills of Flames to statues are transferable. We're gonna find out. I feel like they are with the way he was able to predict the movement. But yes, you need to find that mechanic first. You need to, if it's a bonus, it's a happy birthday if you find the mechanic and the doll at the same time, just so you just negate that character completely. So, but if he's not able to find that mechanic, if he's gonna chase like a barmaid, like you said with the flywheel, if he's gonna chase the acrobat with the looping windows inside the factory or the mercenary, it's going to be a tough night out for Potters. So he still can't relax just yet. Yes, he had some good momentum coming into this, but now Ryu is kind of waking up. So you still got to realize that Ryu is a pretty, well, they're a pretty game team. Like we said, Tofu, also we've seen Lemon, Nung, also great survivors here. Not to mention, Wolfie also being one of the survivors, but not tonight though. They're definitely a seasoned team. Well, seasoned players at least.
Yeah, and Ryu bringing that mechanic to ensure at least a draw, because it's a draw potential character here. I'm still surprised that we are seeing a dancer ban.
Yeah, can you try to dissect this? Wow.
Yeah, I'm still trying to understand that. Okay, dancer, music box, you can pick that up, but maybe in arms, because there's a 3 palette area, or in the factory.
The factory, yeah, that's true. It could be that. I think it's more of a signature type of or preference. I mean, the entomologist as well. You could argue, yes, she does kind of counter in a way, like when it comes to dodging statues, but I think it's just more of a preference thing for Potters. So he just wants to get rid of the entomologist, and there's no need to explain why forward and seer. But yeah, the dancer kind of threw us off in the loop. I'm looking at the chat too. They're like, "Excuse me, what dancer ban? What's going on?"
Yeah, and also I think the map pick is benefiting for the side of WP, because WP is picking a map where there's no true story, because Kick is a top tier toy merchant player. Yes. When there's no true story, the toy merchant ability to transition reduced in half. Like, it immediately nullify that ability to drop down for the toy merchant. So I think great call for the side of WP. It's very strategic pick.
Yeah, now that you mentioned that, it definitely makes sense if you're just on the 2D plane instead of going 3D and going up and about and flying around. So yeah, Arms is definitely a calculated pick on WP's side. And you know, even though you give Sneaky that advantage too, it's still fine. At least you play to your strengths, and you also kind of shadow ban the survivors just so that you can also just play to your strengths. And while we're waiting, ladies and gentlemen, just want to give a shout out also to the prisoners here. We got Cat Carey, wow, Mini Blues here, Chocho, Maney. You guys know you are King as well, Sky. Now we're gonna head straight into the match. Potter's running straight into Cake.
Yeah, I think is the best. No, it's actually the worst spawn for the hunter. Back at the back at the sandbag. Sorry. And we'll be finding out where the robot is, not the mechanic. Okay.
Mechanic was able to rotate around where the sculptor is at, but able to land some chip damage on this robot, able to get a regular hit, and now going to spot out where the mechanic is. And Potters really wants to put in the work for at least it not be a 5 versus 1. So once you eliminate the bot, that is definitely a good start for Potters.
Yeah, and it seems like the lineup gonna have 2 Titan coming from the Acrobat and the Mercenary. As for the Mechanic and the Bomber, it will be an usual 3-12-9 build.
Yeah, we got they just want a kite. So yeah, flywheel, and they got broken windows. Now Lemon is gonna take this next kite. Seems like Lemon got the attention of Potters, and he will oblige. Just going for the slow bomb here. He's gonna have to try to go for the side here. Can he get it through the pallet? Oh, the statues aren't enough. Playing the mind games, Lemon able to get a stun onto Potters.
Great mind game coming from the side of Acrobat there, able to get the pallet stun, and will be using that ball to transition around this cutting area, but got pushed by the statues. So the ball skill got cancelled. Blink is still available. Porter can just blink and down this Acrobat, but blink too soon.
Blinks through the pallet. Oh my god, able to get a statue smash there, and now we see that the Acrobat able to vault this window, able to vault another one. So yeah, this blink was definitely there to close a little bit of that distance, but still Lemon doing the kite, and we see that two ciphers are about to be done already.
Yeah, to be honest, if Porter hold on to that blink, it could have been an easy down to the Acrobat. Now Acrobat capitalizing on that very fair blink.
Whoa! Able to get the silence, but the basic hit was able to catch him, so the trade-off was definitely on Potters' side.
Lemon was trying to use the ball to jump through that that barrel that we are having at the cutting area, but he kind of misaimed that and wasn't able to jump through that. But look at the Cypher progress. All 3 Cypher are almost done.
Yeah, Mechanic does have wanted order. He spotted out where the Mechanic was. Now we see that Nung will go for this rescue. One of the 2 Tide Turners here, so this Tide Turner will help prolong that kite. Nung doing great job just sidestepping, avoiding all these statues. Oh, eats one. Is he going to try to go for another one? Gets the hit. Mercenary is going to fall down.
Yeah, potential double down here. Though one Cypher is about to be done, and another one could be popped by the time Lemon got down, because both Cypher are almost done here. Porter might not expect it, because it still appears 2 Cypher remaining.
He has to pick him up. Able to get the pickup at least before that last Cypher was primed. It's about to be primed. Saw a little bit of where the Mechanic was. There's a little bit of that wanted order. Acrobat, second time on that rocket chair. Tofu now will go on rescuing duties. It's so important for Potters to stuff this rescue to try and turn things around. If not, he's looking at a tied game potentially. Or even one person out. Yeah.
I think even after stuffing the rescue, they could just go for the pop and allow the rescue to happen. Yeah, it will be the pop here. And what did they wait for?
It was a little delay there on the pop, but still able to get Lemon up and about. So it's still looking pretty good. We do note that the skill is still on cooldown. Able to mind game him back and forth, and now this Acrobat will sit on the rocket chair. That kite wasn't as long, so they still have to rotate towards the exit gate.
Be a potential draw game here. Has the exit gate open? It hasn't. The Mechanic's very near here, and also the Mercenary.
Yeah, just he didn't even try chiseling. He just went straight for it. But now we see that the Mechanic... Oh, Nung able to just try and pop that elbow pad. Has one more to use, but man, a basic hit would drop him. Also a regular statue hit. So now Nung has to buy enough time here to try and help them rotate. And it seems like this Mercenary will be next on the rocket chair. Dropping the chisel just to see if anyone's at the exit gate. And we see that the Barmaid and the Mechanic are already at the other side of this map about to exit.
There's not much robot left, so Mechanic can't use that bot to go for the rescue. But still, a 2-man escape. That is a regular as for a mechanic game go. Usually when the mechanic is in the lineup, a draw is sure.
Yeah, and considering how that went, it looked like it wasn't even going to be a draw because that acrobat, I mean, he was able to just provide so much time for them to decode, keeping him on that spot, and that missed blink. I mean, how many windows did he force Potters to actually go through? That just bought so much time. By the
Yeah.
time the acrobat was already chaired, 3 ciphers were on their way, and second time on the chair, 1 was already primed. So it was an excellent showing for the survivor side. I mean, entity. Let's try to recall what could have made this a 3-person escape, because was
I
it
think,
the delayed pop? Was it
the thing is at the end game situation where when the acrobat was trying to mind game that palette, Porter also had the same idea and also mind game in that area also. So it could have been a potential 3-man escape has the acrobat dropped that palette early and forced the Galatea to
break it.
To break it or go around. Yeah.
That's true. Or just commit to just running to factory. Because he kept going back and forth, right? They were thinking mind game, but then unfortunately Potters was ready with just the full 180, able to hit him, leading to these match stats, ladies and gentlemen. Cake and Tofu able to escape. Lemon, though, with the triple digits when it comes to containing. Barmaid Tofu, though, able to get that rescue unscathed. That was actually quite impressive, getting that rescue. So just their builds were actually pretty good. Like you had the 2 main rescuers able to pop the Tide Turner, and Lemon, he did stand on his last heels, able to just provide a kite long enough, and Cake just staying out of the sight of this sculpture.
Yeah, now it comes to think of it. It would have been better if the mercenary actually goes toward the right and around the shack area, because the dungeon was
there.
Was there. But he
Right.
transitioned to a stronger kiting area, which actually makes sense. But there was no dungeon there, so the potential for you to escape in that match kind of lower. In the sense of that, I think the mercenary was just trying to buy time for the other 2 to open the gate.
Yeah, I would have to say also it's the will, or like the instinct of Potters that kind of shined here. You saw like once he tried the acrobat, he didn't even think about chiseling. He just went straight. He felt like everyone was there, and they were. So with the mercenary being the one that was opening the exit gate, had to elbow pad away. But fully fed Galatea, just dropping the statues. Eventually was gonna fall down, but at least gave the time for the barmaid and the mechanic to open up the exit gate. So it was a really fast game, NTT. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that was like a 5-minute game. It was really fast paced.
And to be honest, even though being kind for so long, Porter's mental strength was very stable throughout the game.
Right.
So yeah, in the end game, if I was the Galatea with that palette mind game, I would have lost. I would have been palette stunned. So yeah, after doing that, and also, not using the chisel to check the gate, but instead going straight for the teleport, that took some gut, to be honest.
Yeah, some hunters would definitely like play it more safe, not just secure the tie, but there was no tinnitus, so drop the chisel first to see. I think maybe because the chair was kind of close to the exit gate, he didn't even check if like anyone's there, so he immediately assumed everyone was on the other side of the gate. So it was still tough, because if the survivors kind of played it more conservatively, like stayed in the middle, not really do anything, or maybe kind of rotate for 2 of the survivors to open up another exit gate while mercenary stays next to the dungeon, could have been a different story. But ladies and gentlemen, these are split-second decision making on 4 players, so it's you got to give kudos to the survivor side of Ryu, putting up a good fight against Potter as a sculptor.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to both sides. They have played very well. It's just that the mind game for both sides are so strong that they start to overlap each other, and in the mind game, in the game of mental strength, someone has to fail, to be honest.
There's a concept in fighting games. It's a Japanese word called yomi. So it's like rock, paper, scissors type of, it's like mind games. The yomi in this game, like for them to be able to, I know you're going to do this, so I do this. But I knew you were going to do that, so I'm 1 step ahead of you. So the level being displayed in those scenarios or those situations, by especially, I think the best highlight was the palette situation with the acrobat and potters. Yeah, the level of gameplay, well, the level of Yomi there, like going back and forth, like, am I gonna drop it? Am I not? Even though Potters honestly would have been stressed as heck coming into that match. Well, coming into that situation, because it didn't look like it was his game to win, but he was able to manage to pull out a tie.
Yeah, and let's see how the survivor side of WB gonna play out against Sneaky in the second game. Remember that if WB survivor manages to get a 3-man escape here, it's going to be GG.
GG, yep.
So yeah, the winning condition, a 3 or 4-man escape. The tie condition is a draw, and Ryu could still make it works by Sneaky getting a 4K or 3K.
So we see forward and seer ban to start things off, and also the respect ban on the Dream Witch. So could be potential sculptor coming out, but we're gonna have to see when it comes to the lineup. Is that an explorer?
Ooh, is that? It is. Oh
my gosh!
Going for that.
How could we forget? Yeah, Cedric on the explorer.
Yeah. And this is a better map for the explorer to hide.
That is true. That is true. We've seen the amazing tandem of Harry P and Cedric, giving Cedric the elbow pads late game for him to be able to kite out dungeons. So that's another clip that you guys have to watch in the YouTube channel.
Has the dancer gone meta when we weren't paying attention? Because another ban onto the dancer and another pick onto the little girl.
I'm guessing it's this map. I really feel like they don't want to risk like having the factory floor lit up with blue or the center with a blue. And now, speaking of rising in the meta, we're going to see Little Girl once again on Scamander's side. And, surprise, surprise, we see a perfumer.
A perfumer could deal well with the Bloody Queen. Banning the acrobat, reasonable. This is still a very diverse lineup for Survivor.
Will Sneaky bring out the Sculptor just to add chip damage? Or, I mean, her Geisho was the one that won her the game. But it seems like a mirror match. Sneaky's thinking about that Sculptor.
Reasonable, because if... Oh, wait!
This is kind of playing into the hand of the Perfumer, like you said, because Perfumer heavily count... Well, you have to have an excellent kite.
But the thing is, Bloody Queen counter Little Girl, so...
Okay, I feel like people in the back are messing with us. I knew it. You're just like, but not to mention, Sneaky does have an amazing Bloody Queen. However, it's going to be quite dangerous if she chooses to bring that out here with this type of lineup, with Explorer, with Perfumer. At least if you have perfect statues, you can kind of sniff out where Kurt is going to be at. But I mean, there's the Little Girl tandem with the Mercenary still that could just thwart any hunter.
Yeah, and considering there is a Perfumer in the lineup, that is what we call a present feeder in the meta. So so it's kind of allow Sneaky to get to Mac present earlier if she decides to go for that Perfumer. But still, the chance of seeing that Perfumer is like 25% every time. Galatea doesn't deal well with the Little Girl. Cedric will be the Perfumer now.
Ooh, and we note that Cedric really wants to take the early kite, so him picking this Perfumer, they're preparing for something, while Hermione will be tasked to dig for pages. Maybe that's maybe that's what they want. They want Sneaky to chase the Perfumer for an early down to leave the Explorer alone. So, kind of a bold gamble, but we're just gonna have to find out and see.
I mean, if the Explorer is safe and sound, the decoding progress will be a lot. Still, there's still a winning potential for Sneaky here. If she manages to find out where the Explorer is. And considering it's Hermione, we haven't seen Hermione on the Explorer ever.
Yeah, Hermione usually plays... Wow, just a diverse lineup. Psychologist, Priestess, Cowboy.
Yeah.
So Hermione on this Explorer could be adding a little more to the repertoire of Hermione. It's Leviosa. Not Leviosa. Anyway. Watch the movies, dude. Watch the movies. It's good. It's good. please?
Yeah, I might.
Okay, cool. Because like if
Okay.
WP wins this, you got to watch the movies.
My God.
There we go, NTT. Shaking
Alright.
hands. We're going to head straight to the match, ladies and gentlemen. Sneaky heading straight towards Triple Palette. Cedric in the vicinity. Harry P in the vicinity. And Hermione actually over at Factory area. It seems like Mercenary will be spotted out first. Not sure if he's going to commit. We see that Sneaky already rotating towards the shack area.
Yeah, rotating to a shack area, but rotating to the right, not the left, where the little girl was. So, Sneaky is missing out big time here, and actually going for a 3-6-12 build for the side of Galatea. That's not usual for a Galatea to go for. Yeah, usually it would be a 3-6 a 3-6 stun reduction with Desperate Fire and Rage, or what did you call that? With a recovery.
Oh, the recovery. Desperate Fight, is that the one?
No,
attack
that
recovery on the chair.
Yeah, the attack recovery. I kind of forget that, but yeah, you get what I mean. Usually that's
just the camping. Yeah, just so that she'll have that. Wait, so she brought 3-6-12.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the 12 on top again? Like, so this build is building towards what?
Toward trump card detention and fast pallet breaking speed, but only one point towards us.
Interesting.
So, yeah, very interesting to say the least.
Could be I don't know, a preference thing, because I mean, thinking now, you know what, when it's Sculptor, because Sculptor kind of had like that thing back like last year where people would change it up. Maybe they want insolence, maybe they want this, but now it's kind of a standard of 3-6 these days. So Sneaky bringing her own little flavor. Let's see how this is gonna do. We do note that she was heading straight towards Scamander, who was the little girl, but she was crouching. So not sure if Sneaky spotted out the little girl, because that could be a good and bad find depending on how you see the situation, because this is Scamander. So this is round 2 of his matchup with Sneaky.
Yeah, and the important thing is that the Explorer is safe and sound in the Arm Factory.
Right.
Usually when there's a decoder in the lineup, you would usually bring what is that? The 50-second thing.
Quenching effect?
Okay, that is. Yeah. Usually that is the case, but a 3-6-12 build is not in my book at all.
Did you happen to see her trait? What was the trait she brought? I'm guessing it was Blink. I hope it was Blink.
I think it was Blink.
Okay.
Because there's no point in bringing excitement or Peeper to
or teleport.
Well, I would be surprised if it's a patroller.
Wow, a patroller.
Yeah.
That could be interesting. We'll just have to see, because like you said, a little interesting when it comes to the persona there, but this is still a Sculptor, and we have seen how well the statue placements on Sneaky has been. So we're just gonna wait, ladies and gentlemen. There was a slight pause just for some technical difficulties. We want the best possible outcome of this match. Yeah, it's looking a little nerve-wracking, because as a hunter, you really want to find the decoders at first, and you know that when an explorer is out and about, you know, the ciphers could be popping left and right just like that because of that page that he finds, or if he's sharing it, or he's just boosting other ciphers.
Yeah, and to be honest, not to mention the fact that Galatea is bound to find out that best Kaider in the lineup, which is a little girl, is going to be very difficult. And considering that the little girl, after taking that first hit, can transition towards the mercenary and bind onto the mercenary to buy some time for the explorer to decode.
Right.
So it's just a buying. I think it's a buying time situation for the explorer here.
Yeah, and also early seconds found the mercenary right away, so she really wanted to transition away. And Sneaky hasn't seen yet who the main find was. So it was the little girl. So that's something that she has to take note of. If she started like just going straight, could have found the little girl. Best kiter. Still, you want to, between her and the perfumer, you want to find the perfumer first before the little girl.
Yeah, because perfumer, you can get a lot of present after hitting. Even though you allow the perfumer to heal up again, you still get that present.
It's still a trade-off you want to take.
And to be honest, with the current meta, you would want to get to max present as soon as possible because Galatea is so scary with those perfect statue. Like you have more chance of getting a statue hit with max present.
Yeah, how crazy was it that the changes, right? Like perfect statues now is the go-to, because before you saw how survivors didn't really understand like the kiting routes to go up against the Galatea. So now, yes, full presence is still the objective of Sneaky, trying to find anyone, looking down on the ground to see if anyone's there. Are the scratch marks found? It seems like Scamander will have to take this kite.
Oh yeah. Even though Sneaky found a little survivor, is not the explorer. Oh, still get that one chip damage onto Scamander. Able to get the hit and will be leeching onto the mercenary.
Uh-oh, now able to get it on. Oh my gosh, she's able to bind to the mercenary. Now this mercenary can actually tank all these hits. Elbow pads away. Now the drawback here is that, you know what, the mercenary and the little girl aren't decoding, but Entity, the explorer, look at the lower left side of the screen. He's already digging for those pages.
Yeah, and he will be safe and sound for quite a while. Able to get a chip damage onto the mercenary. Blink is still available. Sneaky is trying to bait out the red line, but Harry P already transitioned out the factory. Yeah, it's very tough for Sneaky here. She might have to blink now. Oh my god, that
the tandem, the wombo combo of the page and the elbow pad. Now Scamander is gonna have to move on away from Harry P. Harry P one basic hit away from falling down. We do see that Scamander so close to actually getting that statue hit, but you know, running the routes here. The explorer already has a page ready, and now we see that Scamander actually falls down.
Yeah, and the basement is here also. Mercenary already got chipped to half health, so he might not be the best candidate to go for a rescue here. I think they should sacrifice, to be honest.
Yeah, that was an excellent cut. You have to give kudos to the tandem of the mercenary and little girl. They did their job. Explorer safe and sound. Sneaky's gonna have a hard time finding that explorer. Explorer, it has the 50% page. We do note that the perfumer is about to pop a cipher. That's gonna be the first cipher, but Sneaky can't rest on her laurels just yet because she knows that the explorer could just pop something out. Harry P seems like he wants to go for that rescue. Let's see if he's gonna go for a full blood rescue in this state.
Yeah, spotted up Hermione with a CCTV skill, but the little girl is down in the basement, and you don't want to risk the survivor having an eerie rescue with that little girl. Unable to do the drop down though.
Yeah, so this is actually kind of good. Harry P is going to have to be very careful not to feed any presence. Gets a basic hit. Now the Tide Turner is actually going to carry him all the way out, but now the drop-down game is about to ensue.
He's about to initiate here. Will hit onto the mercenary. We'll have to do another body block if they want the little girl to... Oh no, yeah. Mercenary was taking both that statue hit and... Yeah.
So now you got it. The question is, was that actually worth it? Because yes, you did buy some time, but Mercenary's down. Explorer now still holding on that 50% page. Perfumer working on another cipher. At least two ciphers are done. Dungeon already revealed, and it seems like Sneaky, she's gonna try to get that win potential, or at least the round 3 potential by sharing this mercenary in basement.
Yeah, and that's why you don't usually rescue against a basement Galatea. You are allowing Galatea to get that present that she needed to go for the CCTV skill and for an easier camping session. We'll try to chip the Cedric here and chase Perfumer out of the cipher machine. And Hermione is in the vicinity.
Ooh, feeding that tinnitus. Sneaky has to be very careful. Hermione also 50% page. You know what? It's going to be so dangerous if Hermione actually goes for this rescue and potentially loses the pages in the basement. So it's going to be a little tough. Cedric now has to move on away from the triple pallet cipher. Able to at least... Oh, wow. Able to, just negate the damage from those statue hits. Mercenary takes so long on this rocket chair. Sneaky cannot wait to get on over there to try and down Cedric.
You see what Sneaky was trying to do there? She was trying to predict that is the explorer hiding right outside of this door, so she went for the hit. It doesn't work out like that.
Yeah, well, you never know. I think Sneaky was just antsy, just practicing her hits, just so that she'll be ready once she sees Cedric. Now being chased away from the cipher that is a triple pallet area. Cedric now gonna have to take this kite in the shack area.
Cedric here. Oh, hiding away from the Galatea. view. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure
You
if she.
found him.
Oh, yeah, found that. Perfume is still available, but it's going to be hard with with a chip damage on here.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Oh, unable to get it. Flywheels away
Oh.
from the basic hit. And now we see 100% Page on the Explorer side, but the Blink is gonna commence. And now the Perfume was negated, and Sneaky is gonna live up to the win potential here for her team.
Yeah, Perfumer still has a chance to self-heal, but actually 100% of decoding paper. And 2 Cypher is almost done. If Explorer managed to find another paper, the Cypher can be popped immediately.
Yeah, he's gonna have to live up to Sneaky's name and just try to backdoor and sneak his way around this map. Because he could do so. Just feed that Tinnitus, still hide around the areas. You see that Sneaky's actually propping up her camera just to look through the grassy patches here to find this Explorer. Perfumer already up, but Hermione's there. Ooh, first we gotta whisper, because if we're too loud, he's gonna sense that Hermione is in this area. Because so can Hermione hide out?
So close, but so far.
Uh-oh. Able to move it away.
I think the best Sneaky shouldn't have saved the statue. Should have placed the statue, because the statue can find out where the closest survivor
Perfect
is.
statues, right?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Still saving it up, still trying to look around. Hermione. Oh, this is so dire. This is so intense, because if Hermione is found out, that's GG's. Perfumer's pushing some ciphers and trying to move on away. Actually, no, Perfumer's healing up. We see that she got a syringe.
Able to find a syringe with that chest in the back of the shack area. Sneaky, why is she saving the statue? She should have placed them now. There we go.
Now she's putting them down. Gotta get those perfect statues. Oh, it's not perfect statues. She still doesn't know that this Explorer is hiding right beside the rocket chair. Sneaky's still looking at the grassy patches, but it's kind of a checkmate situation because this Explorer cannot move. He can't use the 100% Pages just yet. Will Sneaky give up on this spot? It seems like she's rotating.
We'll find out where Cedric is, and I think Cedric was trying to get into the chest in order to find something to kite with. But yeah, Sneaky, you were so close to the Explorer.
It was getting warmer and warmer, but the Explorer was able to hide it out. Now he gets to pop these ciphers left and right. We see that he's about to, just try and decode this one page. Cedric now has to take this kite. Let's see how long he's going to take it for. Cedric doesn't have a self-heal to use. Can bait out a regular hit. Does have a flywheel. Oh, gets basic hit.
Yeah, basic hit. One cipher almost done actually. But Explorer is saving it, and I think we'll be popping it now, hopefully.
No, priming it. But the thing is, 3 ciphers still remain. You only have 1 Explorer, and now he drops the pallet down. Able to get a blink hit, and now Sneaky has to go back to playing hide and seek here.
Hermione has to pop the cipher, but not doing it just yet. Cipher will be popped. Cedric already lost her self-heal. And Hermione will be easily found here because footprint is very clear on the floor.
Hermione? Oh my god, able to make a full rotation around. Oh wait, no, Sneaky I think found out. He's gonna start hitting. She's just gonna start swinging. She's able to find Hermione. Wow. Now he's got to make a mad dash. He's got 86% of a page. He's got to look for that 70% cipher. Not sure if he's going to find it out here because, she's getting cut off by the barrage of statues. It might be only a matter of time here until Hermione might fall down. Let's see the game that Hermione's going to play here. It's just so close, but you got to give it up to the hiding skills. Able to drop down. The mind games begin. Sneaky trying to bait a vault here. Is he going to be ready? Oh, get the speed boost.
So close. No more statue left for Sneaky, but we'll be able to connect that normal hit. Explorer will be down, and as for the Perfumer, already lost her self-heal, so this will be a 4K for Sneaky. A comeback from the previous game.
Yeah, and we have to take note, this is actually, I would say it resonates well with what we told about Sneaky, right? 1 cipher left, the cool, calm, and collectedness of Sneaky, able to just prolong the game. And her determination even though in such stressful situations, she was able to have a level head and try to find this explorer. That was a long kite. That was I want to see the numbers because that's considered a kite, ladies and gentlemen. The way that explorer was able to hide out like that. So, yeah, kudos to Sneaky for taking 5 points for her team. So the point differential, they kind of caught up a little bit.
8 to 1, 7 to 2. So they are still apart
3
by
points,
2 points. 3? Actually, wait.
Oh yeah, 3. Wait, it was 8 to 1, so it's 7 points minus 5, so 2 points.
Yeah, or 2 points. So it's a 10 to 8 situation here, and if round 3 is a draw, WP will take the win. And I believe, Ryu won't let that happen, to be honest.
Yeah. Could we see a round number 4? Who knows? If they're able to tie things up, that could definitely happen.
There's no situation for round number 4.
There's no even if they tie it out? Oh, yeah, they can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 2 points is like, yeah.
So...
What if it's... Yeah, they can't. No. 3 to 1.
So if it's a draw, WP gonna win. And let's look at the match start here. You see, after a zero decoding, the Cypher progress is stagnant for a long while.
That was quite the while, yeah. But I can't believe that the little girl still had more kiting time. I mean, I thought Hermione was actually able to kite out longer, but you got to give it up to Scamander for him to be able to leech on Harry P. A lot of time was bought, but you have to admit though, if the little girl's latched onto the mercenary, you need two good decoders on the team because those are two survivors that aren't working on objectives, and it was kind of heavily halted there. Cedric's still able to have a good kite. Hermione, I mean, hide and seek expert. Exactly. I feel like yes, we do have the new dodgeball game. There should be a hide and seek game.
Technically, Identify is described as a hide and seek game.
That's true. So here are the match results, ladies and gentlemen. 1 to 8 in favor of WP in round number 1. Then Ryu bouncing back in round number 2, a 7 to 2. 8 to 10 lead. Well, 8 to 10, 2-point lead for WP. So in the next half, if WP gets 5 points, they win immediately. So that's going to be something to look forward to. But if not, Ryu's still definitely in this.
Yeah, it's an intense battle. Like, one side is getting the favorable result, and then the other side come back. So it could be the comeback of RYU, or it could be WP not allowing RYU to snatch the win away from them. So yeah, it's up to the last match. And for round 3, there will be no map ban, so they can pick whatever they want, except for the last 2 matches we see.
Yeah, and it really depends on which team picks the map. That's gonna be so important. What map would you want to see, NTT? Because yes, we can't see arms. Moonlit. Okay, I'm gonna be realistic here. I want to see Moonlit too, but yeah, you know what?
I have a feeling that it's going to be Red Church, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because I was thinking maybe Hospital, but they don't want to give that advantage to the Survivor side, right? So they want to be able to make it balanced. So it could be Red Church. I don't think it's gonna be Lakeside or Leo's, even though. No, it's not. Wait. No, it's not. It's not. Well, Ryu did pick Lakeside before.
Ryu did get a match against SG with the Lakeside Village. Yeah.
Yeah. It could happen. But I do want to see Church. That's one of my favorite maps. And I feel like that's going to heavily... it encapsulates what this match was. It was just a back and forth, right? Now, I feel like the momentum is in the middle. And it's still up for grabs. Yes, Ryu, WP, if they get 4K, they can win this whole thing and deny the second half. But I would have to say, you know what, Ryu definitely it just negated the mental advantage already and kind of mitigated it. So it's still anyone's game.
Yeah. And to be honest, we were saying that WP Survivor side did so well, but in the previous game, I think they got a little bit of a hiccup when someone got into the basement. That is the only time that the Survivor side don't know what to do. because someone is in the dire situation,
Mhm.
and they still want to support a survivor, even
Mhm.
though in that situation, I believe it would have been better if they sacrifice.
Yeah, we could bring it back to the previous match that we saw with BL versus Noir, right? The basement rescue. It seems like that is the make or break situation when it comes to Survivor side now, because you have to agree as a team, like, all right, let's sell the Survivor, let's just feed the tinnitus, because you're giving up one Survivor, but that risk is that Moonlit. We're getting Moonlit. Let's go.
Yes.
Hair flip time. Let's go. Yeah, we got it. The Moonlit hair flip. Because I don't think Feaster's ever gonna come out. So
Yeah,
there you have it,
we got
ladies
it.
and gentlemen. Clip that. Anyway, back to my point. It's really hard for you to kind of sell the Survivor, but we saw how crazy Sculptor is when it comes to just basement chairs, right? And the
Yeah.
drop down hits. We saw like Potters have a MVP highlight in that blink drop down from the stairs, the one you and Nell were able to see. I just think that once, Cypher progress isn't so good, and no resources on the Survivor side, maybe it's best to just not go for the rescue. Even though you have a Gravekeeper or Priestess, just save it. Just save the resources, because that's what the Hunter wants. They want to dwindle your resources.
And not to mention about the resources. You don't want the Hunter to get to max present early on.
Yes.
That's the thing with all the Hunter. Like, even the Breaking Wheel, even the... I think the only Hunter that doesn't benefit much from max present is the Bloody Queen. But she's already strong from the start, so...
Yeah. I mean, the mirror is already pretty strong. She's just waiting for her blink if ever she wants to down survivors. But I agree with you. Objectives of the Hunter is really just to get that presence and get fed, just so then they can start focusing on chairing. And once, it's like a moth to a flame. You want the survivors to go for basement rescues, even though, I mean, the reward isn't so much. But yes, you're able to just get out of the basement, but you're feeding them presence, you're dwindling your resources. Sure, you're able to prolong it, but at what cost? Because the Hunter is going to be more overpowered. Yeah?
Okay, so you cannot locate small explorer location with a full presence statue? Oh, that is the case?
I thought you could. That's interesting.
Yeah, I thought you could. I believe that you could previously. I think that's a recent nerf. Or it could be me. Yeah, or it could be me playing Feaster so much that I got
you just
used
use
to
the skills.
tentacle. Yeah.
I mean,
I can check that now. Just a moment.
we'll check that out. But thank you, chat, once again for chiming in with the info. Again, you know what? It's rare to see Explorer Sculptor matchups. That's why we do have to check this and validate it. But you do have to give kudos to Sneaky, even though she wasn't like dropping statues to try and find that Explorer. She was able to find him in the end. And relying on that tinnitus. Sometimes tinnitus could bite you in the butt if you're a hunter, because it could play tricks on you. So that's something that we definitely have to worry about if you're going up against Sneaky. Now, coming into this match, Moonlit River Park, we did see Sneaky bring out a round 3 Geisha, and that could actually play really well in Moonlit River Park. On the other hand, Axe Boy, for sure, ban on Potter's side. Maybe you're going to ban the Sculptor, even though you're able to get a 2-2. Force out a Bon to play on Moonlit River Park, which could be a good thing if you're able to set a crazy pace at the start.
Yeah, and to be honest, picking Moonlit River Park pretty much play into the hand of RYU, because Sneaky can play so much Hunter in this map. Even the Clerk could come out, because Sneaky can play, as we said, Dream Witch could be banned, Galatea will be banned, the Clerk is available, Geisha is available, and also Bloody Queen.
You know what? Sneaky could actually just ban the Explorer here too. Just be like, I don't want to deal with your hide and seek. So it could happen. I mean, if you ban the Explorer out here, you do have the Tram. We've seen how MP was able to masterfully counter the Clerk with that. So you just have to wait and see. Now, just the ban of the usual suspects coming out of Sneaky. Yeah, I could say Clerk could come out. Geisha could come out. What else does she play that's not going to get banned? BQ could come out. She has a lot of choices.
And yeah, as for the side of WP, Breaking Wheel, Galatea, Bon. Yeah, to be honest,
see a Breaking Wheel.
Yeah, but
isn't that crazy?
I
I want to see a Breaking Wheel now. Weird.
Yeah, so weird. Like we saw the breaking wheel so much. I think even in COA, like
constant, right?
Yeah,
Always round one breaking.
Yeah. So yeah, the usual suspect of a band with the forward, seer, and the priestess. So WP though they don't really use these character, to be honest. They usually has the acrobat, the
Little
embalmer,
girl,
the
mercenary.
meta kind of character.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe WP's playstyle, right? I can't wait to see what else they have to bring to the table once Ryu bans more survivors. Because yeah, you're still leaving mercenary, you're still leaving little girl if they're gonna lock that in. You're still leaving, let's say, who else did they pick? Explorer. You're still leaving. Well, forward is banned. Perfumer. I really feel like maybe they should have used someone else besides Perfumer in that previous match, but it was a sculptor. I think they were baiting a single hit hunter. So and maybe they were just they lost the pick and ban phase. So we're just gonna have to wait and see what WP will be banning for the hunters of Sneaky.
I think picking that perfumer just to divert Sneaky attention and not allowing her to go for that Bloody Queen. But still, the Galatea is such a menace, so you have to be prepared for every situation. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and just have a diverse lineup for every outcome that could like Sneaky could bring to the table, and also the same goes for the survivor side. And a lot of fans out there for your hair flip. Shoes giving you love. Christina X, you got Melly, you got Hanako, and the moonlit hair flip, ladies and gentlemen, courtesy of NTT.
My God. Live, laugh, love, moonlit. No, it's actually live, laugh. It's actually live, laugh, love, Leo memory.
No, what? Well, Leo's memory, man. I don't know. It's I know it's always Christmas there. It's pretty cool. But Moonlit, man. Moonlit has some personality. I would say. You have a roller coaster that doesn't hurt you. That's better than ever sleeping town, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah, that's the point. That's the point. Even the roller coaster help you out. So.
That's true. I mean, we can make a case for that. So yeah, we're gonna head on back to us. Just gonna put a pause on the picks and bans for now. If you guys want to chime in also with what you think or what you want to request on this match, because a lot is at stake. We still want to determine who are going to be on the upper bracket and the lower bracket. Currently, if we're going to recall, it was the Mad Penguins to take the victory. It was BL to take the victory, while in the lower bracket, it is Sugar Team as well as Noir.
There we go. And now for this game, one will be moving on in the upper bracket, and one will be battling it out, having their last chance in the lower bracket. So, and alongside I think this is a match that you guys want to see. GH versus ZT.
Ooh.
Yeah, the old champion trying to defend their title, and the challenger 0-2.
Old school versus new school. This was IVA July, the one that that was insane.
It's June. It was in
June, right? Oof. And that was best of 7. But now you're gonna get a sneak peek to the main event, which we've kind of made our predictions that maybe they could run it back again, because that is grand finals potential, ladies and gentlemen. So I know the 200,000 strong watching now. Tell your friends that like Southeast Asia is here to represent, and after this match, we're gonna have ZT versus GH, which I feel like is gonna be the match of matches to see early on in this playoff. So I hope you guys could do just that, because that's one that you cannot miss out on.
Yeah, and it's like a rematch after the IVA, because IVA is already exciting. So I'm not sure what they have in store for the playoff round.
You know what? If you think about it, NTT, in the IVA, we were playing already to the flywheel meta, right?
Yep.
So that and ZT took that, even though it played out all 7, right? And then they were able to win. So
it's only a best of 5, I believe.
Best of 5. Yeah, best of 5. Jeez. Yeah, so they played out all 5. Wow, 7. Oh, that felt like 7. But yeah, they played it out to all 5. We were able to talk to even ZT, and they were they're pretty happy, but they still wanted to constantly improve. So yeah, could this be the changing of the guards? We're gonna find out soon enough, and not also to take away from what we're about to witness here between WP and RYU, because WP had a hot start. Ryu able to kind of just interrupt the momentum and flow of WP, and now we're here at round number 3 in Moonlit River Park. So Sneaky has a lot to, well, I mean, there is pressure on her side, but WP, you know what, the light is at the end of the tunnel. If they're able to get all escape, they're able to solidify their victory.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Picking Moonlit is, I would say, more hunter-sided for RYU, but more survivor-sided for WP. So, because the survivor side needs a map that can diverse the hunter attention, and this is exactly what they want.
I guess that's why WP chose to go survivor sided first, just so that they have their best cards on the table. Like you said, Sneaky versus the survivors of WP, it could be a clash of the two point bringers here. Even though we know Potter's, yes, but he's good at round numbers 1 and 2. In this one, yeah, for sure you're gonna ban his Axe Boy. Maybe ban the Sculptor, leaving him that Bonbon, which could play into the favor of the survivors, because you could just sell this, pick Embalmer, pick Mechanic, pick anyone that Cypher rushes, divide the attention, and yeah, it's gonna be hard for Bonbon to. He's gonna have to have a great early chase and have a great spawn for him to try and get a 4K out of that situation.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah. I think they should just try to go for the tie potential, like playing it safe. And yeah, we're gonna head back into the ban pick. We haven't seen the 2 Hunters ban, but I have a feeling it's going to be Dream Witch and Galatea.
Yeah, forcing up the Geisha. Or
banning the Bloody Queen.
They could ban that Bloody Queen. Which is scarier for you? Geisha on Moonlit, Bloody Queen on Moonlit?
Bloody Queen on Moonlit.
They could ban Sculptor. Yeah, Sculptor Bloody Queen if that's the case.
Because Geisha is a single hit hunter. And I would say Bloody Queen has more diversity. Ooh, okay.
It's Geisha that they're banning, so kind of prompting the Bloody Queen to come out.
Yeah, so they have to pick a lineup that can counter the.
Also, did we not forget Sculptor is not bad, it's Dreamwitch.
Yeah.
I was so engrossed with Geisha. I was like, oh yeah, Sculptor's still out.
But the Sculptor in this map is still rather tough because there's not much corridor as the other map. Yeah, banning the little gun. So yeah, Sneaky don't want to deal with that little gun again.
Now prompting Scamander to go for the Acrobat. In this map, he's got some excellent jump spots in 2-story, in the coaster with some pallets. So Sneaky's gonna have to be very careful. In doing so, at least she bought herself some time banning that postman. So this last pick is gonna be very telling of what Sneaky might bring to the table. So looking at WP side, it seems like, is that a lucky guy?
Wait.
No, he looks like he's got a clean haircut. Oh no, Embalmer. Okay.
There we go. So yeah, going for the same tie potential, and kind of force Sneaky to go for either a Galatea with teleport or Bloody Queen.
Like you said, the potential, the mobility of this Bloody Queen on this map is very telling, and also at least chasing Bloody Queen early on is going to be really tough. She doesn't really need to gain full presence right away, especially if it's Blink Bloody Queen, and we've seen some 4K games with Sneaky on this Bloody Queen, so she's gonna have to pull that one out just for WP to kind of be on the back foot coming into the second half. Ryu, they need to deny WP getting a four-man escape just to push for the second half of this game.
Yeah, that's the winning condition of WP, is to knock out RYU, getting a 4-man escape. But against a TIE Hunter, as the Bloody Queen here, yeah, Sneaky will prevent that from happening. I have a feeling about that.
Yeah, you think you're kind of spot on that WP might just go for the tie and push for the, well, kind of put the pressure on Potters, which I feel like could be playing into Ryu's favor, unless Potters has a different hunter So we're just gonna have to see how that's gonna play out.
Could be Wax Artist.
It was Wax Artist all along. I haven't seen Wax Artist. Well, we haven't seen Wax Artist. There was so much Wax Artist before now.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, this is a very tough lineup to chase with Acrobat and Patient are two great kiter in the first stop and the fourth stop area. As for the Mercenary, yeah, you don't want to deal with the Mercenary early on. You see what Sneaky had to deal with that little girl leeching on that Mercenary and buying so much time in the factory area. As for the Embalmer, yeah, you know what?
Embalmer.
Yeah, it's Embalmer.
Yeah, plant your coffin at first stop, ride it all the way to fourth stop, and just die there.
Yeah, even the mirror cannot save you from that.
So yeah, going back to your point of the mercenary and little girl, that's why it prompted Sneaky to ban this little girl. And she'll just deal with the mercenary. At least you don't have that little girl buff or that bind. But yeah, Harry P, has proven to be a solid rescuer. Cedric, as it's the nightmare to chase. Especially, I'm sure with this Acrobat, he's going to be even tougher. So the wait is finally over, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head straight into the match.
Oh, unlucky spawn, to be honest. Transitioning to the fourth stop, and we'll be seeing Hermione at the fourth stop, which is still able to get a hit.
Able to hit Hermione with that mirror image, and now we see that Sneaky has already done her. Well, she seems like she's gonna focus on Hermione. So not only did he injure the Hermione and also spend an elbow pad, but she's gonna actually zone in on this mercenary.
Hermione got tricked into running straight into Sneaky. So the mind game is very strong here. Sneaky has to get the hit. Oh, Mercenary was still on cooldown with that elbow pad. So yeah, that will be the first down. And to be honest, Cell.
Yeah, it's so hard. At least the saving grace here is that Hermione fell in the fourth stop. Everyone is over there, but Cedric seems to be rotating into this vicinity. So I'm not sure if this is the right play, or maybe Cedric is just touching a cipher, but there are more ciphers to actually work on. It seems
I think
like
it's just to plan the tinnitus. I have a feeling about that.
Yeah, because Sneaky would gladly stuff any rescues that can happen here. So,
Cedric is actually moving in.
This is a big play.
Is active. Sneaky is thinking that survivor is around at the 10 area. But I believe Cedric is already making his way into the chair. A blink is available, but won't be able to stop the rescue in time. Yeah, taking a hit onto Acrobat first. The mirror is still available. Hermione has to use the elbow pad here. Oh, nice step.
Able to use the elbow pad to stay away from that mirror image, so now forcing Sneaky to use and teleport to it. So this rebound kite's doing well so far. At least he's kiting out the mirror time. Let's see if the pallet game is going to be strong on Hermione's side. Blink is also ready, so he's waiting for the drop down. Able to land the hit. Sneaky,
nice.
Not wasting any time.
Very spot on. Immediately go for the blink, and that will be it for the Mercenary Hermione. Second time on the chair. Sneaky has changed the trait from blink to teleport, I believe. And to be honest, the objective is still push for the survivor side, and it could potentially be a draw.
Yeah. Considering how this is going to play out, we're still on cooldown for that teleport to happen, so Sneaky's going to have to use the mirror. Cedric, yeah, he's playing with fire here, just staying on that cipher, but it seems like they're going to go for another rescue. The prediction of someone coming in for this, and it's Harry P. Does have usage of that hook. Can he spot on
now?
Able to just move on by.
The hit will happen. No Titaner, but you don't need any Titaner with the Mercenary. Why are you body blocking for the Mercenary?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was actually a tough call there. Harry P doesn't even have a coffin here. Gets the hit. A double down situation. This is all going in Sneaky's favor. He'll gladly switch up the chair here. Now we're going to see the patient go in the rocket chair while Hermione tries to just create that distance, but we all know that Sneaky's gonna close. Oh my god! Unable to find her in the corner.
Wait. Sneaky lost sight of the Mercenary, but the Acrobat is here.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
This is a
no.
tough rescue. Oh, able to go through the window. This is tough. He's going to reposition the mirror. Cedric's going to have to eat this hit
Oh,
and Sneaky.
no.
Triple down situation.
At least the mercenary is safe, but he has to self-heal immediately.
Yeah, and get back up. But Sneaky,
Yeah.
the 106, he's going to see that the hunter's over.
Oh, Hermione, can he get up in time?
I don't think so. It's a tough call there.
Hmm.
Patient and Scamander is actually going to try to go for this rescue. They're trying to salvage this situation. 2 ciphers remain, but all of them are past the 50% mark. Teleport is ready, and we're going to see Sneaky kick that in. Going to try to get a Terror Shock situation coming out of this. No, able to get the rescue. All of them are up, and now we're going to see body block.
Oh, we'll get that body block, and Therapy live to see another day. Hook is still available. We'll have to go for the Embalmer. Actually, body blocking, and there is a coffin for the Embalmer, so that's a great call now. Still, Therapy. Oh, Scamander used the coffin right away, even though Sneaky wasn't intending on sharing him. I have a feeling that coffin is near a decoding cipher, and he just want to come back to decode the cipher.
I think so. That's definitely the right call and the right move for them to do. And now we see Harry P has to dodge this one, able to flywheel away from that hit, and now he's trying to transition, forcing Sneaky to actually change images, but he's still chasing down. Cedric is actually back here. The last cipher is being worked on already. Can Harry P gets caught up in the stairs? It's not going to be enough time. The force heal.
The force heal. It can be popped now. Yeah. Now
able to get the last pop, and now Cedric dropping these pallets down, forcing Sneaky to break these pallets, and now Cedric just moving on away. Scamander is going to try to go for that exit gate, but Sneaky spots someone out there.
Wow, yeah, the call from Sneaky here, able to find out where Scamander is, and no coffin left for Scamander to use. Oh my god!
Flywheel to pallet drop Scamander, buying some time for them to rotate towards the first exit here. Now he's going to try to transition towards a better spot. Teleport is already online for Sneaky to use. So we're going to see if Scamander could just kite this one out first.
Yeah, Scamander here now have to kite out this mirror. Will be able to do that and transition into the tent, buying time for the other 2 survivor to... Oh, why did you come back?
Sneaky was relying on that, and now teleport straight into the patient. And now Harry P has to be very careful. He's not going to play the same mind games that he did. But we do see that Cedric is actually rotating towards that last exit, so Embalmer could actually use the self-heal. Actually can take the coaster if he can, but I mean, Sneaky's going to go for a charged up hit.
Oh, nice joke! If there's a hook for Harry P, he could have gone to the roller coaster, but now there's no chance for the patient now. Still, Cedric is going to open the gate, which is the slowest gate decoder.
He's trying, man. He's trying.
Yeah, he's trying. He's trying his best. Embalmer will be transitioning toward the force stop, and Sneaky, great call here, trying to share the patient nearer to the gate over there.
Yep. And now detention's about to wear up, but all of them are injured. We're gonna see her try to make the teleport happen. Can they open up in time? Oh my god, Embalmer's now the one gonna go for this exit. Can they open up in time?
Oh my god. It will be a tie situation.
Tied game, considering how crazy the start was. Yeah, it was a real back and forth, right? It started out in Sneaky's favor, and then like triple down situation. Luckily, didn't see the mercenary right away. A constant back and forth, but for them to hold on to this tie, that's still a win on WP's side.
Yeah, exactly. And with an Embalmer, I think that is the result that they have been looking for, which is the draw. The Embalmer is known to be a tie survivor, and there was a little bit of a scramble with the second rescue onto the mercenary there, but I think they still managed to make it work out.
Yeah, considering how Sneaky played that, she did really well. Like, she has nothing to... I mean, she could rest her head tonight knowing that she was able to roll with the punches, but yeah, WP unfortunately put in the work early on, so they're still holding on to that 2-point lead. So now the burden of carrying the team will fall under Ryu's Survivor's side, while Potter's, he just needs to just keep going for that time. Like, he just wants to tie this one out, play defensively, and they're going to get the W.
Yeah, to be honest, I think... now, It's the mercenary fault, to be honest. Not going for the elbow pad early on, Hermione really allows Nikki to keep a control of the game. Right at the beginning.
I would say
yeah.
the elbow pad was activated, but Sneaky's mirror just caught it activated, but the hit already registered.
Yeah,
And
that's the thing because
Mhm.
Hermione was too conservative on the elbow pad,
waiting for
Like-
the last possible
yeah,
minute to activate the elbow pad. I could see
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Even though Hermione did get the most containment time, Hermione was the first person to get eliminated, followed by Harry P towards the end. You got to give it up to WP survivors, though, rolling with the punches with such a not so good early game. Like that was really Sneaky's game to win with how that played out. And we were thinking like, yo, sell him. Like don't try and go for this rescue. But Scamander, Cedric, Harry P, they had other plans. They wanted to go for those rescues. They wanted to keep going for that tie. And that's what they got.
I mean, they make the situation work, so. Yeah. Now the needed result for Potter is to get a draw, and I think with a bonbon that is easily achievable. Let's just see how this final game will pan out, because the roller coaster hasn't been used to its full potential. Like in this game, we started the 4th stop. So what if the next game started the 1st stop?
Ooh, yeah. Then the roller coaster could come into play. Like we did see a glimpse of the 1st stop roller coaster, but unfortunately, yeah, there were no hooks left on the patient side. But man, like the patient able to get flywheel, then the pallet drop, just an amazing sequence on the survivor side.
And also the bait out of that heavy attack. Because
yeah,
Nikki was trying to heavy attack to bait the patient to vault. Yeah, but the patient really didn't succumb to that.
Yeah, he wasn't baited. Like he was gearing towards the left to see if he was gonna like do the charged up hit. If only we could see also the cam. I'm pretty sure he was also looking at what Sneaky was gonna do and the reaction time on the survivors. I mean, this is high level play in Southeast Asia, ladies and gentlemen. So
and
each
that's
of these
what
teams.
Yeah, and that's what we have been saying. The flywheel effect kind of allowed the survivor to have a second life in their kiting potential.
Yeah, it's a. I mean, if you think about it, flywheel is just a trait, an extra trait that, I mean, you know that hunters have a trait. I'm looking at the replay right now. It just allows, and also you can flywheel away from detention. That's insane. So I was saying that, you know, in IVC, the teams that are here right now, ladies and gentlemen, playoffs are the best of the best. So you got to give them the respect. And we want to find the best of the best. So unfortunately, there will be teams that will be going to the lower bracket and teams that won't be able to make it to the finals. But in that process, we are forging a super team to be able to compete in the highest level, which is Call of the Abyss. And yeah, they're giving us. I feel like the matches that we're having now, all the teams are definitely leveling up from the experience that they're giving each other. So cannot wait to see the conclusion of this match between WP and RYU.
Yeah, I'm seeing a comment about why is Mike opening a chest and not trying to open the gate, because the acrobat has a debuff on opening the gate. Because
yeah, he can't.
He
tries,
can't
he
really go
tries.
for it. Yeah, he tries fast.
I'm trying. I'm really trying. Like, what's the combination? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 4. Oh no! Like, what are they typing? What are they typing? For 60 seconds.
Yeah, the number of pi. 3.1415. I don't remember the rest.
It's really long. Wow, I don't remember the first two. But you mentioned pie. I'm getting hungry. We got cake. We got tofu. We got some lemons. Let's go.
Yeah, and Porto is just gonna do some magic in this game. With the first streak of making 3 survivors disappear.
Boom.
Boom. No more in the game. and those 3 is going to be the forward, the priestess, and the mechanic. Oh, so actually allowing the tier to
Seer.
Yeah.
Oh, and banning the bonbon, so they want that sculptor to come out.
But there's a breaking wheel to be worried about.
That's true. That's true.
Okay, so yeah, the 2 hooded figure, the mercenary and the seer. Oh, banning the acrobat. So a red call the patient is still available, and you know,
Yo, this
the first time that Porter isn't banning the entomologist.
This is actually a good bans. I would say great bans on Potter's side. Very strong lineup that he's banning right away. Playing into the Toy Merchant. Toy Merchant has some pretty good jump spots here. So Cake playing into her element, his or her element here. So
Yeah,
Potter's
usually.
last ban, Patient, Psychologist, another Decoder.
Yeah,
Postman?
what to prevent the potential support from the survivor side, because pretty much the Toy Merchant is a supporter.
Right.
Let's see. Banning the
Postman.
the postman. So the decoding ability. Still mechanic can be. Oh no, mechanic is banned. Oh shoot.
Clerk?
So wait. A prisoner can be picked. Explorer can be picked if you want to go for the
If
decoding
they
lineup.
force it, if they want to force it, they could play it safe and go with Patient, or just go with another like kiter.
I'm not gonna be surprised if it's a better
entomologist. Okay,
There we go.
So yeah, they want another
Unless-
kiter.
If you are not scared of the entomologist, I have a feeling that it's going to be a breaking wheel. You can just ram right through. Oh, what?
Geisha? You're playing
Geisha.
into entomologist.
But the thing is, the entomologist counter Geisha.
Yeah, and also Seer. Single
Yeah.
hunter. Wow,
Locked
he's gonna go
into the
for it.
Geisha. Okay.
Huh.
So,
This is-
Porter just wants to traverse the area.
Yeah, he's gonna have the mobility, but chasing either of these is gonna be a little tough. I mean, Toy Merchant could be the potential, like the weak link, but it's still gonna be a tough chase. I'd have to say, yeah, we were singing the praises of Geisha, but with this lineup, it's so scary. You have a Seer in there, you got Entomologist, you got
Yeah.
Mercenary.
I would say Geisha is a Thai hunter now. Like the survivor already knew how to counter the dash, and yeah, with a single hit hunter like this, it's tough.
But that's what Potters wants, right? He wants that tie. The thing is, from if the survivors come prepared and they've done their homework, they could get a 3-1, and that's what Ryu needs to win this match.
Unless you are scared of the potential roller coaster strategy, then the Geisha makes sense, because you know when the survivor are making their way to the first stop, you can just dash and
dash it.
And block them from using the roller coaster.
Okay, I'm surprised that. And again, you know what? They are professionals for a reason. They're the ones competing for a reason. I actually would hedge a bet on him bring back Sculptor just to counter the Seer. But yeah, it takes so long for her to get online, especially with a lineup like this. I mean, I thought that's why he was banning all of the decoders, just so that he's gonna take his time. But it turns out he wants to take his time with a Geisha.
Yeah, and to be honest, if Porter went for the breaking wheel is quite risky nowadays. So I think it's suitable for this game to not go for the breaking wheel. But the Geisha is a pick that I wouldn't dare to see. Would dream of seeing.
I'm actually surprised Potters didn't go for BQ.
Yeah.
Also, like kind of just stable, right? Because you saw how Sneaky played that, just defensively, mirrors. I don't think Potters is also. I mean, he's no stranger to mechanically demanding hunters with the way he uses Axe Boy Sculptor. So Geisha here, solid, but the points that NTT brought up, that BQ is definitely a lot more scary. But we're gonna see how this is gonna play out. Potters could prove us all wrong, ladies and gentlemen. Last match of this series between WP and RYU. We're seeing a spawn, a rotation into the 2-story building. He's gonna go right on out to the carousel area. Let's see if he's gonna throw. He's gonna spot Tofu and Nung. Lemon though at the bridge cipher.
Seer could be a potential first J, and it's a potential first J now. Seer will be transitioning into the tent, and seems like the Seer will not bring flywheel effect.
No flywheel actually on
Yeah.
anyone. Well, actually no.
It's an entomologist.
Entomologist bring
the
the
only
flywheel.
one. So quite interesting.
Whoa!
Whoa! To the butterfly. Ow.
Okay.
Yeah. Ouch.
Able- Yeah, now able to the cooldown of the broken window is him able to rotate a little bit, and now the entomologist B is able to stop a little bit. Oh my gosh, able to just harass the Lemon, and note that Lemon still has his owl and he's building up another one, trying to go for a hit here. Blink is available for Potters to pop open.
Yeah, if Potter was
Whoa.
If Potter was more um uh riskier with his blink, it could have been a Terror Shock. But now we'll be seeing that owl being utilized by Lemon. And yeah, now you just have to chase the Seer. But one Cypher is already done. Blink! Oh, God!
The golden step, and now we see that Lemon continues on this kite. So having the kite of his life, RYU. I mean, it's not out of the woods yet because there's still gonna be detention. So we're gonna see Odo able to see him. Was that another owl?
That was another owl.
Wow. Lemon having the kite of his life. It's all going in his favor, and now he's picked up a butterfly, so Potter is unable to dash.
Yeah, and that's the problem. See a counter Geisha.
Now we see Entomologist counter Geisha.
Yeah, all the survivor here are, in one way or another, will counter Geisha, and so that's why Geisha is not a great pick for this
lineup.
For this lineup. If you want to get a tie, will be dashing. Oh!
Okay, wow. I thought, how did he not get that hit? But now we see that Lemon finally down. This is where the camping game begins. Tofu is in this area. Can Tofu pop the Cypher in time? Yes, Tofu does.
Will. And if she managed to get the hit early on, could be a potential dash back to the chair. But Mercenary is in the 10 area. So are they trying to go for a 99% rescue? Are they though? Seems like they aren't going for a rescue right away.
Yeah, they're gonna play this for the long game, but it seems like Nung is gonna be in the area. He's gonna have to make this rescue count. Clock is winding down, goes for the early hit, and now the Seer. I want to see the Seer. Does he have another owl back online? He's still
not yet.
Able to eat that hit. I wanted to see the meter, how close he was to getting another owl.
Yeah, and now Tormation Cypher is about to be done. The Cypher inside the 10 is already at 37%, so it could be popped by the time the next rescue happen. I think Porter should now change to teleport if Porter did bring that trump card.
So Lemon will sit on the rocket chair again. Tofu able to get this rescue going while Nung pops that Cypher, that last Cypher over there at the tent area. What's scary is that they're all here. And it seems like they're going to fully commit. Can he dash back before Tofu makes this rescue?
Yeah.
Mercenary able to just prolong the Cypher progress here. About to hit that 90% mark. Now we see Potters. He's going to cap this one out.
Yeah, and look at the coordination. Now the Seer got to be the one kiting last. Yep, trying to force the Cypher pop to happen. Toy Merchant already transitioned to the gate area at the first stop, so a potential 3-man escape is viable.
Owls online.
So there is. So the Blink
He had an owl.
But
Blink was used, but yeah, it's gonna look like a 3-1. So we'll see. He does have a butterfly to try and close.
Very tough though. Yeah, the gate already open. It's going to be a 3-man escape, and congratulations to RYU. Able to come back from the first round of 8-1. So
RYU, ladies and gentlemen, never say die attitude with the late game, like just momentum shift. For them to be able to come back in game number 2 and for them to be able to pull this one off. I just feel like when it comes to the Geisha, we really saw how they heavily countered that Seer, the Entomologist. You just saw it on full display there, ladies and gentlemen. RYU doing the homework. They were able to weather out the early storm of the Axe Boy and able to take it to game number 3. And they're still able to remain in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and RYU going to be moving on, as you said, on the upper bracket. As for WP, I mean, they show great skill in this game that we are having. So we'll be seeing them in the lower brackets. There are still chances for them if they, they can still try to get further and further into the tournament, because I can see the potential of them
Yes.
getting further than this.
Yeah, for sure. When it comes to how they played that, they just gave us a glimpse of their potential, and who knows, maybe this brings up a new power spike in their team and their motivation, because they're still alive in this tournament. They're just at the lower bracket. And can I just say, I know that the seer, able to see the future here. I feel like if Chocho's listening, like, she gave us her predictions, and they're still on point. So shout outs to Chocho for the document she kind of gave us. So yeah, I would have to say, when it comes to MVP, probably that seer kite. That was so long, and looking at how long he kited, 138.6 seconds.
So yeah, the weakest link in the entire team is that toy merchant, but yeah, the toy merchant basically disappeared from the entire game. Yeah, so Porter kind of was forced by the survivor team into a tough situation to deal with, because the entomologist is counter to Geisha alongside the seer.
And that's who he chased, right?
Yeah,
first?
and that's who he chased first and has to deal with early on. It could have been different if Porter has quenching effect and have the teleport early on to try to find that toy merchant, but yeah, it is what it is. And Survivor sided very well.
They did. So here you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It was a tie in terms of points, but you got to look at rounds. Round 2 and round 3 goes to RYU, getting the victory here. WP put up a great fight. They really stood toe-to-toe with them, but unfortunately, they go to the lower bracket. We got to give our congratulations to RYU. They are moving on, cementing their spot and still solidifying their spot here at the winner's side, or the upper bracket.
Yeah, and it's so weird seeing a round 3 seer, to be honest.
Right? Like, what
Yeah.
a character in this meta. Like, yeah, thinking about the bans, right? Like, allowing the seer to come through. I would say that really played into the hand. And speaking of the seer, here we have it. Lemon, best deduction with that seer. We're not graced with his presence so much that once we're able to see a seer, ladies and gentlemen, we gotta give credit where credit is due. Best deduction goes out to Lemon.
So yeah, this is why the seer is banned always. And this pretty much why. This just explains everything. When it comes to kiting, he's just great at it. Supporting, is a menace at it. Like the out blocking one normal hit, that could mean the entire game.
It could. I mean, we said a lot of case studies with these matches, right? And this last match just shows why Seer is always banned. He's the most banned. He's about to hit 100 bans this time.
Really?
I'm doing the stats, right? And as of last week, let's look at the Seer bans. The Seer is 94 bans.
Wow.
As of the group stage. And I feel like, yeah, just seeing this match alone, yeah, it just shows like the survivors are definitely playing. I mean, the skills of the survivors are definitely raising, right? So with the Seer, you saw he was able to farm at least 2 more owls. So again, you got to ban Seer. That's definitely something that's a no question.
Yeah, and the Seer is now with me. He's here to deliver. He has to deliver one very important thing. We're going to head into a break.
Boom! Ladies and gentlemen, as Eli said, we're going to take a short break. When we return, it is going to be GH versus ZT. So don't go anywhere. More of the Identity 5 Championship for Southeast Asia 2022 when we return.
rise beyond the constraints of life and death. This is an endless game of chance. Greed has tainted the sanctity of faith. Pawn your lips and tongue, never to speak of the past. Pledge your beating heart, break free from the Reaper's hold. Surrender your soul, submit to eternal desire. In this never-ending revelry, you must wager your immortality.
The new season of O Lettuce, branded parent-child wear. Loose, comfortable trousers suited for different working scenarios. Tailored t-shirts fit for everyone. Fashion options for robots are also on sale.
The final version is for parent and child?
Manor-themed special photo sticker machine for couples. The video is not sponsored by Bloody Queen. If the product has quality problems, Bloody Queen won't be responsible for this.
Heard that there's an amazing mirror in Olita's Manor. It is not a funny mirror, but it will make you look slimmer. Of course, it can make you look bigger. Changes across species aren't impossible as well. That is not the mirror that we should use willy-nilly. News story still goes on. Look through the Olita's Manor mirror to see the other side of you.
The Lettuce Bar's grand opening. We have a special barmaid who can make famous Dublin drink. The bar has a warm and welcoming vibe.
Hey! Don't drink weird beverages in my bar!
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. Cast their memories into the abyss again and again as they stand on the border of truth and vanity, warning them.
Don't look back. Is this place really haunted?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to IVC Southeast Asia 2022 with me, Entity, and Poshpie. We will be commenting on I think this is the most looked for event in the entire IVC. GH versus 02.
Yeah, the main event, right? The most anticipated rematch. Let's say this is a rematch from IVA. They faced each other before, and now they're gonna face each other again. And for those of you guys that watched the IVA one, it was a banger of a match. I'm pretty sure you all remember that. But for those of you who didn't, the uninitiated, it was ZT to win that one. And we also played with the flywheel rule. So they got the victory there. I'm sure GH, knowing their championship spirit, they went back into the woodwork and they tried to figure out a solution to try and stop ZT. But you know what? We were talking to the other casters and commentators, and they still think that ZT still has what it takes. So it's crazy to say GH is the underdog because they're the teams that's been representing us for so long.
Yeah, to be honest, the regeneration are going to improve every time we get into a new tournament. And 02 is the challenger this time around. They know the game well. We have seen their performance. Even the Hunter side or the Survivor side, they did very well against every team that they have met. So it's interesting to see that they are taking it all against the former champion of IVC 2021.
Yep. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The head-to-head between ZT versus GH. I mean, let's start it off with you, NTT. Kuga and GotJ, talk to us about them.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the clerk on the side of GotJ. I thought it would be the wax artist.
Yeah, we saw 2 wax artists come out of him on Sunday, and usually we see the breaking wheel, we usually see the sculptor, but it seems like he's honing in on his wax artist. He's the inner artist, and the inner artist in him is coming out.
Yeah, and for Kuga, we are seeing that we have a Dream Witch with a 60% potential of a win. So that's very high, to be honest.
But look at the 100% on GotJ.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we haven't really saw how GotJ utilized this clock in the tournament, so maybe we'll just wait for that to see. And now let's move on to the Survivor side here with Run as the mechanic on the side of ZT.
Yeah, Run coming in with a postman and mercenary here and there. I mean, he's a name that was very synonymous to ZT, one of the veterans of ZT. But speaking of veterans, Capcom on the other side, this man needs no introduction. That name has been synonymous to competitive Identity 5 in Southeast Asia for a while. However, he's definitely being challenged. The captain is being challenged now against ZT. Yes, it's still double elimination. There's still a lower bracket, but it's so important for you to hold on to the upper bracket spot, especially in a tournament like this where it's so stacked.
And now we'll be moving on to Yash, the batter. We haven't seen a lot of batter in the tournament since there's not much of a breaking wheel game, except Can
I just say that at the first week of IVC, batter has been one of the most banned characters, not just because of breaking wheel, because of MX. But Yash, on the other hand, we'll see. I don't know. Batter could come out in the later rounds, but like you said, since the breaking wheel is not going to be coming out anytime soon, I don't know if Batter has been picked up as of late. And 481, let's talk about him for a bit. He is one of the rescuers and also one of the stunners in the group. A new addition to Team GH. So really excited to see how their dynamic works out because, like Eli said, they're a very support-heavy Survivor team. However, that could actually play detrimental to them in the long run if they support too much.
Yeah, going for the support is great, but you still have to pay attention to the objective of deciphering the machine. And now we're gonna move on to Shadow and Little Boy. Shadow with that Enchantress, which is also a counter to the breaking wheel that we haven't seen appearing that much.
Yeah, we have Enchantress received a lot of love in the early weeks of IVC, but now since Breaking Wheel doesn't really come out, you don't see her that much. Little Boy, though, with the Acrobat, has also been using the Priestess, has been using a lot of Kiters. Really one of the last lone survivors in most of the games that get very competitive. So Can't wait to see more of his kites. But also on Shadow's side, Shadow has brought in a lot of memorable moments on not just his Enchantress, but on his other survivors as well.
Yeah, exactly. Little boy, I would say, is a rounded survivor. Like he can play supported very well. A Kaider can play, and sometime in rank, I have seen him playing the rescuer role.
A very well-rounded survivor. So can't wait to see more of that. Yeah, he's also got a dancer. He's also got a priestess. This is Shadow we're talking about. Little boy, I mean, the roles are a little bit set for the veterans of GH. Capcom really one of the main fighters, and Little Boy always the supporters. And now,
Yeah.
MX and Zhao Khan. Go for it, NTT.
Yeah, the thief. I mean, MX needs no introduction. Like, how can I introduce him? He can play every character in the entire game.
Here's how I'd introduce him. He's a hunter in a survivor's body. Like, he wants to stun, he wants to harass. He's already. I mean, PP Jha got his attention when he was in Call of the Abyss, right? So he's definitely a character also outside of the game. So big shout outs to MX. Zhao Khan, though, another hunter, another survivor we got to talk about. He's got a lot of survivors under his belt, known as in his previous teams as mainly the forward. But he's been passing on that to 4-1 and others. We've seen him more on the mercenary role and more of the rescuer role as of late.
And I think the British would call MX as a cheeky survivor.
I mean, he's on the thief, man. If you've seen Peaky Blinders, that's definitely MX's character, and very cheeky, very playful. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah,
I would have to say.
I think the highlight of MX is that Magician used in the previous group stage, where Magician not usually seen in the competitive scene as of late, but with the clerk appearing here and there, he's becoming more and more in meta.
I would say that describes MX's Magician. You don't see him. He used 3 magic wands. The Naiad couldn't spot him. He opened up a chest to find a mechanic's bot, and he was able to use that to block out the entrance to Arms Factory. So, yeah, he's very cheeky. He's very creative. So I can't wait to see how this match is gonna play out. Even people in the back, I could feel the tension in the prod room. Also the commentators. Now we see the ban of Moonlit River Park. How dare you guys ban Moonlit River Park? But we're gonna see Ever Sleeping Town.
Actually, yeah. I mean, both sides can do well. In Ever Sleeping Town, it's a forgiving map for both sides. To be honest, both sides can do well, and with the right kiting route, you could prolong the kiting potential as well as for the hunter. If you block out the area, you can chase down the survivor very well.
Right. Yeah, we've already sung the praises of Ever Sleeping Town, so I won't continue that. What I do want to talk about, it's your home, right? You're gonna go there after this anyway. I know we're in the studio.
I have to clean everything up.
There's at least you don't have to clean up spikes. You got to clean up wax. You got to clean up statues.
Yeah,
have you more spikes though?
Have you thought about the wood chip that we usually get when they break the pallet?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just got to pick up the pallet. You got to wear gloves so you don't get splinters. So, aside from talking about the praises of Ever Sleeping Town, let's talk about the roster of hunters that could potentially come out. Do you think Gaji is gonna bring out Wax Artist now?
He is so unpredictable. I wouldn't dream of saying that, but he's so unpredictable as of late. As for the side of ZT, I believe it's going to be a Dream Witch. But yeah, Gaji. Wax Artist, Dream Witch, Bon. There's so much.
There's a lot, right? Sculptor, Bon, BQ even. I mean, well, maybe not Never Sleeping Town, but wait, we'll have to put a pin on that conversation because Kuga is coming in. So at least here we won't ask too many questions because Kuga, we know that he sticks to the same old Dream Witch, and he's all S-Badge Dream Witch that is. So I'm excited to see how GH will try and counter that.
And yeah, we are seeing the ban on the Seer because as of late, the Priestess have been countered by the main body of the Dream Witch, so I'm expecting a Dream Witch to be inbound here. As for the side of the Survivor, they will pick on that Priestess and the forward right away. banning the bomber, so it just solidify the potential picked onto that Dream Witch. So it's just kind of forced the side of GH to pick on that psychologist immediately in order to counter the Dream Witch. As for the last ban, Mercenary, banning the stable rescuer. So is that the ban that I'm seeing? Wait. The potential batter for it's the embalmer, sorry. But the embalmer doesn't do well against a Dream Witch though. The Dream Witch is a counter to the embalmer. She can traverse the area easily.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. It seems the embalmer picked at round number 1. Are they trying to tie it out at round number 1 just to give Godjay a little bit of... No, that's
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't think getting a draw would allow Gotcha to have some breathing room.
Look, they could have picked Acrobat. They could have picked Patient. They could have
Yeah.
picked Postman.
There's a lot of potential characters that can be picked here, but they instead go for the Priestess, which has been known to be to be countered by Dream Witch as a blade.
Yeah, because
the
of that change.
the only counter to Dream Witch is a psychologist because they saw the Balmite ban and they immediately went for it.
Huh. This is interesting. Yeah, GH is a team also to come up with amazing plans and amazing counters to things. So they're probably just trying to change things up and try to go a little off meta or introduce a little strange into the conversation, because we do know ZT are the meta killers. So, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm just trying to also think the benefits of Embalmer too. Aside from the coffin, like he doesn't provide any kiting support. Decoding is actually kind of okay if he's alone. So this is a little tough on GH's side, because ZT, I'm pretty sure, like, has been on their minds, like living rent free. So now let's see if they're able to find a solution to this as Kuga starts hunting GH survivors.
Yeah, spawning at a school gate, Kuga will transition into the middle area. Actually, diversing into the geisha area where the priestess is. So I would say great fly, because now the main body can go through the portal. You allow the survivor to waste a lot of time.
Right, and look at that. See, just eliminates the stun already. You already leached onto the priestess. Patroller is already online for him to use. Kuga's just waiting for him to just portal, and now a little boy doesn't have any more portals to use, and now he's gonna be kiting out in the open with these pallets, and he drops the patroller right there.
Yeah, a big brain moment by Kuga, dropping the patroller right in the middle of the pallet. So you have every potential of going both ways. Little boy will be taking in that hit, and it wasn't a lich hit.
Now we see that the main body is actually just repositioning himself. We do know that he does have a holy key that is online, so we're gonna see him run actually to 481 to provide him a little bit of that support, but he could just switch bodies. So it seems like off to a great start is both teams. We just have to see how the down is gonna happen on the side of the leech.
Is following though. Little boy. Yeah.
Wow.
It's tough.
Yeah, now we see that Kuga, not wasting any time, leeches the priestess right away, not providing any mobility support. 481 in the vicinity. Is it too risky? He's gonna go the other way. Yeah.
Yeah, because 2 follower was there. That follower can block the potential stun coming from the forward, so he didn't risk it. And I would say it's a win for the hunter side, because Priestess is the one with Tide Turner.
Oh, you're right. So this rescue is going to be real tough on the side of the survivors. We're going to see a patroller drop can. He stopped the stun from happening. Oh, he's just going to wait for the stun recovery. Able to cancel out the rescue.
Wow. Can she go for the priestess now, though? The forward will be stopped. But, yeah, keep circling around the forward. You will have to... Oh my god, it's so close.
Oh my god, able to cancel out the holy key. And the forward eating a hit in the process. Tide Turner, the priestess, is gonna fall down, and now he's gonna try and just chase away this forward, waste the football.
Yeah, switching to Bling, and for the forward, knew it right away, so waste a lot of football just to transition out and about, away from the Bling potential. now for it one, we'll have to receive the heal coming from psychologist if he want to go for a second heal. But
Yeah, you
yeah, it's I think
they
they should
might just go
sacrifice.
for they might just go for the second heal, but wait, they will, but not go for this rescue. Forward is the bear character as of the moment, so no skill that's gonna support this rescue from happening. So it seems like Kuga might catch wind of, all right, they're not gonna go for this rescue. They might just be feeding me tinnitus, but now we see that the tram hits one of the leeches, and 481 is actually gonna
Oh
transition into the it
no!
doubles back. He goes
Yeah,
back.
because the timing. Oh, actually, if he went in for the rescue, it would have been perfect. So
Little off timing there. Yeah, a little off sync. 2 ciphers remaining. One is about to pop, so it's looking kind of okay still. They still have to worry about Dream Witch detention. Now the forward, no anti-curse, has a leech.
Also, nothing to be utilized now for the forward. No tide turner, no football, no flywheel effect. It's just an easy target for Kuga now. But now Kuga is trying to prevent this cipher at the geisha area to be popped.
Wow, Capcun, just tempting fate. He's trying to wait for that flywheel to come out. Gets the unable to get the pallet slam. He was just right through it. Capcun now injured. Psychologist going for that pop, and now it seems like Capcun. Oh wow, no blink just yet. It seems like he wants to keep Capcun in this timeout corner.
You're waiting the blink to happen. And remember, it's the embalmer with the coffin, so even if you manage to down the embalmer, Capcom still have a second life. And yeah, now forward will be Luch. Psychologist already primed the cipher on 2 stories, so you now have to pay attention to the cipher at the geisha area.
That's where the forward is at. Now we see that Zhao Khan is transitioning there. It seems like, Psychologist might be the one to try and pop this cipher. Gets spotted out early on. We see that the forward gets hit. The forward is knocked down. Zhao Khan, oof. And we see that Zhao Khan gets the attention of this Dream Witch.
I think, Kuga managing the situation so well, and now had pushed most of the survivor away from the cipher. For everyone has to be chair though, if you don't want him to self-heal.
It seems like, Kuga is doing just that. Leeches right away. Oh no, 481 gets up. So now he has no more self-heal. So it seems like they really want to push for this.
Yeah, Kuga had to push for the submission now. But Cypher will be popped!
Okay,
this is too much time.
Yeah, this is actually a great start. Well, great rebound from GH. They have 3 survivors out. 1 forward is already leeched. None have seen the rocket chair just yet, and we do see that the embalmer is actually working on a coffin. Now Zhao Khan trying to touch that gate gets moved on away. Main body is actually moving towards the psychologist's area here.
Oh yeah, the draw potential they are showing here is pretty clear. They really want to go for the draw. We'll be downing the psychologist, but where's the coffin?
Graveyard. That's who he was able to coffin. But now we see that Kuga's just going to transition towards the exit gate. Can we see that the exit... Oh, man, they're not even touching the exit gate. 481. This is tough because Kuga's definitely just going to... Oh, leech him right away.
Oh, so... if Kuga went for the forward, he is missing out on the... on Zhao Khan and Capcom on the other side. So they are just going to allow that to happen.
Yeah, the draw situation is going to happen already. Psychologist and Embalmer are already here. So I would have to say great stuff on the Survivor side. They played to what they wanted to. They got the draw that they wanted since they brought out the Embalmer. So I think that's a win on GH's side. But for us to say that GH just wants to draw is just showing that they respect the Dream Witch of Kuga so much.
It's so weird saying that, to be honest.
Right?
Yeah. Usually GH is the team that would try to go for the best result possible. But in here, they are quite
passive,
conservative on their rescue and their kiting route. Like they don't really use much of the pallet or window.
It's weird to see them as
happen.
they were very aggressive. They're not as aggressive. They're playing very passively. especially like Capcom, he's one to just go for stuns if the opportunity presented himself. But he was just running through pallets, so it seems like maybe the respect was definitely placed on Kuga's side. It's not normal to see Kuga only getting a tie here, but still, momentum is still on anyone's side. It's still 2-2 for both these teams. The question remains now, has Gaje prepared for ZT Survivors? Because dare I say, their Survivor team is actually the one that gains most of the points than their Hunter.
Yeah. It's a Wolf situation all over again. Like, the Hunter is very stable, and then the Survivors team is the one that's bringing in all the point.
Right.
Comparing to the previous IVC, is usually the Hunter that carry the game.
That's true. Speaking of which, Kuga being very stable, getting the tied game. Early chase on Little Boy was actually great. We do see now that the new changes to the Dream Witch for her to be able to go to that portal. It seems like, you don't really prioritize banning the Priestess anymore if you have the skills like Kuga just to be able to down this Priestess. And you saw how the Embalmer was able to just give a coffin to Zhao Kahn, providing the 2-man escape. So, GG's.
Yeah. Allowing the Dream Witch to go through portal is kind of like the same as the pollen, the breaking wheel in the wheel
You're
form
right,
going through the
yeah.
portal. You immediately chase the survivor after that.
And it doesn't matter if she's stunned, right? Because if you're able to leech them, I mean, just transfer your body to that leech, and that leech isn't stunned. So it's a win-win for the it's just a win for the Dream Witch, not really a win for the Priestess.
Main body doesn't do much, so it's a follower that's getting the win situation here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the speed is so huge that you can't outrun that.
Right. So now, I mean, GH, let's see what else they have planned. This tie was definitely part of that plan. Maybe they want to prolong it to game number 3. We'll just have to see. We'll bench the survivors of GH and the Hunter Kuga for now. We're going to shift our attention over to Gaje and the survivors of ZT. Now, ZT in the previous outing on last Friday's match, like last week, they made their sub team or their beat team to actually play. So now it's the A team. It's the core members of ZT that are coming out. So they definitely mean business.
Yeah, I mean, in the playoff, you want to keep your own to the tournament if you want to move on in the favorable bracket, which is the upper bracket. You have an easier time up there, and you don't have to go through as many matches as in the lower bracket.
Right. So considering that and Gaje, we're gonna go back to our previous conversation. What Hunter is he gonna be using? Because surprisingly, last week up against BL, he was really adamant about using Wax Artist, and it didn't work out quite well. It was heavily countered at round number 1, then it kind of warmed up. But in this match where there's a lot at stake, your safety at the upper bracket is at stake. You really want your best foot forward.
And I would prefer seeing the Clerk as a test.
His 100% Clerk? Oh no, mercy to ZT if he brings out that 100% Clerk.
Oh, even the photographer.
Oh, you've seen that. Nice. We remember that.
Yeah. I think the band gonna pan out what Gaje is going to be using. Yeah, either the Priestess or the Seer first. That is the potential. Yeah, Priestess first.
Wow. Okay. So still doesn't say much about what he's gonna bring out. Now locked in Entomologist and Patient.
Ooh. Well, this is new.
That's very new. Not locking in a forward, not locking in a Seer. Wow.
Are they expecting a Bonbon or a Galatea?
Wow, they're just that's a hard call out that they're doing right now to not even how is that Seer? That's Mercenary.
That's a Mercenary, yeah.
Yeah. I think they know they don't want to risk bringing a Seer, and to be honest, ZT does well without a Seer, so I don't think they even need to consider bringing Eli.
Bringing Eli just means more support for them. So
that's true. That's true.
Still a win-win situation, but they still can kite without a Seer. So yeah, banning the Seer from
This is a scary lineup. Who are you gonna chase in this lineup? They're all ZT survivors. Bringing out the wax artist again.
How are you really sure about this?
You got transitions from mercenary and patient. Entomologist, I mean, that could kind of get countered by the bees, I would have to say. Acrobat could silence.
Ooh.
So he's really believing in this wax artist. So we're gonna have to hope and see if he made the adjustments. He's had to, because like you're up against ZT in like your spot to secure your upper bracket placing. He's definitely have to put in the work. So we're just gonna have to see if the hard work will pay off now.
Yeah, committing to this wax artist in with a lineup like this, and if in a situation where you can be on the upper bracket or the lower bracket, it's kind of risky. So I mean, it's not as risky as
maybe
when you are in the lower bracket and you have the potential to be eliminated, but still, this is still very risky.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe he's figured it out. It's risky for sure, because maybe last week wasn't his best showing of the wax artist. He's gonna roll the dice again here, and it could work out. Remember, it was the wax artist to give ZT problems. It was Riffernun's wax artist. So thank you, Prod, for giving us the confirmation there. Remember, it was Riffernun's wax artist that kind of get the 4-kill up against ZT. So maybe he found something out. But I mean, ZT is just a team that they know their weaknesses and they improve on it.
You remember the time where Cocoduck used wax artist to counter
That's what I just said.
ZT? Yeah, that's the thing. I think Gotcha is digging into that and using the off meta character, but now wax artist is meta.
Very meta.
Yeah.
We've seen it get countered heavily. So let's see, MX, Yush are actually just bunching up in the corner here, while we see that Shadow's working on the Cypher as well as Run. So who will he commit to first? It seems like MX or Yush. It seems like it's Yush.
Yush, the entomologist, will be blocking out that window first, but not committing to the chase inside there. So I'm not sure if blocking that window does much. Since you are committing to the survivor in there. Still, Shadow will be the one chasing here.
Yeah, it seems like Shadow knows. Like, he's just making the rotations happen already. I think the heartbeat is already triggered. He's going to cut these corners, and let's see if he's going to run straight into Gajay. He's going to have to go 180, and he does. But this is going to be tough. He's going to have to cut this corner just to cut off the hot wax that's going to be hitting him. Well, the regular wax, that is.
You know what's annoying about the entomologist? You don't have the footstep when you use the bee to kite. So yeah, Shadow will be using the bee's transition once again, dodging all the wax. Only 28% if I see that correctly. Will be dropping the pallet and not a fast breaking pallet build.
We see that Shadow is still sidestepping this wax, but it's only going to be a matter of time till he's able to get the regular hit. Will he try to clean up the bees here? It seems like Gajay just avoiding it, allowing the entomologist to summon the bees once again. He's going to try and go to a different spot here. And the blink is going to be used just to go through the pallet.
Oh, but the bees wasn't blocking the route. It was a little bit to the right. So Gajay sidestep and will be dodging the bee. Also sharing the entomologist in that area. But yeah, 3 Cypher. Wow.
Oh, tried to go for that wax, but it ended up quite short.
I mean, yeah, the Cypher is already popped, so I don't think that will do much.
So Run in the mix here. Let's see how he's going to commit to this rescue. It seems like he's going to have to eat a regular hit with enough amount of bees. Shadow just running straight towards Gajay. Gajay would immediately oblige and just go for a straight hit. And now tries to go for that bunched up wax, but no one home there.
So the entomologist was trying to bait the hit from Gajay to, not risking patient being doubled down.
That's smart. That's really smart. 2 Cyphers remaining, and now you're at Corner House, where all the Cyphers are being pressured on the other side of the map. It seems like they know what they're doing. Those 2 Cyphers are moving by pretty quickly. However, second time on the rocket chair goes the entomologist. This Cypher is about to be at 50%, and the other one not moving quite yet.
It's a patient Cypher, the fake it, by the way. So MX will have to... Oh, I think Gotcha is doing something very smart here. not allowing, will be freezing MX as he go into the chair, but yeah, wasn't able to do so at the last second.
Ooh, freezes him. Able to get the last effort onto the entomologist. That Cypher's about to pop. Able to drop the pallet and now tried to break that line of sight, but Shadow is about to get eliminated from this game. Last Cypher's already ready.
It could be a potential draw here. I think it's also what Gotcha was expecting with this Wax artist.
True. So,
yeah.
Guaranteed a round number 3 if ever this draw will happen. Gajay's still not out of the woods yet. He already used this skill. It's still on cooldown. So he's going to try to make the transition for that Cypher. It seems like Yush is going to be chased away. That's not the last Cypher. He's going to teleport straight to Run.
Oh, we'll be teleporting. And, you know, now Run still have a lot of hooks to use, but he will have to be looking out on that Wax because it will be able to prevent you from hooking.
Wow.
Acrobat. I think Acrobat is transitioning back to the Cypher.
It's about to be primed already.
Yeah,
it's at 99 already. And Run, he's just gonna he's gonna go for that hot wax trick. Oh no, able to pop it, and now it seems like they're gonna wait for that pop. No, they're gonna go for that rescue. They know.
Yeah, they know the hot wax trick coming from Gotcha. So it's a great understanding from the side of ZT for not priming that time. But now it will be the Acrobat going in for the rescue now. We'll have to worry about the freeze.
Yeah, that's true. Can he freeze him in time? Uh-oh, he's going to force the pop to happen. Early pop with the chair hit.
The mind game.
Wow. Run, he's got to make this hook count. He's able to go through. Able to create that distance to move on away from line of sight. But no, the Wax able to drop him. And now has to break the pallet. He's still gonna have to chair him. So let's see where the Cypher. It's gonna be a tie game. That exit gate's about to open.
Tempo still haven't regenerated for Gotcha. It will be a very far route, and yeah, it will be a draw coming from the side of 0-2. A stable game, a very stable game.
It seems like their plan is working out so well so far. Like Wax Artist, a very stable hunter going for that tie. We did see that Kuga, his Dream Witch was nullified with that tie. So I'd have to say GH might have planned this one out because usually we see ZT kind of just steamrolling people. But now we're going to see them play the full 3 rounds.
Yeah. And now Gotcha, I think he's, as you said, he understands the Wax Artist so much better this time around. It was a potential 3K game, but you know, the mind game from both sides, they are really equal in terms of bringing shreds to the other side.
Can we talk about that last sequence? They pop, chair hit. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I wonder what the comms are like in ZT with that. That was insane.
Pop, 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 pop.
Pop now, pop now. I thought you were trying to mimic the Wax. With the Wax, dude. Playing some Wax Artist.
Yeah. Yeah, the freezing of the Acrobat at the end, at the last second there was crucial, and switching to Hot Wax, able to shoot the Acrobat, but they popped the Cypher then. So Gotcha was shocked at that pop. So
yeah, I think everyone was. That was insane. And if he was able to land that hit, that could have been a 4K. Like, if he was able to land that hit. Not actually.
No,
his
3K.
teleport was still in cooldown. 3K,
it's still cooldown. It could be a potential 3K, and yeah, to be honest. Oh, actually. Oh yeah, it could be a potential 3K. I was wondering if he actually left the Acrobat there, if he managed to down him and then go for the gate. Would that have been? Would that turn into a 4K? But yeah.
Could have been.
The situation was 0 to play into the mind of Gotcha, popping the Cypher at the least expected time and allow the rescue to happen. So kudos to them.
Yeah, and I would have to say, yeah, Gajay has definitely understood the assignment. This Wax Artist has definitely leveled up and is a huge threat that would actually, I think this would merit a ban on ZT side. I think he was able to not just understand Crocoduck from Reefer he was able to develop his own style, and the execution was good because those were not those were not long kites by ZT standards. So he was able to down them real early.
Yeah, I think the problem is they went for the rotation immediately at the start, and that kind of buys some time for the hunter because time rotating means time not decoding. And as you see at the end game there, the cipher wasn't popping when the survivor got rescued from the chair for the second time. That's usually the case for 02. Like when the survivor got rescued for the second time, the cipher is going to be primed somehow.
Yeah, it just seems like the way they primed that, and we know 02 as a team that's so synchronized. Even though in the midst of the chaos, they're still able to pull out a tie. Even though God J that looked like a 3K game, so still up in the air. And like we said, ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event. This could be potentially the grand finals match with how I would say competitive these two teams are. They're like the best of the best, and even GH acknowledges because right after IVA when they faced 02, they went and studied. They studied the heck out of them, and now they're facing them off, able to get the ties. Let's see if they're able to level up that tie into a victory here, because I'll take it back to the latest IVA. It was ZT versus NM. It was tie until the last possible set. I know you, and shout outs to Good Job Man. We're just so tired because man, there's a lot of ties.
I did not have the greatest time there.
I'm dying.
Yeah,
Let me bleed out.
Yeah, tired.
Tired, dead. Then
Yeah.
today, shout outs to Chocho. Today, 5 wax artists already. So the wax artists coming out of the woodwork here, ladies and gentlemen. God J being one of them, getting the tie in this match, eliminating Shadow, eliminating Run. Yush able to be the acrobat decoder while Run, not to the standard of ZT, only able to get 60 seconds flat of a kite.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much. I think she rotate into the weaker position for kiting. If she had stayed in that graveyard, it could have been better. Or went around that kiting area at the S palette. I think it would have been buying so much more time with the high wall, and you are not allowing Gotcha to shoot the wax.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. In that open area, you just have to keep rotating around the buildings, which eventually, like, the hunters are gonna catch up to you. And he played it pretty well. So,
yeah, even with the B, you cannot outrun the speed of the hunter, especially when you have wax on you. The wax allow the hunter to catch up because the wax kind of apply a debuff onto the survivor.
Yeah,
a slow speed debuff. So, yeah, still, I think Gotcha is able to make the wax artist works in the previous match.
Compared to what we previously saw, right? And we know that wax artist is very stable, counters flywheel, but yeah, still gets that tie. And now we're gonna look at the new picks and bans here. Bans, arms factor, and now we're going to hospital. Wow, this is actually ZT's map of choice. Like, they love hospital.
Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. A hospital, a lot of high wall. The ruin, the hospital area, even the statue, the forest and the statue kiting area still have some high wall for you to use to counter that wax artist. So I can see that they are playing into that. Yeah, shadow banning that wax artist. To be honest, Sigara Hospital shadow ban a lot of characters.
Yeah. Pollen, wax artist. Yeah, there's a lot that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking about some meta character. Even Bonbon. Like, if Bonbon wants to play in this map, you have to use Peeper.
Especially once survivors go into that hospital area. So this is interesting because Kuga is also gonna have to play with this debuff of a map, and we all know GH they're still very stable. Their communications have been improving constantly with the new members, and they're still a big threat when it comes to just potential, just one-on-one kiting. So we're gonna see who's gonna be coming in first. Kuga coming back into the mix here. Let's see if they're gonna respect ban that Dream Witch.
Yeah, I can see that Dream Witch getting banned, but Kuga still had that Bonbon. And as I said earlier, could be a Peeper Bonbon in this time around. Still, the two first bans for Kuga most likely will be the Priestess and the Forward.
Yeah, I agree with that. Priestess in this map is just too much of a risk to have forward. We all know how crazy that is. Allowing the Seer to come out could play into Kuga's hand because we do know that he doesn't care if there's a Seer if he has that Bonbon. He's so on point with the way he plays this Bonbon. So we'll see, because ZT, as good as they are, you have to also admit that they haven't faced that much adversity. So GH could bring that adversity to them and kind of shock them. And I think that's the game plan for GH. Drag ZT to unfamiliar territory and play them out, because we all know that they're good in, I mean, it's in their name, 0-2, right? The first 2 rounds. But what if you hit round number 3, which we're eventually going to hit?
Yeah. So, banning the Seer. So, that's interesting. They will respect ban that ring, which, as you said, they don't want that risk, but banning the Seer and the Priestess. So, very safe ban, allowing the Forward to appear alongside the Postman immediately.
Postman coming out could kind of, with Bonbon. Oh, he's banning the mechanic. So, yeah, it's still going to be a little tough on Bonbon's side. Yeah, Cypher Rush is definitely going to be on the side of GH, unless he finds 481 first.
The thing is, will GH go for the Embalmer once again? You know, the Embalmer is also a tie survivor, and especially in Sacred Heart Hospital, he is so strong that I could consider him to be a winning survivor.
You could go for that.
Yeah.
Will that give Kuga, will Kuga realize that and also ban the Embalmer? Because, yeah, that was the game-breaking moment.
Oh,
bans the Embalmer. Okay, yeah, respects the Embalmer in this hospital. Is that a toy merchant? Wow.
Oh, wow. Yeah, toy merchant in this map is very great. So, yeah. Interesting lineup. Workable. I would say workable. And, yeah.
No! A clerk is coming out. Okay, so no Bonbon. But this is interesting. We've noted that GH has experienced nightmares with clerk. Shoutouts to SKG's Hugh for getting constant victories over GH survivors. So let's see if they did their homework, because they don't have an Explorer. They do have Postman to kind of buff the decoding speed, but I mean, you're also going to buff for recording you, and also you're going to buff the undecoding speed. So, Kuga on the clerk.
Yeah, I think in this map, the only 2 hunters could work well is the clerk and the Dream Witch. But the Dream Witch is already banned, so the clerk could potentially be the other one here. I would say that the Haster is also a red hunter to be used, but yeah.
Nudge. Maybe, yeah. You can make a thesis video on just how good Master is on this map, but I doubt. But hopefully, maybe
I doubt. I would force someone else to be in the Haster cult. But yeah,
the Church of Haster. NTT will baptize you guys if ever you want to join.
Yeah, we're gonna move on to the Red Church in round 3.
We'll see. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to be 300,000 strong watching. Big shout outs to everyone that's out there supporting GH, supporting 0-2. Let's just go with green hearts for GH and orange hearts for ZT. I just want to see you guys spam those hearts because they definitely need it now more than ever. NTT, you want to give any shout outs in the chat?
Yeah. Actually, MPLCC Sim, Pochi Poo shout out me. I'm gonna shout out you.
Wow, that name followed me all the way here. What's up? MPLC, I see you. I know I owe you a stream, and please call me my professional name, Poch Spice.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I don't know. Whatever. It's cool. I live with that name already. It's fine. I feel like the prod team's actually gonna troll me and change my name in the upcoming year. So.
Yeah, and there are someone. Actually, a lot of people are surprised to see me as the caster for IVC. So, hello.
Surprise, man.
Surprise.
Yeah.
I'm here. Hello.
I mean, I feel like the beauty standards are getting higher and higher because NTT is here. I gotta level up my hair game. I gotta level up my cosplay game because I'm next to this beautiful man here. But
oh,
a bonbon. Wait.
People
okay.
Bonbon. I think that could work.
People
Yeah.
Bonbon. That's what our initial thesis statement was, right? People Bonbon was gonna happen. So yeah, we're just gonna wait in confirmation. There's no pick just yet because it's a shadow pick. So he's just hovering over it. We're still gonna wait and see. So
Yeah, Shadow isn't here, but he still gets the pick.
that's true. That is true.
Yeah.
What would you prefer, Peeper Bonbon or Cluck?
I'm a Bonbon player. Bonbon.
So the biasness is there. I would say Bonbon for now, because I'm sure GH also did their homework on Cluck, even though they faced it twice already. Even though maybe they don't have the lineup, I think they're gonna try and figure out a way to just prolong the first chase as much as possible. And we've seen them be so heavily extended when it comes to support at the start. So maybe they figured out a way. So maybe don't bring out your big guns just yet, CT and GH. Like save it for game number 3.
I mean, yeah, Bonbon in this map is still quite good. So actually, I would argue that Bonbon is better than the Galatea in this map.
Bonbon, really?
Because Galatea doesn't have the ability to get the chip damage through the wall like Bonbon.
Like in the ruins area. Well, you have to be very lucky with your statues.
Yeah, the statue you have to be very on point, not just lucky.
And you gotta also. You have to hope that your survivor that you're chasing is sleeping on you, not really looking around and I got hit by the statue.
Yeah, it's kind of force you to have the blink first off.
That's true. That is true. Bonbon on, especially like when it comes to camping. Also, I feel like I don't know if GH wants to still do that camping strategy of theirs. The tie strategy of theirs. So might force Kuga. Well, might force the camping game to come out of Kuga, which he's been so on point with that. So we'll see. We'll see. This is definitely a very interesting lineup because Bonbon gets countered by Cypher Rush. There's the silence of the Acrobat Bomb, and also the distance that could be gained by this toy merchant could be game breaking for Kuga here.
For the Bonbon to do well, you have to down the survivor. Ring the survivor at the chair near the decoding cipher, and you kind of have to stop the rescue. So it's a lot of things that you have to do well. Kuga will be locking in that Bonbon, and I have a feeling it's going to be either Blink or Peeper.
I think he might have to respect the hospital and go Peepers here.
Yeah.
I would say his bomb drops are really on point, so I don't think he needs the Blink unless he really wants to go really aggressive, but you just put too much risk. Even though you don't have a priestess to help you get to hospital, it's still gonna be so tough if you lose someone in hospital. They change elevations also, just jumping up and down, and you don't know where to drop the bombs.
Yeah, to be honest, you just have to prevent the survivor from getting into the hospital area. Those bombs can be blocking it around. I think that could work. And if they manage to get in, the people will be dealing with that. You will be confusing the survivor, and
dropping a peeper near the decoding cipher in the hospital or in birdcage could slow it down. So it could.
You have to take control of that cipher progress because as a Bonbon, you don't have any ability to do that. So the people kind of help you with that.
Yeah, that's true. But what are the advantages of him bringing Blink, if ever he's gonna bring that Blink? It's just early downs, right? But if you're in the hospital, what's a Blink? What's a Blink in the hospital if you lose track of where your survivor is running? So.
Yeah, the Blink is, I would say, the only viable at the birdcage or at the ruin area. Other than that, it's not working out.
What about Listen? No, let's not talk about that. I think Kuga's gonna bring in the big guns right away. We haven't seen him bring out the clerk just yet, so hopefully he'll save it for the round number 3. But we've seen him on this Bonbon. It has produced a lot of wins for the team, so GH has to be ready. And they faced other Bonbons in the past, so they just have to, I think, still continue on the path. I'm sure they've done their homework. They're the underdogs coming into this, so a lot is expected of ZT. So GH. Nothing to lose coming into this one.
So yeah, the stage is set. Like they already lock in all of their picks here. It's just gonna be panning out in the match that we are having right here. Survivor side of GH. First thing, the Hunter up 0-2 Kuga with the Bonbon. Monokuma, again, my favorite.
Yeah, let's go. Do not be fooled by his cuddly looks, ladies and gentlemen. This is a killer. It's 481 trying to like duck inside the shack area. But Zhao Khan, this is actually a great find.
Yeah. The decoder, actually, the supporter, but he's more of a decoder. Yeah. Oh, but missing those bombs though, Kuga wasn't able to predict the sidestep that Zhao Khan has been making. Doggo bite will be initiated, and Kuga will have.
Able
wow.
to predict it. Yeah, going inside the shack area. Can he get another bomb hit on him? He's just trying to plant it there near the pallet. Let's see if anyone's gonna bite. It seems like the forward unable to get the drop down hit, and now 481. That was actually not a good trade-off because this forward does have tide, and it's gonna be so scary to even go for a rescue at this point.
Not at all, and not to mention Zhao Khan doesn't have any flywheel effect. So Blink is Blink will be initiated. To be honest, Zhao Khan will have to use the speedboat from vaulting to transition into the area. He was able to do that.
Cutting down some time there, not going through that pallet, but you know what? Zhao Khan getting another dog bite. So this is actually great. Can he cut off Zhao Khan before he's able to make it to that hospital area? It seems like he gets him as he was dropping down that pallet. One more would do it. He tries to drop it down, able to dodge another bomb hit.
Wi-Fi bomb is about to be available. Zhao Khan will be taking that bomb hit, and first one on the chair, but two Cypher has been decoded.
Ooh, and this is a tough chair to rescue from. Are they even going to try and dare to rescue from this? Capcom in the closest vicinity.
Wow. Capcom actually transitioned from inside the hospital to the Cypher outside. So, a risky play from Capcom right here. But seems like Kuga...
Yeah, he's not even going to try to throw any bombs, but he does see the Capcom getting chased away. So this is the trap that, you know, a hospital has. You know what? The Cyphers are kind of bunched together. That Kuga is actually monitoring Cyphers that are just a fork position from that Cypher, from that chair. So now we see the Capcom not risking it, going to the second floor here. Postman already past the halfway mark. Capcom's gonna run straight into him.
Nice prediction coming from Kuga. Will be trying to get a hit onto this pesky acrobat in the hospital.
This is what's tough, NTT. I just saw now. Toy Merchant has the wanted order, so he knows where the Toy Merchant is at. Sees where Capcom is, and he knows Forward's not even gonna dare to approach this rocket chair. So it seems like a checkmate situation on this Postman. He will be out of the game, not really giving out that much letters. And we see that Kuga has to find his next survivor.
Yeah, and with the fact that for the Forward and the Toy Merchant are meeting up, the possibility of Kuga being able to get a bomb hit onto 481 is quite huge, but Kuga wasn't able to predict that, and instead going back to Capcom.
He's trying to predict and see where the Tinnitus is being fed. It seems like he overextended his rotation. We do note that the Tinnitus is propping up. Kuga's probably thinking someone is inside this hospital. Is he gonna go inside? Forward is already healed up. The discipline on the side of GH is that they're not touching Cyphers. They're trying to recuperate their resources, which Forward already healed up. Capcom now is the next one to probably take this kite. Will he commit or will he turn left? It seems like he's going to go back to the hospital. No, he takes a left.
Yeah, trying to take a
481.
look at the rune area, but will be transitioning to the statue where 481 is. The Cypher at the statue area is the old Cypher from the Toy Merchant, so trying to fulfill the objective here, but it's...
481, he has some football. Oh, wow, I thought he was going to activate that Wi-Fi bomb. 481 now, not wasting any time. Already activating that football just to move on away. Cyphers are moving left and right. He's going to run straight into Little Boy, so 481 has to be careful.
Now, 481. You don't want to be down here. It will be putting a heavy toll on the Cypher decoding. Oh, but the Cypher here is almost done. It could be popped right now.
Oh, able to pop it and able to use the catapult to move on over. And now it seems like 3 survivors are going to be up when the end game is going to happen.
Cypher will be prime here. And yeah, detention is in the air. Kuga, with detention available now, I don't.
Whoa!
Oh,
Capcom
wait.
running straight into him, trying to hide. Oh no, unable to get the jump here. And now we see that Capcom close to falling down. It seems like it's an
Oh my
inevitability, and
God.
Kuga able to
Yeah.
drop down Capcom. He has
And
trump
he
card.
he knew that Void One is here. He just ran straight past Bonbon.
Uh-oh. That's actually not good. Let's see if he's gonna commit to this forward. Capcom, Toy Merchant already opened up the exit gate. 481 has to just use the football to create that distance to get away from these bombs, and it seems like Kuga might just circle back and go for Capcom.
Yeah, a wait call, to be honest. Should be sharing the Acrobat now. But Void One is still in the facility. Not sure what is the strategy here, but Kuga not sharing the Acrobat near the front gate.
Tide Turner, you think they're gonna wait this out and try to go for a Koa 5?
Forward is the only one with Tide Turner as of now.
God.
And Toy Merchant has been found out.
She's rotating away. The exit gate was there. Oh my god, if Toy Merchant falls here, this is gonna be real tough. Let's see. It seems like, yeah, they're gonna camp it out.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Kuga is just playing it safe now.
Yeah.
I think it's... checking the other door. Could be switching to teleport and teleport right away if he feel like it.
He's probably gonna just sense, all right, it's open already. It seems like teleport is online. It seems like it's gonna be another tied game. Yeah, he's playing it safe. I think GH has definitely brought it. That was a tough call, but at least he secured that tie game.
I think that's what makes Kuga viable in the tournament scene. He's very stable when it comes to hunting. Stable, tied, or even sometimes a 3K or 4K. I have never seen Kuga allowing a 4K, a 4-man escape to happen. So, great job from Kuga.
Yeah, especially in this meta of Identity 5, you just need a stable hunter, the one that could just at least, like at the lowest point, just keep getting ties and not really lose not really get tilted or try and play into the game of the survivors and play at their own pace. And Kuga did that. There were some moments of the survivors. You know what? The dog bites on Zhao Khan was great. I would have to say it was kind of calculated that Zhao Khan wanted to take that first kite with how well it went. That was a 3 cipher kite. I know the third cipher was at the 65% mark, but it was still an amazing kite by Zhao Khan's postman.
Yeah. And able to predict the blink. That kind of allows Zhao Khan to kite more than, I would say, 80 seconds? Was that like, around that? So, yeah.
Okay, I would say though that since they didn't spend so much time in the hospital, I think bringing Blink was still the right move because they were outside the hospital the entire time. It was actually kind of weird.
Exactly. So, yeah, that's actually quite questionable. I think they thought that Kuga bring Blink so they don't dare to come into the hospital.
Maybe.
If that's the case, then right after the Blink, they keep coming into the hospital.
Also, I think we have to understand that like the routes that they ran, it was a pretty good route that Zhao Khan ran at the start. I think it was just kind of cut off, and I think Little Boy was the one to just utilize the catapult to get into the hospital. Unfortunately, though, we only saw a little bit of Little Boy. He was mainly the decoder. 481 with that support and able to get the escape. So it was the forward and Toy Merchant to escape the game, but Capcom with the most decoding time. Zhao Khan to take the early kite. Great showing on the survivor side, but Kuga still a menace when in that bonbon.
Yeah, having a stable hunter is crucial for a team to be moving on in a tournament like this. So let's see if GotJ has the same attitude as is come to hunting this time around. Will they ban the wax artist though?
Wax artist. I mean, shout out to Chocho. I feel like she's had enough of this wax artist. She wants to see more hunters in the game. We're going to head straight into the next picks and bans, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to find out soon enough if ZT doesn't just rely on the shadow ban, but actually respect bans GotJ's wax artist. Because GotJ still has a lot of hunters that he could use here in this map. So I feel like they could rely on the shadow ban, still go for that tie, but it's really up to ZT.
We have names in the audience now. Ram,
Let's
Yuan,
go.
Vanilla Kid, Whisper 2, Kino, Soy Milk, Emmy, Pollen, and Aurora. Ooh.
Aurora, shout outs. Amazing performance that you guys did. Can't wait to see more of that. Soy Milk, also, good job on the commentary. Chocho was actually kicked out. I saw her in the audience and then she just left. I don't know.
Actually,
Soy
she
took
is
over.
backstage with us.
Yeah.
Oh, banning the
Bonbon.
bonbon. Okay.
Interesting.
All right. So yeah, the survival ban that is reasonable. Like 2 out of 3 meta character we have been seeing the seer, the priestess, and the forward, and the Gotcha pick 2 out of 3. Seer and mercenary will pick, but the ban on entomologist though. So Gotcha had enough of that Ento.
Is he gonna bring a wax artist again? I don't know. Gage?
Oh.
No. Gage,
In this
no.
map though, I don't think wax artist is a great choice.
I agree.
You know,
We just have to see, but yeah, you were saying?
yeah, if Gotcha allow a survivor to get into a 2-story, getting a wax onto them is basically impossible.
The constant level changes, the constant sharp turns. It's gonna be a tough feat for God J to pull off. So toy merchant bans.
Okay.
Interesting. ZT not really known for toy merchant, but not taking any chances. So we'll see. Prospector.
Ooh.
Wow.
What is that? Yeah, that is a prospector and another wax artist.
I could hear the excitement in Chocho's voice seeing another wax artist. I think that's 6 wax artists. More wax. Yeah, not enough wax. You get waxed. You get waxed. Everyone gets waxed.
Yeah, I think Toy Merchant has been used more and more in Sacred Heart Hospital. So that's why.
This wax artist kind of counters the prospector too, because prospector wants to keep that close distance, but wax artist also wants to keep the close distance. I mean, the lineup is looking pretty okay. I mean, God J could actually just still tie this one out.
Yeah, to be honest, when you're playing the prospector up against a wax artist, you don't want to pull the hunter in. You want to push the hunter away.
Keep pushing. Remember that time in Lakeside where he was climbing up the ramp? And he pushed it. Oh my god!
And he went down also. It's kind of like. So yeah, a lineup I would say is still very strong. They will now go with the Seer in the lineup.
Seer at least giving that vision, also knowing where the hunter's gonna rotate, could prove pretty well. They have that support of that owl. I mean, and they also have, I would say the wild card is that prospector with the magnets, right? So we're gonna head straight into the second half, round number 2, ladies and gentlemen. God J's wax artist, the sophomore performance of the night. Let's see how it goes for now.
Yeah, spawning at the statue area will be transitioning inside the hospital, which is rarely being seen because you don't want to deal with a survivor in the hospital at the start. We'll have 12 though, so there will be fast pallet breaking speed.
And now spots out the Seer. The Seer's owl is about to be online and also confined space, so top down build.
Yeah,
so we'll see. You know, Shadow's doing the right thing here. He's just staying inside the hospital, trying to just break line of sight and constantly just move up and down. And now God J just not gonna commit to that. Yush in the area here. The prospector.
So yeah, the stunning capable of Yash will be hard to deal with unless God J is able to trick him out. Blocking the
but Yash
and
able to get a magnet on. Let's see if we can get that push going on. Yash dropping it. He pulled him. Oh my god.
Oh!
The blink. And now able to counter that stun. So that was actually a beautiful sequence on God J's side.
Yeah, God J kind of, so the thing is, nice owl. So the thing
owl
is,
and the silence, the sequence on the side of ZT. This is the support we were talking about.
Wow.
And the cipher progress is moving pretty decently. Let's see. We see that.
yeah, will be blocking that window, but the magnet is still available. The fact that that pallet at the kiting area was blocked. Oh, the ball miss, but yeah, oh, the magnet wasn't able to push him away.
Yeah,
So
that was
just-
actually they tried
Wow.
duplicating the same success. MX though in this area, this is the basement chair, so we're gonna see MX trying to pop that. He doesn't even care. He's just gonna try to pop that cipher in this
Yeah.
near above the basement.
But
So
MX
we're
had
gonna
to go anyway, so
yeah, he's got to leave. It's
So-
too much of a risk.
yeah. Just to recall the action, Gotcha blocked that pallet with the wax and not allowing the prospector to vault through the pallet. So if that block didn't happen, it could have been a terror shock for Gotcha.
Uh-oh, MX now eating some wax. Oh my god, the drop down hit. This is gonna be huge. Able to get the rescue though.
We'll be
And last
hitting
effort on
Acrobat for the
Acrobat.
Max President is inbound. Gotcha can be blocking the window, but wasn't able to do so. Just vaulting right on time. Hot wax is available, so it's tough for Yash. Oh, actually, it's tough for Gotcha now since there's a lot of war in this area.
That's true. We do see that he is hugging these walls, able to vault it, and no, the terror shock lands.
Got tricked into that. Oh.
Double down situation. Mercenary is probably inbound for this rescue after he pops that cipher, but Godjay still playing to his strengths here. This is what the wax artist brings to the table. You know, just low kiting, and now we see that, MX
Yeah,
is also
smart
here.
play. Very smart play. Sharing here, not allowing his survivor to pop the cipher in the shack area. Ron will be moving in. Gotcha. Yeah, was trying to share a acrobat, but here having tinnitus around. Yeah, it's Ron in here. Oh, MX actually self-heal.
Yeah. Oh, the mercenary is gonna get hot wax, and now the double hit, double down situation. He's got to go for this rescue.
Oh!
Able to get the push, and now we see that the mercenary is actually gonna drop this pallet down. He's just holding onto it, and now we see that the mercenary is gonna fall down eventually. But Yush still holding on to his life. One cipher remains. It's this last cipher here in the shack area.
Yeah, Yash had to transition outside of this area if they want to have any hope of popping the cipher in the shack over here. Blink is available.
Double decoding.
Oh, Gotcha has to pay attention to this.
Oh!
Oh my god.
MX vaulting, getting terror shock. He's already spent his self heal, but the saving grace is that Yush is out of line of sight, so he's not there. But I mean, above is just the last cipher. So what's the call here on ZT's side? Mercenary's gonna give him a little bit. The mercenary's gonna give a little bit more time. They will start another one, as you said. And now let's see how they're gonna play this one out. MX now, will he be chaired?
Yeah,
Basement
seems
party?
Like will be another basement chair, but it kind of allows Seer to transition into the basement. And the thing is, Seer doesn't have any tie turner, so he might have to wait for the 99% rescue, or he could go down now.
Just drops down and goes for this rescue. YOLO rescue happening. Able to get the Seer down. Oh my god. And now we see that both of them. Oh, the elbow pad! Unable!
Run!
Not
Oh,
sure if they're
no.
gonna make it out in time. Double. Oh, able to at least get that going. It seems like two of the survivors are down. Godjay is split between two decisions. Another elbow pad. But two survivors are down.
MX is on the chair for the second time. Seer is very new on the chair. Mercenary can go down for the rescue once again.
He can.
Yeah, and the cipher is almost prime.
He's gonna try and go for the drop down. It's already primed. Let's see.
Yeah.
Mercenary already at the basement. He's gonna go
Yeah.
for the MX rescue first and foremost. Let's see. Oh, he's chasing out MX. He's gonna
Yeah,
be
he
able
has
to get
go
the
for
rescue
hot
on this
wax
Seer.
now. He has to go for the hot wax now. Is this?
Gets
it?
it. Oh! Misses the hit, the basing hit, and now MX able to run right through. All survivors are up and
Oh
about.
my
Prospector opening up the exit gate. MX still relying on the silence here, but no, gets the regular
God.
hit.
But mistimed the bomb, and it will be the end for MX here. No teleport available yet. The gate will be open. Seer is actually waiting at the dungeon.
Yeah, the dungeon. It's gonna be
It will be a
three-man
three-man escape. Oh my god.
Holy smokes. NTT, let's talk about that basement. That was so stressful.
I got chilled down my spine. Just wait a minute.
I
I'm
almost
scared,
lost
yeah.
my voice. That
Yeah.
was man, the way ZT was able to pull a 3-man escape after that, after a basement party, and like everyone was down, it seemed like they were able to pull that out of the fire.
My God.
This is what we're talking about, ZT, ladies and gentlemen. Not only are they so good mechanically, they're also so creative. Jeez, the timing on their rescues and also the way they were able to change that situation around.
So, oh my, I'm blank. I'm blank on my mind right now. What just happened?
The wax.
What just happened?
That you're not allowed to do that in the game. A 3-person dungeon, well, a 2 basement rescue, and then 3 people were down in the. Well, actually 2 were down, and then the elbow pads were off point. Like that was the first elbow pad was just a zigzag one.
Yeah, and keep him down in the basement. But then the second and the third one allow him to transition out. And not to mention that final pop, they time it so well after the basic attack.
Hot wax, a basic attack swing, pop it, right?
Yeah,
the recovery.
and pop it. Yeah, the timing on that. My God.
It seemed like MX was the one popping the cipher with how well it's like he was there. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just the way he timed that.
Yeah, he's playing on 2 devices. I'm calling it.
They could be in the same room. Who knows? I mean, like, I know everything is online, but Jesus, that was.
God, was the one outplaying at the start, but then ZT immediately come back and outplay the Wax Artist. I can't stress this enough. How are they doing this? You can't be this good.
You can't keep getting away with this. This is insane. Godjay played that. I mean, he played that well. He played that strategically. He played that point by point, frame by frame. But I mean, ZT pulling out a miracle here, getting the victory here at round number 2 in a game that they were supposed to lose.
How is this possible? I'm so stressed right now. Oh my God.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. This is insane. I would just say that ZT Survivors, ladies and gentlemen, this is just, I would say, one of their highlight performances. That was a game they were supposed to lose. The way that Godjay controlled the ciphers, controlled the last one, basement rescues also. Just it really looked like they weren't supposed to exit the basement, but they did. By some miracle, they did.
I have so much to think about here.
Okay. Process your thoughts and let us know. Let's get the breakdown. Let's get the entity breakdown.
Okay. So the prospector was the second card because the seer was in the hospital, so Yoche has to avoid from chasing. Yeah. So chase the prospector, able to block that pallet. But then when he go for the swing with a blink, that pallet was blocked, so prospector wasn't able to vault the pallet. If that pallet wasn't blocked, it could have been a terror shot.
Could have been, but it wasn't.
it wasn't. So that's the case. And then basically prospector got trapped in the basement from that point. The game would have been easier if the basement was in the hospital.
He would have controlled more ciphers.
Yeah, but what is going on?
I'm if you're on the YouTube now, I'm watching. MX is getting chaired already in the basement. Mercenary also in the basement. Oh yeah, and now we see that the seer is coming right down. Drops down, by the way, at 35% decoding. Like, man, the cojones, the bravery.
They have to rescue.
Yeah, they go for the rescue. Seer's down. Then we see the mercenary kind of fumble with that elbow pad. Both of them are down on the stairs.
Oh,
now we see him. Yeah, you're watching YouTube now.
I think that the seer going down so early allowed the mercenary and the acrobat to be rescued before half. So that's allow the survivor to go for the rescue in the basement once again.
Right. Dang, I guess you know what? There's a method to the madness that ZT brings to the table. Just amidst the chaos, they're still playing it very smart. Like now we see that the mercenary already at the rescue has the 90% mark, goes for the rescue, tries to go for MX, which I think Godjay is going to regret later on because of how well MX is able to kite. Now switches to the hot wax. Down swing, beautiful pop, my God.
You know what a 3-man situation, what 3-man in the basement situation would have been for me? I would call the other survivor to join me in the basement.
Yeah, right. But here, no, they were fighting till the very end. So, I mean, I'm gonna take back the words I said. I said ZT doesn't face enough adversity. This was a lot of adversity, and they're able to come out. And now look how poetic. We got Moonlit River Park.
Yes.
Thank you, GH. Let's go. That deserves another hair flip.
No.
I tried, ladies and gentlemen. I tried. But we're not gonna get another one.
Oh my god, that was
is
so
going
crazy.
on?
I think.
Oh,
wow.
Jesus. Oh goodness gracious! Okay,
How am I sweating with AC on?
You gotta put on the jacket, man. You gotta warm. Oh, yeah, you're sweating. No, you don't put on the jacket. I don't know. It's ZT matches. They're not good for your health. I think with how stressful they can get. Whew.
You know,
Okay,
I'm just calling this first. If you don't hear my voice once again, you know what happened.
He passed out.
I
I'm breathing
passed
too
out.
much. Yeah, we've casted full 3 games, but at ZT and GH are definitely making it worth it. So I hope you guys are enjoying the matches so far, and I hope you guys can spam those hearts for these 2 teams. They're really leaving it all on the line. Oh gosh. Okay. Can we talk?
Yeah, this is what we expected from what we call an early final. Like this is an early final round in
Right.
IVC. So
Right.
the performance from both sides are unimaginable. What the?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know how to call this match, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm
What the
enjoying so
heck?
far. Yeah, what the hair? I mean, hair flip. So let's talk picks and bans here. Are they finally? They have to respect that wax artist already, even though it's Moonlit. You could definitely shadow ban the wax artist, but
Yeah.
I think 2 bans of the hunter now, so you gotta ban the wax artist. I feel like GodJ has done his homework. This wax artist is definitely game.
Yeah. So I think they can only deal with the chaotic scene only once. Like, that is once in a million that happened. Usually, if for a survivor team, it would have been a 3-man in the basement on the chair. But as for them, they're able to make that work. They're able to rescue in turn. So the timing from them, I don't think they want to risk it again, especially in such a stage like this. Yeah, in such a map like Moonlit.
I would say ban his wax artist and ban another hunter that maybe BQ.
Bloody Queen, yeah.
Yeah,
Because,
he's known for that, right?
Because I think ZT can totally deal with his breaking wheel.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if they see breaking wheel, all of them just carry flywheel. All of them, I don't see a weak link in ZT. All of them have shown, all of them have shined. All of them have been highlighted.
I can only see a strong link in ZT. Not a weak link.
Right? Yeah, they can all cover each other. It's insane. All of them can kite, all of them can rescue, all of them can decode. And I mean, MX I know is kind of the standout as the one to want to stun, and he's always wanting to go toe to toe with a hunter. So, but still, all of them they really cover their grounds. So now we're gonna see Kuga hunting. So we're gonna see Aurora back in the chat here. Hollins, shout outs by the way. Kino, Soy Milk. Soy, you gotta give admission to others. You're already backstage in here too.
Yeah,
Vanilla,
and
kinda, Nana, Whisper, Yuan, Ram. What about in the chat, NTT?
in the chat we have Ice here, IRIRJ, and MPLC Sim once again.
So
yeah, T.T. Is that an emote? Yeah, I think that's an emote. And yeah, a lot of people in the chat. Yeah, we are trying to see which team is currently the best in Southeast Asia right now.
Yes.
And yeah, the ban onto the usual 3, the 3 usual suspect, the Seer, the Forward, the Priestess, and also from GH banning the Dreamwitch and Galatea.
Okay, that's actually good. But Kuga can now bring out that clerk. Well, if he, I don't know. I think I don't know if he was considering the clerk at the start because he went to Bonbon right away. I could play it safe with the Bonbon as usual and just just keep it safe. But let's still look at how the picks and bans are gonna go. Now banning the acrobat, that's actually pretty smart. Getting away from Zhao Kahn or Cap Kun, allowing maybe more like forward's gone patient, maybe psychologist.
Yeah, patient is a great pick, but seems like
Is that a psychologist?
What?
Oh, Enchantress?
Is he? Are they
wheel?
expecting a breaking wheel?
Mhm.
Okay. The first two pick from GH, quite meta. Even the ban are meta. But then the Enchantress picks, is kind of off track a little bit.
Yeah, I don't. Usually they're known for championing meta picks, but the Enchantress, he could just not pick Breaking Wheel and just pick a hunter that could heavily counter the Enchantress. Because Enchantress, yeah, there's only a number of matchups you want are in the mix, and one of them, unfortunately, was Breaking Wheel that doesn't really come out. Now on the last ban, we're just gonna wait and see in prod if they can give us the last ban. Hang on.
Either that or the last ban didn't happen.
Okay. So we're just gonna wait and see while they select their last one.
Okay.
Oh,
fine.
he didn't.
So he missed out on a chance too. I think the problem is that the Survivor team are so routed now that he didn't know who to ban.
Yeah. Kind of now locking in the patience. So now a lot of good kiting potential, but Enchantress, depending on the matchup, could make or break this lineup. So we're gonna see. And that's smart.
Wait.
In a map like this, though.
And counter the Enchantress.
Yeah, it does. That's why.
That's for certain. And counter the patient.
And just put let the cats chase him once he gets the hook going. I think Kuga here just wants to go for ties. I think he knows that his Survivor team's really hot. He's just gonna go. He doesn't matter.
To be stable. Yeah, exactly. That's the point that we have been bringing up so many times.
Right.
Kuga is so stable. He can get a constant tie every matches.
Every matches, man. Like that's so good on a hunter side also, that he doesn't force anything to happen. If he knows that tonight or the night he has to perform, he's got to play stable. All right, I'll just be relegated to just getting ties and playing it safe. But Kuga also known in previous matches for him to get those really big wins. So this is this is definitely going to be something to worry about if you're GH's side. Because Anne, very stable hunter. If Kuga doesn't overextend or anything, just camps it out, easily a tie in Kuga's hands.
Yeah, I mean usually as for Anne, because I'm also an Anne main, I'm kind of riding her again.
Let's go.
Usually for Anne, you want to force the rescue to be happen after her, and that's what the cats are for. So in a big map like this, either Survivor side are going to come in late, or they will be sacrificed. So
yeah,
Kuga is in the upper hand here
for sure. They're put in a tough spot here because Anne, great camping. GH, mobility wise, you could give it to, since they don't have a priestess, the patient will definitely be the main rescuer. Zhao Kahn is gonna have to conserve his elbow pads. We're gonna see who's gonna be chased first, but juicy targets on the board: Enchantress and Postman.
Yeah. So, considering that, I wouldn't want to deal with the doggo from the Postman, but he is the decoder right now, so he's kinda is the potential target that Kuga want to go for. And we're gonna head into the match right now. Spawning behind two, sorry. Will missing the jump from that cat though, from Kuga.
Yeah, so it seems like he's going straight up. It seems like Zhao Kahn and 481 will be on this side of the map, while Little Boy at least and also Capcom are on the opposite side. It seems like Kuga will play straight towards the mercenary, and now he's gonna rotate immediately. Not just not all the way top. So just a 6 build. So he's carrying that detention.
6 build with I think pad breaking, some wanted order, desperate fight, and then the what's that called? The fast recovery thing.
Oh, the
when
attack
you're on the-
recovery. Yeah.
Yeah.
On chair. I think it's desperate. I'm not sure if it's
No,
desperate fighter.
Desperate Fighter.
Oh,
is-
Berserker.
is-
It's Berserker.
Yeah, Berserker. Oh, someone was riding the roller coaster.
roller
Kuga
coaster.
Kuga didn't
Yeah.
pay attention. That could have been a terror shock for Kuga. Oh
Could've
my
been,
god,
should
that
have
is a
been, little
postman
boy.
also.
At least he's able to cross here. And now he's gonna be chasing the postman again. Kuga can still he just needs to get a tie. That's all he's
Problem
hoping
is,
for.
if Kuga managed to get a hit onto Little Boy, there's a high
Jump.
chance Little Boy just gonna go back onto the tram.
Oh my god, the cat though. Oh no.
Why?
Silence.
Why would you? Kuga! You shouldn't do that. When the survivor got on the tram, when you explode the cat, the
Then
survivor,
yeah.
the survivor got down from the roller coaster.
Yeah, from the roller
You
coaster.
didn't
You
time it
silenced it.
right, Kuga.
I think he went a little bit zealous there, but let's see how the recovery is going to play out here. NTT getting all turned up here, getting very intense in this match. Let's see, Little Boy trying to hide this one out. Cats are going to be ready
Blink is
online. Oh, the
available.
blink. Oh my god.
Little Boy
He's going
didn't
for it.
expect that at all. That is.
I didn't expect it.
Yeah. Like,
He's went
the
straight for it. He
prediction.
knew. And then he swung right away.
But look
He knew he was
at
hiding
the
there.
cipher. My god, one cipher is done. Two cipher almost done. 1 at half and one at a quarter. So the cipher decoding progress is quite a lot for the survivor side here. Kuga will have to get the cat back in time. If there's a terror shock, it will be. Oh no. Okay.
Uh-oh. Able to move on along here, but now
Gotcha.
we see that the cat unable to latch onto this postman.
Oh my god. So Kuga now will have to time the doggo to time the cat right in order to down this Little Boy. Cypher almost I would say pop. I would say after the second rescue it could be pop in time.
So yeah, he's playing it very conservatively. At this point, it's a tied game. So I think that's the best you can ask for. But now basement. Oof, this is going to be a little tough with the placement almost at full presence. We're going to see the mercenary kind of retreat back. Little Boy here, this is tough. And also, note that he did bring Blink, so no teleport for the end game.
Yeah, very risky play. Okay, so there's a point in action, but pretty much
You
the
okay,
game
NTT?
is...
I felt the
I'm
emotions
not
there.
okay, I'm not okay.
I'm not okay. I felt the emotions there. I felt you as an main that if he snapped him out of that, or not snapped, sorry, if he activated the cat while he was on the tram.
Yeah.
Yes, we've seen that in
I
high
think
level Call of Duty.
I think the better thing for him to do is, you know, he has a cat onto him. Allow him to get onto the roller coaster. You go up with him. If he
Force
went for
him
the
to
roller
eat.
coaster and then explode the cat, he will be dropped. He will be dropped down from the roller coaster. Or if he didn't go for the roller coaster, you will be able to stun him out the.
Hit him, right? Terror
roller
shock him out
coaster,
of
yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, split second decision making. You saw he was kind of second guessing himself when he was at that ramp in the stairs area. But you definitely painted a picture there where this could have been a different outcome. But now Kuga defending in the basement, ladies and gentlemen. Again, he wants to just solidify a tie because the survivors were able to get a victory in round number 2 in this tied series here. So it's gonna be real tough here, and Kuga's he's definitely facing adversity at this point because we saw Mercenary above the basement. He can't take 2 hits anymore. He can only tank 1 more hit. I didn't see the Cypher progress. Was it 2 Cyphers remaining and both of them are almost prime?
Prime already.
There we go.
So yeah, the thing is now you have to defend the chair. You have to not allow the survivor to come in for the rescue at all.
That's a tough call.
Yeah.
I would say also it's tough on the mercenary side too because he can't tank those 2 hits. There's a drop down as well, and I think he's the only one in the area because the other 2 are still popping that Cypher. So let's find out what's gonna happen.
We're gonna be back into the action. Zhao Khan will be caught by the cat over here, and I think can go for the hit. Oh no, not yet.
Oh, able to get the hit. Oh my god. And now he's going to be chased out. He's going to get knocked out here.
And he went for the rescue? I don't think he should went for the rescue now.
Yeah, he's going to have to get detention and here chasing the mercenary. Has a cat and also at full presence. Able to go for the pad. Are they able to open the gate in time though?
No more elbow pad, and Anne is at Mac present, so there will be 2 jump for the Anne. This will be once again for Kuga.
Oh my god, he's able to once again consistently get a tie here. I don't think it's safe to go for this rescue because Anne's camping game is just on another level. It seems like the Enchantress. Yeah.
They
I don't
shouldn't
think
risk it. Yeah, to be
they should
honest.
not. It's too risky. So they're just gonna play this one safe, going for that tie. Kuga, ladies and gentlemen, stable, like the foundation of the team for tonight.
Wow. What? How did he get it? How did he get a tie? Like, so he managed to get a hit before he stunned the mercenary. That's great. That's basically knock all the potential risk of him being able to go for the rescue. But then they go for the pop immediately. They was expecting the mercenary to go for the elbow pad to the dungeon instead of the gate, but yeah, he goes to the further way, and he kind of got caught by the cat. Yeah.
Cats chased up to him. That was a tough call on their side. Mercenary in particular, that could have been at least a 3-person escape in that scenario, right? And also, I mean, like, I'm gonna bring it back to the early chase. They did really well, like just rotating around, able to just spread out the attention of Ant. Usually in these big maps, yeah, you really feel like the tram, you really feel like the distance that she has to cover. But Kuga able to get a tie once again and be that foundation for ZT.
So, yeah, stable hunter. Somehow he still managed to get the tie. This is the 3rd time today, and up against a survivor side like GH is a commendable result, to be honest.
You want to hear something crazy?
What?
If GH is able to 3-1, like if God J is able to get 3 kill, we go to match number 4. But if God J gets 4K, they win. If ZT gets tie, they immediately win. So that's the conditions we're playing at now, ladies and gentlemen. Holy smokes. God J, so much pressure is on his side. I mean, the Survivor is also kind of stable, but going up against ZT Survivors, oh my gosh. How are you gonna face a Survivor team as diverse as what we just saw? A 3-person basement, and they're still able to get a 3-person out.
Yeah, I can see Gotcha, having the potential to go for the win with that Wax Artist from the previous match, because he utilized so well against the Survivor side of ZT. But to be honest, we are already in round 3 where there's 2 hunters, man. I don't think they're going to risk it anymore.
They really shouldn't. They should really respect that Wax Artist. Everyone in the chat also have noticed how well God J has improved on that Wax Artist. Yeah, you just substitute the Breaking Wheel for that. Like, just instead of banning Breaking Wheel, you ban the Wax Artist, because I think ZT can't be too complacent with their standings now. They need to make sure that they get that 2 points, because if they're able to send GH to the lower bracket, that's definitely a job well done, because like NTT said, they're the defending champs of IVC. They're the ones to win IVC and represent us in Call of the Abyss. So for ZT to do that this early on is a huge statement that they're going to make.
Yeah, and starting to imagining ZT representing us in COA next year. Yeah, and it's going to be a sight to see, to be honest.
We can't jump to conclusions just yet. We gotta.
I know.
They have to go through GH, but I mean, I could see the meme already.
Yeah. To be honest, Gotcha is just now a commendable hunter. Like, he now used the Wax Artist to the T to deal against the strongest Survivor team in the entire IVC.
Yeah, I would say that the meta really nerfed God J's hunters. And,
to be honest,
that goes to show for every hunter, to be honest. Like, we haven't seen him use Dream Witch in a while. Kuga on that Dream Witch is always like really solid and really good depending on who's using it. But if you think about his hunter pool, yeah, the Breaking Wheel got hurt the most. And what a good example of that was Alex. Alex was so good on Breaking Wheel, and once the patch happened with the new changes with Flywheel, yeah, he's doing. They're kind of in the same footsteps now because it's from a 4K hunter now you're just stable and you're going up against a buffed survivor team. It's really tough for hunters out there with this new meta, with this new flywheel. So yeah, green hearts, ladies and gentlemen, for Godjay here. Could this be the last match of the day, or are they going to push for a match number 4? We're going to find out as we head to the picks and bans.
Yeah, and to be honest, I know that you have been here from COA 3, so you have seen Godjay play a lot of Hunter. Like the Soul Weaver, Bloody Queen, Galatea, Bonbon, like a lot of Hunter that he can play. So Godjay is just transforming every season around. Banning the Wax Artist.
Yeah, they respect that. Yeah, so sadly for Chocho, no Wax Artist for you. Oh no, Chocho's favorite hunter. Bummer. Darn it, no more Wax for everyone. Also banning the Geisha on this map. This could be a BQ map, BQ game for.
Yeah. But to be honest, his BQ has to be on point if you want to at least advance the game to the tiebreaker. Because you know, Bloody Queen still is considered to be a tie hunter, and the usual suspect when it comes to banning Seer versus forward. We are seeing the Acrobat and possibly the Mercenary for that stable rescue for the side of GT, but
it's a patient.
It's now a patient.
Yeah, changing it up from that Acrobat to that patient. Patient, yeah, just wait for the mirror to come out, then you just hook your way out. Yes, the reposition can happen, but at least you're not caught up right in the middle. Now, Acrobat gets banned as a response here. Now, are we looking at Embalmer? This might be... Yeah, they're going to tie this out.
Yeah, a tie potential game. If they want to go for the full-on tie team, my mechanic could be inbound.
That's true. Just adding that mechanic, survive on your own. Just let's see how this one plays out. Yeah, it seems like he might be gearing towards a BQ here. With that Enchantress locked out.
Oh no, Enchantress. Bloody Queen usually on scared the
Breaking Wheel?
Yeah.
You think he's gonna tempt fate here?
Wow.
Spectre.
Could be a Dream Wish.
Yeah, it could be. We haven't seen his Dream Witch in a while, so what a resurgence if it's the Dream Witch.
Oh, okay.
Breaking
the
wheel.
Return of the Wheel.
Hey, I mean, the wheel that came out early on today got a 4K. So Godjay bringing back, an encore performance of this hunter. I didn't know this hunter actually existed in the game. I've never seen this before, NTT. What is this?
Yeah, who's this? No. Breaking Wheel in final round. It's feels so weird to say out loud.
This is well, the thing is, yes, Enchantress counters also all the things he banned, but they could just all bring Flywheel and just counter him.
Yeah.
So not even give him that presence. And we know how ZT is individually as kiters, and that's gonna play a lot. So Godjay is gonna have to be very, very stable when he uses this breaking wheel.
So just lay out the winning condition for both sides, and I'm just gonna went over it again.
Go for it.
0-2. If they manage to get 2 escape or more, they will be moving on. If Godjay managed to get a 3K, we will be moving on to the tiebreaker. And if it is a clean sweep 4K, 5 point, GH gonna be the one moving on in the winning bracket.
How crazy would it be if Godjay brought out the breaking wheel and he got a 4K again?
Yeah.
What changes are you talking about? What's this flywheel? It's not OP at all. And Godjay just proving everyone wrong. That's gonna be a sight to see. That could happen, ladies and gentlemen. So let's just wait and see. I want to see some hearts in the chat once again. ZT, if you're supporting them, I want to see those orange hearts. Well, GH, I want to see those green hearts. Again, we want to see the best of the best in Southeast Asia. They got to go through each other to figure it out.
So not to mention in Moonlit there's that roller coaster, and if you don't have that extended spike, the survivor side is just gotta stay on the roller coaster because you can't do anything to them. To be honest,
you can even ride the merry-go-round. Like just chill out there and just like, all right, cool. I paid for this ride. I'm gonna ride it till the end. Even that roller coaster. So there's still some areas here that are pretty good. I mean, going to the windowed areas, especially if you're not at full presence. Not to mention, they're gonna hold on to their flywheels.
Yeah, exactly. And we're gonna head into the potential final game between
Let's
Zero
go.
2 and GH. Gotcha gonna spawn beside the 10 and we'll be moving to the working carousel. Oh, actually, the pause stop where the... No, it's actually Run in the vicinity.
Okay, Run gonna take this first kite. Oh my god, he's already got the
Oh.
hooks, and look at that,
Yeah.
just establishing the chase here. It's gonna be real tough. He already has one spike in, and Godjay going back into that wheel form. Seems like he wants to commit to this patient, but he could just easily just take another spike here and just continue on with that hook. Able to go again, and Godjay has to go on foot to chase him.
Yeah, Insulin is available for Gotcha. I have a feeling it's going to be a 3-9 breaking wheel. Able to get 2 spike onto this patient. Yeah, 3-9 breaking wheel with Desperate Fire and Rage. Alongside...
Unable
mess
to
up.
get it! This is actually really bad. Flywheels away from the hook, but now a regular hit going for it, and this could be the game changer that Godjay is looking for.
My god, missing that hook and ending the kiting potential of that patient. Now, yeah, look at the cipher progress. 5 cipher remaining, but they are almost all done. So,
yeah,
Gotcha will have to camp out the cipher machine if Gotcha want to have a chance.
True, just to gain also all that presence. MX in the area here, he also has a coffin that was planted. He has to move on away because MX has that wanted
Oh,
order.
look at Shadow.
He slid on
Playing
through.
around, yeah.
Slide into the DMs, and now we see that Shadow able to get a go pad in the area, gets the rescue, and now Run. No more hooks to be able to prolong his kite. He's gonna have to ensue the chase, but tries to go for a trap placement. No one home though for Godjay.
Blink is available for Gotcha though, so if he vault now, could be potential blink happening. But Gotcha not going for the hit at all. Okay, there we go. Finally,
Probably baiting out the flywheel, just waiting for it to happen, but still they're practicing his patience there. We do see that Yush, the prospector, is here to give that support. He's gonna try to kite this out, but full presence pollen here is gonna be really tough.
So, Yash though. If he got caught by the spike burst, he will be down immediately. So, no, actually coming back for Run here. Yash is going to go for the support here. So support potential will be happening. Another magnet coming from the prospect.
More magnets!
Oh, Mr. Blade!
Denied! And now the drop of the trap. What a sequence there. Yush now in the middle, trying to remove the spike. He's gonna get a regular hit here. Oh, flywheels away!
That is so pesky. So annoying. Yeah, patient will see the chair for the second time, but they only have 1 cipher remaining. Yash will have to get away now if he doesn't want to be knocked on by Gotcha. I think Prospect is trying to... Oh my god.
What? He drops the pallet in time? He's just removing the spike right in front of his face. And it seems like the last cipher is about to be worked on. A brand new cipher that is, ladies and gentlemen. So
I believe,
Yash...
MX is playing Yash account. You can't be this.
Yeah, MX is actually the one that's decoding. He's the MX decoder now. You see that the mercenary just priming the rescue from happening, just touching the rocket chair, waiting for him to exit that wheel form. It's just prolonging the inevitable. And now let's see if the body block can happen. Oh my god! Able to hit the mercenary!
The stun will happen! And now the Professor can go support! Cypher is almost done!
Here we go, mercenaries down. It seems like Run just trying to run the routes here. MX just decoding like crazy. It's still at the 60% mark. Prospector has 2 spikes. Patient spiked on already. And we do
situation once again.
Magnets inbound, able to get it. Can he get the stun for happening? No, he's unable to. He's gonna wait till the rocket chair.
Will be stunning over here.
Able to get it. Can he get the drop down? No. The connection.
And the cyber has been popped already.
Oh, my Prospector eats the hit. They're all up, NTT. It's the end game.
Oh my god. How are they? The teamwork. The teamwork from a prospector bringing so much support, and you see Ran just gonna ride the merry-go-round here, buying some time. The dungeon isn't here, but yeah.
Yeah, and Balmer's already opening up the exit gate. We do see that the other survivors are still there. He's gonna wait. He's gonna get the coffin summon. So let's see if he's gonna actually just try to use it for someone.
And they go to the gate in time. Yash is actually going for the dungeon though.
It seems like Prospector
coffin.
actually. Yeah, he
just
does.
The coffin.
Oh my god. Able to get a push? Oh my god, able to get a push?
Oh
Can
my
the exit
days.
happen?
Oh
wow.
my days.
Clutch exit, and ZT, ladies and gentlemen, are your victors for this match. Wow.
Yeah, so that's basically why Pollen hasn't been used much in the tournament. That basically explains the entire thing.
That's why, ladies and gentlemen, listen to your Uncle NTT here. That's why Pollen is
I'm
got
not as
countered
old as you,
heavily.
though.
I mean, I was gonna say me. I'm Uncle Potch, or Grandpa Potch, but you are the uncle to everyone, though.
Oh my god.
There you have it, ladies and
Congratulations,
gentlemen.
0-2. I have.
Wow. I mean, it's a toss-up between Prospector and Mercenary when it comes to that amazing gameplay. But Ron, I'm just gonna say, like, the way he was able to play that Yush with the Prospector, I feel like they swapped the count with MX. Uncharacteristic of MX. We didn't see that much, well, cheekiness from him. It was mainly on Yush's side.
Yeah, and to be honest, they cover each other so well in that endgame situation. The Mercenary body block, the Palace stun, the patient trying to down at the corner where they know the magnet trick would work. They have tried twice, and then for that endgame, it's the third time that they try the magnet support, and it works out for them.
Magnet on magnet, then body block. It was just beautiful. You couldn't write it any better with how well they executed that. And you got to give kudos to Godjay. He tried the breaking wheel. It looked really good, especially when the patient missed the hook. Yeah, that was actually kind of heartbreaking. But I mean, they were able to roll with the punches. Like, you can never really call a ZT match with how early the first chase goes, because the support on the team, the decoding progress is still on point. And yeah, this really makes a case to why Breaking Wheel has kind of fallen in the meta because of the flywheel and just how well they were able to kite, especially in a map like this. Like, we talked about how in the coaster, in the merry-go-round, you could just ride the cart once the extended spikes are gone.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Yash is MVP this time around. He covers so much for the survivor side, that allowed the three-man escape to happen.
That was actually the play of the game for me, with how well he was able to provide those magnets. Best Prospector highlight of IVC, I would say. Like, there were some good highlights, but the way Yash played that, all the magnets were used so well. There was no failed magnet.
Yeah, to be honest, that's why you should be looking into this Prospector. He's rising up in the meta. He can be a supporter, a decoder, a kiter. He can be so much in the lineup.
Yeah, I think JP was able to bring. I mean, they love the Prospector there.
Yeah,
here we have a loyalty. Yeah, we do have a loyalty. We have a loyalty to the Prospector fandom-wise, but now competitive-wise, he's really like the potential. I feel like we haven't reached the ceiling of this character just yet.
Yeah, and I doubt that we would see him disappear in the meta. We would see him more throughout IVC.
Yeah.
To be honest, it could be happening in COA 6 where he's meta.
Hey, that's when Feaster's in the meta. I saw the script. I think in COA 6. Prospect. Oh, what counters Prospector? The tickles, the Feaster. But look at the match results here, NTT. 14-10. 2 rounds up. ZT, ladies and gentlemen, securing their spots still in the upper bracket.
Yeah, 4-4, 5-3, and another 5-3 for 0-2. They will take in that 2-round win, and in total point they will be having a 4 points advantage. Moving on in the winning bracket.
And like you said, NTT, GH, the defending champs, are now in the lower bracket, which last year they were. It was MP to bring them to the lower bracket, which you know they steamrolled through everyone. But this one though, in this fashion, the way ZT did it, it's ZT has definitely took the night for themselves. I think GH definitely has to recuperate, study what happened, try and figure out a way to get a run back with ZT.
To be honest, GH also did very well.
Yeah,
in terms of going up against 0-2, they did extremely beyond my expectation, to be honest. Even Gotje, he did so well with that Wax Artist. It's just a little bit unlucky that 0-2 Survivor are that daring in terms of rescuing in the basement.
Yeah, I would have to say that Gotje played it right. I mean, the improvements, right? We were saying like don't bring out the Wax Artist, but it really showed.
There we go.
Credit where credit is due. We're gonna give it to Yush for the best deduction. The magnet placement NTT, just so on point. Chef's kisses, certified fresh, 5-star rating for this prospector.
And yeah, I'm gonna call him Cheeky Yush from now on. He's the cheekier one.
Yeah, with this prospector.
Yeah.
I don't know about other characters, but man alive, this prospector really gave us a lot of hype moments, especially at the end. So yeah, I would have to say, shout out still to GH. They played really well. Definitely an improvement here. But yeah, ZT has definitely come here to play. They constantly keep improving. And from their 4 kill up against Crocoduck's Wax Artist, but now able to get ties, that's still definitely an improvement. A tie to a 3-man escape. And ZT, they just keep, the ceiling isn't there yet. Sky's the limit.
Yeah. Again, we still haven't seen the most out of everything because we haven't moved on to the final yet. In the final, we'll be seeing more exciting matchup. To be honest, this is the early final. But when we get to the real final, things will be going intense.
The final, the grandest finals that could happen.
Yeah.
So we're gonna update the scores in just a bit and probably look at the brackets and also give you guys the schedules for tomorrow because you cannot miss a single day in IVC. Honestly, we thought it was pretty hype at the start, but it just keeps ramping up. So I can't wait for more of these matches. As we recall today, NTT, are there any highlights that you want to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, throughout every matches, that basement rescue is the one that's gonna be sticking to my mind.
I know. It's not recency bias because that was insane. The way they played that out. It was just so...
And and also another highlight I would have to give kudos to is Porter exploit.
Right. Oh yes, we have to talk about that because our jaws were literally and figuratively still on the floor when Potter's Axe Boy. First round ban. Just ban that Axe Boy. Don't even any map he brings it out in. You're in a disadvantage. So that's definitely something. I would agree with that. I would also agree with. I would say also BL's consistent performance. I think BL has definitely been one of those. We keep talking about GH winning IVC, but also BL represented the Southeast Asia region. So
yeah, exactly.
Their match was definitely a highlight. The only 2-0 to come out of the day. So here are today's match results, ladies and gentlemen. We got the Mad Penguins, BL, RYU, Ryu, and ZT still solidifying their spots at the winner side of things, while at the lower bracket you have Sugar Team, NR, WP, and GH.
Yeah, and you can see the score right here. They are pretty neck and neck around each other. So for the bracket tomorrow, we will have later on. Sorry, MP versus BL. RYU versus 0-2. In the lower bracket, it will be Sugar versus Noir and WP versus GH. So, pretty interesting lineup.
I think honestly the lower bracket is still pretty intense. So here we have the schedule, ladies and gentlemen. That is happening in a few hours tomorrow, 3 p.m. I think GMT +7. We're starting things off with MP versus BL, which is going to be a crazy one because that's still the winner of the upper bracket match. Same with Ryu versus ZT, while we have our first elimination match in SG versus Noir. So that's going to be pretty intense to watch.
Yeah, and for the first match, it will be Elio and Soymil bringing you the action.
And following it up with you and Nell. Big shout outs to Nell. He's listening in right now. Can't wait to hear you guys commentate and also show some love to the commentators as well. Man, this is gonna be such an intense day tomorrow. Oh my, RYU versus ET, that's gonna be insane. MVP versus BL, I can't wait.
Wow. Yeah. Exciting day today, but it's going to be more exciting tomorrow. So, yeah.
Ending it on that high couldn't really justify how hyped up I am. Any last message you want to give out before we sign off? NTT, any shout outs you want to give out? Floor is yours.
Wait, let me remember that Genshin quote that I come across yesterday.
Okay. While you remember that, I just want to give a shout out to Maney, Aurora, Sanchu. We got Nico. We got Rem. Oh, Rem's here. Oh my God. From BL. We got some amazing love in the chat. Chantel, Hanako. Big shout outs to everyone. NTT, on that last message, you want to say anything?
I can't remember it, but I would say that tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah.
You know what you do? You know what you do, guys? Follow him on his stream. He's gonna say it there. It's Salty Team. And for me, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna give a quick shout outs to everyone that's watching. Shout outs to Nell also that's listening. Shout outs to Crit for trolling us in the back, as well as Thea. Big shout outs to you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.